And the time now is 9:46.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Brownlee and I'll be competing in the triathlon. And my normal routine is, well, it's normally pretty simple. The triathlon for the Olympics will start about 11 o'clock. So I'll be up for 3.5 hours before that. So I'll probably set my alarm for 6:30 because I like to eat 3 hours before. So I'll go down and have some breakfast at 7 o'clock. And that'll be something very, very simple, just something bland, cereals, croissants and toast. But normally before a race I can't really stomach it because I'm a bit nervous. And then I'll go back up to my room and I won't leave my room until about an hour before the race. Before that time I'm watching DVDs, playing Football Manager, taking my mind off the race completely. I'll be unpacking my bag, packing it again, because triathlon's a sport that involves a lot of kit. Checking my bike out, making sure that I haven't got a puncture, the tyre pressures are right, my bottles are right. I'm a bit of a kind of a fiddler, I like to make sure everything's perfect. And then I'll go down to the race an hour before, and then I'll start a run warm-up about 40 minutes before, do 15 minutes of warm-up, and then 5 or 10 minutes of swim warm-up, and then wait until the race starts.
2 questions then, Johnny. At what point do you start to you say to begin with you try and keep your mind away from it. At what point do you start to focus on the race?
I'm normally kind of always in the back of my mind focused about the race, but I'm perfectly trying not to think about it. But I actually start to really think about it just before I go down to the race start, so maybe half an hour before I leave the hotel room, because that's when I know simple things like I know I'm not going to be able to go back to the hotel room then, so I've got to get all my stuff with me. I've got my bag can't be sorted out, it's got to be ready now, so kind of just an hour and a half before really.
And final question, how much will you chat to your brother before the race, if at all?
I'll talk to Alistair a lot before the race. We quite often share rooms together. We kind of stopped doing that now as we kind of have some more single rooms. But yeah, so we talked about tactics for the race, and then when we actually go down to the race, we go down to the race together. We warm up together. We normally do the exact same warm up, and then quite often before the race, when we're lining up, again we're talking about anything, joking about anything. And then when we go on the start line, we quite often our world rankings are normally very similar, which means we start next to each other. So there's quite often the case where we're looking at each other. I'm on the start line going, "Wow, you're right, Alistair, how are you? How are you feeling?" Just simple conversations like that, so all the time, really.
The brilliant Brownlee brothers will be preparing right now, Nikki, eating their porridge, their bananas, whatever it is, whatever super fuel they need.
Look, we've got some Norwegian fans here
Lord.
on the BBC. Norwegian fans, good morning. In the traditional horned headgear and the cowbell.
Cowbells, yes.
Yeah.
Must have that.
What are you all here for today?
Handball match. Norway.
Handball, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, handball big in Norway, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Tell us about the Norwegian handball team.
It's the best!
Where do you rank in the world in handball?
We have been number 1.
Yeah. So are you big?
We have been Olympic champions last time.
Say again?
We are number 1.
Are you number 1 in the world?
Yeah.
So
But we're not so good now.
Who's number 1 in the world in handball? No way! Right, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you know that, Rachel?
I think it was one of those, strange facts I had picked up along the way.
It was ringing a bell, literally.
It was very loudly in my ear.
Yes.
Hey, listen, in the papers this morning, Nicky, must mention this. Some of the pictures that our medalists have been tweeting. Usain Bolt, we mentioned yesterday, pictured alongside the Swedish handball team, the women's Swedish handball team in the early hours of, when was it, sort of Sunday, Monday morning. And then did you see Andy Murray tweeting the picture of his 2 dogs? What are they? I think they're terriers of some sort, with his medals around their necks. You'll like it. Have a look for it.
Yes.
I have their names written down here somewhere, but it's pretty sweet.
Somebody's just tweeted here to me, the Olympic Games makers should be Sports Personality Team of the Year.
Absolutely, yes.
Good shout.
We've got a couple here.
We agree.
Well, you would do, yeah?
Very hard work.
Games makers or dreams makers? Yeah, it is. Is it hard work?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Tell us about your. Come here, 2 of you. Come closer. Tell us about your daily routine.
Get up about 5. I've just moved close to here, so I don't have very far to come. But get up at 5, and we should check in at 5:45.
Yeah.
Get our 1 meal ticket to help be told.
Your 1 meal ticket.
1 meal ticket, yes. Get told where to go.
Yeah. That last bit sounds like my life.
And
yeah.
well, basically, you go somewhere, and then you have.
What time do you finish?
3.
3 o'clock today, but if you have an afternoon shift, you finish at 1 o'clock in the morning.
What were you doing yesterday, for example? What were you doing all day?
I had my day off. My day off.
All right, don't tell me what you were doing. The day before, what were you doing?
I was actually on the gate, basically checking people.
But is it good? Is it worth it?
It's good fun.
It is worthwhile, but it's much harder work than I probably expected. Well, it varies. Sometimes you're just not being very useful, you know, because there's too many of you.
You're always useful. There's always people asking.
No, I think we are. But it depends where you are. If there's not enough punters around, then you can't help.
I think there should be games makers actually in every city, in every part of the United Kingdom, forevermore, just helping us with our lives.
Yeah, no, I think so. Anyway, there's apparently a games maker choir which we're just going over to see about. So.
Oh, you're going to join it?
Yeah,
the Games Maker Choir. Join the Games Maker Choir. Thank you very much indeed. Very hard work to the Games Makers. They are doing a terrific job, Rachel.
They're brilliant.
Do you know what else is hard work?
Yeah.
Broadcasting.
Oh, yeah, get over yourself, Campbell.
Walking through the park of a morning, doing this every morning in
You
Olympic
little
Park.
weary.
Is this work? I can't believe it. I still can't believe
It
it.
certainly isn't. Do you know, Nikki, I left Olympic Land at the weekend to go and see my mother, and I felt lost and all at sea without a jolly person in purple
Was it
to
like leaving
point
Oz?
a sponge finger and
Was it
tell me
like-
where to go and cheer me up on my way.
Was it like leaving Oz?
It was a little bit like leaving Oz, but I clicked my heels and here I am.
Back in Kansas.
Back in Kansas, back in the thick of it all, and it's a beautiful place to be, let me tell you that. I'm in the cheap seats. In fact, they're not even cheap seats. The free seats, the Bank of the Serpentine in Hyde Park, gearing up for the start of the triathlon. Less than a couple of hours to go now. And right over the other side of the lake, I'm waving at you now, Alistair Bruce Ball, if you can see me. Over here, look directly in front of you and slightly to your right, and you'll see a lunatic waving. Alistair Bruce Ball in our commentary position. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, Rachel. Very well. I'm slightly concerned about that banana skin you mentioned that got thrown on the floor. I do not want to read in tomorrow morning's papers.
No.
Brownlee Brothers bid derailed by 5 Live reporters.
No,
banana skin.
You know that in Olympic Land there's no litter, as I realised yesterday. Also in Hyde Park this morning there's no litter because some fantastic men with bin bags have been walking around picking everything up and the banana skin is gone. However, that said, I am a little bit cautious about all the optimism I hear and feel around me about the Brownlee brothers. This is a really tough event.
It is. I mean, at the start of the games, Rachel, if you were going to put a bet on anyone winning a gold medal, some of the shortest odds would have certainly been on Alistair Brownlee, despite the fact that he had a bad Achilles injury in February. He's come back from that okay. And if not Alistair Brownlee, then Johnny Brownlee. But you're right to be cautious, because in the relatively short Olympic history of the triathlon, the favourite never ever seems to win this race. Alistair and Johnny are the standout two triathletes in the world by a country mile. Alistair Brownlee has won his last 6 races of kind of elite level World Series races over the Olympic distance, which in an unpredictable sport is incredible consistency. When he was injured at the start of the year, Johnny Brownlee steps in and wins while he's away. So they really are stick-on favourites, but you could fall off your bike. Like I say, Alistair Brownlee was injured with this Achilles tear in February. He's only had one proper race, real proper race since then, which he won comfortably.
Yeah.
We'll just have to wait and see. You just don't want to hang medals on necks before they're actually won.
No, we really don't, because I mean the celebrations here will be unprecedented if they get it, but there's such a long way to go. In fact, there's an hour and 45 minutes of serious swimming, cycling and running to go. What about this course, Alistair? You've got a great view of it from where you are.
Yeah, I mean, it's as with all these venues, Rachel, what I love about this one is it's spread over a vast area, yet London 2012, the organisers, have somehow kind of turned it into a stadium, but keeping the natural beauty of Hyde Park. I mean, certainly in my position, sitting right above the finish line, it does feel enclosed. The more fans that pile in, and there are already thousands. I mean, just looking down the banks of the Serpentine here this morning, and these Union Jacks that are absolutely festooned over the other side of the Serpentine where you are, because the last sort of kilometre of the run is going to come herring down that bank. There's just Union Jacks absolutely everywhere, so it does give it a sort of enclosed kind of stadium feel, and the atmosphere will be magnificent. And of course, if Britain do win gold and silver, well, you dare to dream that. But I also think bring it right back to the very human level, right at the end of two brothers Two brothers who've grown up together, who've competed in the back garden together, who live together, who train together, who do everything together, competing. I mean, their mum and dad today, whatever happens, must be absolutely bursting with pride.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, I completely agree. And there's big Brownlee support here, not just from Yorkshire, not just from Leeds, where Johnny went to university, but there's a big contingent of the Brownlee clan who we spoke to earlier on. And Alistair, I spoke to their uncle, who was actually the man who, although he doesn't like to take credit for it, but who introduced them to the triathlon because they were strong runners and swimmers and liked cycling as well. And he said, why don't you put them all together and have a go? He wouldn't go on air because he said he gets very superstitious about this kind of thing. He'll talk to us later on perhaps. But so many, you can kind of feel the energy here.
There's Edward Brownlee, who's a younger brother, who's a very strong runner and swimmer, by the way, as well. So there's more talent in the gene pool.
There is. I'm sure he'll be over next to you in the posh seats. I think there's a big band of Brownies as well arriving a bit later on there. Alistair Beebe will be providing commentary for you this afternoon. So if you are out and about, if you're here in Hyde Park, by the way, keep your radio by your ear and you'll be able to follow absolutely everything. So it's time for us to say goodbye from breakfast. We'll get one little burst of the Vuvuzela, sir.
What?
Give it a go. Put that horn to your mouth. To announce the arrival of my friend and colleague Mark Chapman. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I'm sat right next to Alistair on the other side of the banks of the Serpentine from you. This triathlon then with the Brownlee brothers going for that gold and silver gets underway at 11:30 this morning. We're also going to go to the velodrome. Well, I tell you what, we'll go there right now because it's going to be a very busy morning. Victoria's in the stadium and there's a lot of athletics going to go on there, including the appearance of Phillips Adowu for the first time at London 2012. But Simon Brotherton, well, how many times? Well, this will be the last time in this Games, I'll say this to you. You are all set for another golden day in the velodrome.
Well, I think it has that potential, yes, and as understatements go, that's right up there. Laura Trott leads the women's Omnium at the halfway mark. She's got the final 3 events today. But from a British Olympic historical perspective, the potential for today to be momentous is at the top of the scale, because if Sir Chris Hoy wins the Keirin later today, he will will have more gold medals than any other British athlete ever in the Olympic Games. And Victoria Pendleton as well, she's in the semi-finals of the women's sprint, and basically if she wins gold in that, she will have more gold medals than any other British female athlete in the history of the Olympic Games. And those finals, Rob Hales, coming pretty close together. I think it has the potential to be a magical hour, a bit like with the athletes in the stadium on Saturday night.
It does. I mean, we have Victoria in the first semi-final against the German Christina Vogel, which on paper she should win. And in the second semi is Anna Mears, the Australian, against Xuan Guo of China. And again, on paper, Anna Mears should go through. So the potential for having the dream final in the women's sprint with Pendleton and Mears is a distinct possibility, and certainly something that everybody is hoping for.
Now, coming up on the track, the very first race on the track this morning, and they're just bringing the bikes up onto the track. The athletes are now walking onto the track. The cheer in the background you can hear is for Sir Chris Hoy, who has already got a gold from these games, having been part of the team sprint trio. Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it, already? But he's on his bike, now being held up by Jan van Eyden, the sprint coach. And this is the first heat of the men's Keirin. The first round, he's up against Juan Peralta of Spain, Kazunari Watanabe of Japan, Simon van Veldhoven of New Zealand, Sergei Borisov of Russia, and Ghislaine Philippe from Trinidad, who lost in the semi-final of the individual sprint to Jason Kenny yesterday. Now, Rob, can you briefly explain for those who are new to it what the Keirin is, how many laps, what happens?
8 laps, the race. We have 6 riders per heat. And we also have the small Derny bike. It's like a little motorbike stroke scooter. And that sets the pace. And he will ride until 2.5 laps to go, where he will peel off. And then it's up to the riders to sprint it out. The Derny is there just to set the pace, and it gradually increases pace. It starts at around about 20-25 kilometres an hour and just picks up the pace.
Now, obviously, Sir Chris Hoy's got to get through this first round. He's got to get through a semi-final. He's got to get into the final to stand a chance of winning it. But he is the world champion, Rob. and presumably he is the favourite for the gold medal.
He is. Now, the only thing is, at the World Championships, he was, with quarter of a lap to go, he was totally out of position. He was stuck on the outside of all the other riders, and it looked like he was going to be ridden out of the medals. And all of a sudden, a gap opened up underneath. Chris saw it and dived from almost the top of the track down underneath everybody, and he came through between the German Levy and one of the other riders, snuck through and took the win. It was a fantastic sight to see, absolutely incredible, a real crowd pleaser. But yes, so Chris, defending Olympic champion and multi-world champion in this discipline. So with this crowd here, I think he is certainly the favourite.
They're lined up now, just finishing the introductions to the crowd. Watanabe gets a sporting cheer from nearly a full house inside the velodrome, people coming in all the time. And a little reminder of what's coming up later on this morning. Laura Trott will race in the individual pursuit in the women's Omnium. I think that part of the competition starts at 10:20, so she's in the last heat against Sarah Hammer. They're the best two, I think, in that particular discipline. So it's probably heading towards 11 o'clock-ish by the time Laura Trott is out there on the track this morning. Victoria Pendleton doesn't race this morning. They're underway now in the Keirin. She is in the semi-finals of the women's sprint against, as Rob was saying, against Christina Vogel of Germany. That first race is at 4 o'clock. The other semi-final is going to be a cracker as well. Anna Mears from Australia against Guo Shuang from China. So lots to look forward to. And again, the first race this afternoon will pit Pendleton against Vogel. Don't miss that at 4 o'clock. So we've got 8 laps of the track now here inside the velodrome. It's the first round of the men's Keirin. Chris Hoy going for Great Britain. Van Velthoven from New Zealand taking the first position among the 6 at the moment, riding behind the little white painted Derny with the pilot of the Derny, all in black lycra, with a bit of black lycra over the top of his crash helmet as well. Very natty outfit there. Van Velthoven, Philip, Watanabe, Hoy, Peralta and Borisov bringing up the rear at the moment. Now this bike slowly goes faster and faster with each lap until 2.5 laps from the end it disappears off the track.
That's right. Now, first 2 riders from these heats go through to the second round, and the rest all go into a repechage, so they all have chance of getting themselves back into the competition proper, but it obviously means an extra ride for them.
Rob, Van Velthoven is on the wheel of the Derny, the little motorbike at the moment. Is that the place to be, right on the wheel of the Derny?
It all depends on the type of rider. So Chris tends to like to go out from the front, as he did in Beijing. But it all depends on the rider, and there's an awful lot of variables in this. So although I think Sir Chris is the favourite, it's not a given, because this isn't a measured event, it's not a timed event. Anything can happen. So many tactics come into this, and often crashes as well.
Yeah, precisely. It's not like the team sprint where you know if you go a certain speed you've got a great chance of winning this. So many things can happen out there. And Chris Hoy starts to make his move already as the Derny peels off. Philip going around the outside. Van Velthoven now has been overtaken. Ghislaine Philip leads, keeps looking over his right-hand side. Hoy is on his wheel. Peralta tries to come up on the outside. Van Velthoven's not having it. Hoy is in second place. He looks comfortable. Now he starts to open it up. Sir Chris Hoy takes the lead now. Ghislaine Philip in second place. Van Velthoven in third. Hoy looks the class of the field. He takes the bell. 2 bike lengths clear. Hurtling around the bottom of the track. Into the back straight already. Van Velthoven is trying to challenge. Can't quite draw level with the back wheel of Hoy's bike. Sir Chris Hoy coming up towards the line. And Hoy wins in the first round of the men's Keirin. And he made that look very, very easy. And straight away, the crowd up on their feet, standing ovation for the first race of the morning, and no surprise there. Sir Chris Hoy looking pretty much unbeatable.
Took that out from 2 laps up, and Velthoven from New Zealand was the only rider to go with him, and they finished with a good 6 bike lengths clear of everybody else, who all have to go now for a next ride in the repechage to try and get themselves back into competition, but straight into round 2 for Chris Hoy.
Well, there we go, Mark. A good start for Sir Chris Hoy on what could be a momentous day for British cycling and a momentous day in British Olympic history. A little bit later on this morning, Laura Trott continues her quest for gold in the women's Omnium.
Simon and Rob, morning gentlemen. I don't know how we're going to cope without having the velodrome fix and gold medals.
I don't know how
each
we're
day.
going to cope tomorrow.
Don't worry.
It's going to be such an anticlimax for you when you wake up tomorrow.
Victoria, it won't be an anticlimax because we're going to go onto the BMX, and that's really exciting. We're looking forward to that. So do join us at the BMX, whatever you do.
Oh, yes. Good morning. 5 Live at the Olympics Tuesday morning, and we are in the Athletics Stadium this morning. Mark is at the triathlon. That begins at about 11:30. And what is going to be really fascinating about today is that we will get our first look at Great Britain's triple jumper Phillips Adoh this morning as he attempts to qualify for the final. Also, we've got Bolt and Blake back on the track for the first round of the 200 metres. Our athletics correspondent Mike Costello is alongside me, as is Darren Campbell and Alison and Kath. Good morning, all of you. But Mike, first of all, just remind our listeners, I mean, the last time we saw Phillips Adoh jump competitively was early June, wasn't it? So just remind our listeners what's happened between then and now.
Well, I think first of all, Victoria, we need to go back to June of last year, where the row between Phillips Adoh and UK Athletics started. That's where the root of the whole problem is regarding communications. He pulled out of the European Team Championships in Sweden, and UK Athletics claimed that he did so by revealing it on Twitter. He denied that, and so a row developed between him and the head coach Charles Van Commenay, when Van Commenay famously said that Twitter was for clowns and attention seekers. And then the row subsided until the middle of this season, as you say, when Adoh appeared to get injured at a Diamond League meeting in Eugene, which was only his third competition of the season. And then nothing was heard of him until the British Olympic trials, when Charles Van Commenay, the head coach, announced that Adoh was out injured, but we weren't to know what the injury was because of medical confidentiality. Throw forward 3 weeks to Crystal Palace, and Phillips Adoh turns up saying, I wasn't injured, I never said I was injured. But he did then pull out in the warm-up at Crystal Palace, saying that he had a problem with his hip and a nerve in his back. And then he decided not to go to the athletics warm weather training camp just before the Olympic Games in Portugal, saying he wanted to stay in London to work with his own physio. And at one stage, the British Olympic Association demanded to see his medical records, which in the end they did. And now we get to this stage here this morning where we wait to see just what sort of shape he's in. I mean, he's often been described as an enigma. He seems to revel in that kind of role. And now we get to this stage of the season not really knowing what sort of shape he's in, because we haven't seen him since the first weekend in June.
But if you've got a problem with your hip in June and the Olympics is in August, I mean, we don't know the exact details, but I mean, that would, you're a triple jumper. The impact when you hit the floor and you've got a problem in your hip, it's going to be tricky to recover fully, isn't it?
As ever, it depends on the severity of the injury. What I would say about Phillips Adoh is that when he turns up to a competition anywhere near fit, he tends to produce his best form. You go right the way back across the Olympic cycle to Beijing 4 years ago, where he won the silver medal. In each of the four consecutive seasons after that, he's produced his best jump at the biggest meeting.
Okay. We're watching on the other side of the stadium, women's qualifying A in the women's javelin. Kath Merry, we've just seen a phenomenal throw from the Olympic champion Spotakova of the Czech Republic. How far did she chuck that javelin?
She threw it 66 metres and 19, Victoria, and the automatic qualifying is 62 metres exactly, all the top 12 athletes from the two pools this morning. She just launched it, it flew. Her coach was in the crowd, he was on the big screen. World record holder Jan Zelezny gave a nod of approval. She was unpinning a number before the javelin had landed. She just walked off, gave the crowd a wave. Goldie Sayers, though.
Goldie Sayers, sorry, Great Britain's Goldie Sayers.
That's okay, it was her first attempt. She came out, she's got heavy strapping on her shoulder. We've got two British athletes in the field this morning, both with injury concerns, haven't we? Because Goldie, of course, they've got that torn ligament in her elbow recently. It was a no-throw in her first round, so she ran through, she wasn't happy with it, the flight was all wrong. She's got two more attempts this morning to get that automatic qualifying distance, or at least get near to it to give herself a chance to get in the final.
What do you think? Is it possible with that kind of elbow injury so recently? I mean,
She says she's fit. She said she's had some good training. She said she's in good form, but athletes will say that. So we're going to see in the next couple of throws time. She's got to pull it together literally in the next, 20-25 minutes.
Thank you for the moment. Vassos at the diving, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Victoria. I'm watching the semi-finals of the men's 3-metre springboard. Just Christopher Mears going for Britain as Jack Law kind of buckled under pressure in the prelims last night. In fact, he was a diver we expected to make the final, but it's Mears 19 years of age from Southampton, who's hoping he can qualify in the top 12 for the final tonight. It's 18 to become 12 this morning. Mears diving first after he only just made the semi-finals in 18th place. But his first dive was a really good one, taking off backwards, 2.5 somersaults backwards in the pike position, which is straight legs and a tight bend at the waist. 8s and 8.5s scored across the board, and we could do with more of the same, please, in his 5 remaining dives.
Thank you very much, Vassos, for the moment. A quick word with Darren. Have we got time before we watch the next? Yes, we have. Darren, you know Philippe Sodot well. What would you say about, or what do you know about his physical condition and also his mental condition ahead of triple jump qualifying?
I know he's a mentally tough athlete. Anybody who goes to major championships and picks up medals has to be mentally tough. This is a different type of situation. I remember hugging him in Beijing after he won his Olympic silver medal and saying to him, you know, don't be upset, you've just won an Olympic silver. And I said, you know, if I could make a wish come true, and I'd said to you, yes, you'd win silver here and then you'd go on to win gold in London, would you have taken that? And he went, yeah. So I said, well, what are you crying for then? So you can imagine, to hear that he's not able to come into this competition, regardless of what we know and what we don't know, for him to have to come into this huge competition and not be right, whether it be physically or mentally, having to deal with all the stuff going on with Charles Van Comeny, the head coach, it's just not right. So for me, I just want to see him just get through this first round. It's so vital that he gets a good first jump, because having picked up injuries, he's not going to be able to get his rhythm and timing, and the first time now he's going to see where he's at will be in this competition.
And in terms of the 200 metres, round one, the various heats in round one of the 200 metres, what's your feeling about Usain Bolt and doing the double again here in London?
Well, this is part 2 of the potential 4-part Usain Bolt show. Chapter 1, we watched him retain the 100 metre title, and yeah, he's about to commence the journey of trying to retain the 200 metre title. I say 4-part because we're not sure yet whether he's going to take part in the 4x4, but that would be fantastic to see. My feeling is he will retain the 200 metre title, but we'll know a little bit more after we see this first round.
Okay, thanks for the moment, Darren. Hello, Mark. How's your voice today?
It feels a lot better.
It doesn't sound it, mate.
I tell you what, I've been popping those Tom Jones throat pills since I came off air yesterday. I'm sure I've taken more than is necessarily good for me, and I would fail a drugs test, but it feels better, even if it doesn't sound better. Alistair Breese-Ball, our triathlon commentator, is sat alongside me. We're right over the finish line here at the triathlon. We have just witnessed Tyler Butterfield from Bermuda. He's changeover position 6, and the changeover positions are where, obviously, when the guys come out of the pool and then go onto the cycle ride, that's where all their kit is.
Yeah.
And everything he has set up on his bike has been to within the millimetre.
They have individual stations. There are 55 competitors, and we're sitting above what is technically termed as the transition area. It's a very they've tried to make it as spectator friendly as possible because it's spread over such a wide area, but because they do 7 laps on the bike and 4 laps running, you actually get to see a fair bit of the competitors. When they're not in your view here by the finish line, you're going to see them on big screens. But the transition is absolutely crucial. It's the equivalent of the pit stop in Formula 1. So looking at it, each of them has a little number plate atop a sort of blue and yellow metal pole. Their bike leans against that. There's a little plastic crate where all their kit is in. But watching Tyler Butterfield, I mean, he was positioning his bike to the centimetre to get the wheel in the right position to balance the helmet on the handlebars.
Exactly, he put the helmet on, he checked that the strap was in the right position, he then balanced it back on his handlebars. As you say, the wheel had to be pointing in just the right direction, the pedals had to be at the right level, both left and right.
Shoes are in the pedals, so they'll literally strip off the wetsuit if they're wearing it and jump straight on the bike. You'd imagine these guys would be the kind of guys, if they were going to work, that could set their alarm to the minute, because the bike would be like that in the garage. They'd be straight on, cup of tea, and never be late for work, would they?
The triathlon gets underway at 11:30 with high hopes for the Brownlee brothers. If you're going to plan your day around when the gold medals are coming, we would expect the triathlon to finish around 1:45. Let's go back to the stadium.
16 minutes past 10. Good morning. Welcome to 5 Live at the Olympics. And what are we talking about now?
We're watching the first round heats in the men's 110 metres hurdles, and this morning here we get a vivid illustration of the many different colours, creeds, shapes, sizes and backgrounds within the British team. Over on the far side of the stadium on the triple jump run up in half an hour's time or so, we'll watch Phillips Odowu, who lived and was raised nearby, and because his mum was so poor, couldn't afford the £2 entry fee to get into the stadium nearby here, the Mile End Stadium, to train every day, so had to climb the fence. And here in this second heat in the first round of the men's 110 metres hurdles, for Britain goes Lawrence Clark, a former Etonian, heir to the baronetcy held by his dad, Sir Tobias Clark, and with a family tree that includes prime ministers and a US president. He's drawn in lane number 6 and has been in cracking form this season, setting a lifetime best of 13.33 seconds as his image now appears on the screens at either end of this stadium. And every one of the home athletes getting such a warm ovation here, some inspired by it, and we reckon that some have been overawed by it and even overwhelmed by it, and it has clearly affected their performances. This is a very strong first round heat with the first 3 in it to qualify for the semi-finals tomorrow. Jason Richardson, the world champion from the United States, is in lane 2. Clark is in lane 6. Immediately to his right on his outside in lane 7 is Wayne Davis of Trinidad and Tobago. And on the outside is Andrew Riley of Jamaica. Those are the 4 main contenders here in this, the second heat, for 3 places into the semi-finals. Still to come for Britain, Andrew Potsy, the UK champion at the Olympic trials, and Andy Turner, World Championship bronze medalist last year. But here Clark goes for his semi-final place. And they get away, and Clark was rather left in the blocks. Jason Richardson, the American champion and the world champion last year, is flying over the first 4 or 5 barriers, and Clark is coming through into second place now over the final couple of hurdles. Richardson wins from Clark in second place, 13.33 seconds. Huge roar from the crowd as he gets across the line. So Clark is through to the semi-finals tomorrow evening, beaten by Jason Richardson of the United States.
That was an impressive first round from Lawrence Clark there. He really couldn't help himself but a huge wide grin when he heard that cheer go up. Expected to see Richardson because he's looked like the man in form this year. Really, really impressive. 13.33, and as you can hear by the cheers, Lawrence Clark safely through in second place, 13.42.
And we've got 6 heats in this round 1 of the men's 110 metres hurdles. How competitive is the field?
Massively competitive. This, for me, if everyone was 100%, this is like the morning session of all the injured athletes. Let's see how you're all coping, because not only are the Brits, we've got the great Lu Zhang, and everybody remembers what happened to him 4 years ago. We were literally sitting our positions, getting messages that he was really struggling in warm-up, and then all of a sudden on our screens we saw it was an awful sight, wasn't it, Mike? It was terrible to see Lu Zhang in so much pain, being the face of the Beijing Olympics. He pulled out with Achilles.
Couldn't compete in that heat.
No, he tried. He came out, he set his blocks up. He was wincing so much. We all felt for him. He then pulled out. We've also Dayron Robles, who actually did win the World Championships last year, but got disqualified for touching Lu Zhang over the last couple of flights of hurdles. He too has been struggling with a back problem. Our own Andy Potsy, who trains with Lawrence Clark, has also had a few hamstring problems this year. So it really is a case of let's see who's come out, let's see who's on form. But certainly by that last heat, the great American Richardson is looking impressive.
Jason Richardson, one of the is Merritt has he also run extremely fast in the hurdles this year?
Yeah, he's world lead.
Right.
He's 12.93. The Americans love this event. You know, this. You think back to Alan Johnson. There's so many American greats in this event, and of course our own Colin Jackson, who was coached by Malcolm Arnold, who looks after 2 of our hurdlers here, both Lawrence Clark and Andy Potsy, is trying to pass on his immense amount of knowledge in this event. But yeah, the Americans and obviously the Cubans have seem to have a sort of a grasp on this event, and Aries Merritt is going in the final of these heats this morning.
And is it Potsy or is it Potsy? Tell me, Alison. I've been asking this morning.
Well, I always say Potsy, and Colin Jackson always says Potsy.
Yeah. I'll say
to be honest,
positive.
I don't know whether anyone's actually asked Andy.
OK, maybe that's a question for the mixed zone at some point. Thank you, Alison, for the moment. Martin Cross, what's happening there?
Well, we're into the third heat of 4, where the first British interest happens this morning in the women's K1 500 metres. Rachel Cawthorne goes in the first heat, and her big opposition from Slovenia, Australia and Kazakhstan. For Rachel, it's really going to be a test. Can she get a good lane for the semi-final, which goes on later this morning? All 6 of the paddlers in her heat will go through, Victoria. But actually, we've heard yesterday from Tim Bradmans, if you get stuck on the far side on lane 1, you have to use your rudder bar a little bit more. It slows you down. And, you know, Rachel's big race here will be the semi-final. Can she get into the final? So she goes at 10:28, and it's going to be a race for the best lane in the semi-final, Victoria.
Thank you very much, Martin. Let me tell you who we're going to be talking to on the programme today, just before we hear from Vassos in the pool. We are going to be talking to Jason Kenny, we think at around 1 o'clock this afternoon, winning gold in the men's sprint, 2-0 win in that best-of-3 final last night. Also Jessica Varnish, her Olympics were over very quickly, and Holly Bleasdale. But Mike Costello, Goldie Sayers.
Yes, this is her second attempt to qualify for the final of the women's javelin. She finished 4th in Beijing 4 years ago and was in terrific form until this recent elbow injury interrupted her preparation, set the British record, which has stood to herself for 4 years at the meeting in Crystal Palace just over 3 weeks ago. And this is her second attempt now of 3 to get into either the top 12 or to throw beyond 62 metres, and that's the automatic qualifying spot. And once again she walks through the line. It's way short of 45 metres, and now I think this could be the moment when Goldie Sayers pulls out of the London 2012 Olympics. She's grasping that elbow once again. She's had 2 successive throws. Neither of them have been anywhere near 40 metres. And I think we are seeing the exit of Goldie Sayers. She might take her third and final attempt, but on the form we've seen so far, she has no chance whatsoever of getting into the final.
Goodness me. And she is 30 years of age. And you just wonder, is this it now? I mean, how long can you go on doing the javelin for?
Yeah, I mean, it is an event whereby experience is very important, but once these injuries start to take root, and with Goldie Sayers it's been a succession of injuries since the last Olympic Games, and you just wonder whether the body is now starting to crack up.
And didn't she do the injury on the final throw at Crystal Palace after she'd broken the British record? There was no need for her to take the jump.
Yeah, the fourth throw, I believe, yeah, after she'd broken the British record. And as Steve Backley's been saying, maybe it wasn't that necessary.
OK, we've got Heat 3 in the men's 110 metres hurdles any second now. I'm just going to say hello to Holly Bleasdale, who, as we know, came 6th overall in the pole vaulting last night. Hello, Holly, good morning to you.
Hi.
What people may or may not know is what happened afterwards. That's a big roar for a Great Britain competitor here, who we will hear the heat in just a moment. But Holly, just tell us briefly what happened afterwards.
Well, I was very lucky. My boyfriend proposed to me, so no, it was like the best evening of my life actually so far. So that was amazing.
So can you tell us the details? Congratulations, by the way. Can you tell us what happened?
Thank you. Well, I was really happy with obviously coming 6th. I didn't realise at the time when I was competing that I came 6th, because I was a bit upset. But when I found out, I was really happy. But he took me on a little walk down the canal. It was really pretty. And then he just got down on one knee and proposed. So it was really lovely, and I was so excited.
I'm going to ask what your answer was in just a moment. But first, here's Mike Costello.
And the groan from the crowd is because one of the athletes, I think, has false started. It looks like it's Kami Ali of Madagascar in lane number 3, drawn just 2 lanes inside Andrew Potsi. I think it's Potsi. Somebody asked him at the British Olympic trials, but we can confirm that later today. The athletes were down on their blocks. You didn't hear the gunfire, but it can still constitute a false start. And so we expect Kami Ali of Madagascar to be shown the red card by one of the starters officials, who now makes his way across and is about to tell Kami Ali that his Olympic Games are over. He was the slowest in the field, didn't expect to feature, and clearly the nerves have got to him on the biggest occasion of his career. Sympathetic applause from another near full house here on the 5th morning of the athletics competition. So the others in the lineup include Andrew Potsy, the British champion at the age of just 20, terrific junior, and now hoping to graduate with some success in the senior ranks. His target here, success for him, would be to reach the final here at London 2012. He's already set his lifetime best a couple of times this season. In lane number 2 is Ladji Decouré of France, who was world champion in 2005 but hasn't been in that kind of form this season. Potsy is in lane number 5, attempting to join Lawrence Clark in the semi-finals of the men's 110 metres hurdles, and he's last at this stage, and he crashes into the second barrier. So an awful start for Andrew Potsy. It looks like it might have been his hamstring, as Ortega of Cuba comes through to win just on the line from the Jamaican Hansi Parchment. An event-filled second heat of the men's 110 metres hurdles, and for Andy Potsy, just as for Goldie Sayers, it could be that the games are, it's certainly over for Andy Potsy and possibly for Goldie Sayers too.
Agonisingly, it looks like it's that hamstring again, Mike. We had a lot of reports that he was struggling in Portugal with it, and you could just see from he just did not explode out the blocks. He normally has a great start. He was so tentative out the blocks, and obviously that sets you up so terribly wrong for the first flight of hurdles. He was straight upright. He's got no power out the blocks. He wasn't pushing on that right leg, and just crashed through the second barrier, pushed the third barrier down, and grasped his right hamstring. That's really, really sad to see, because the youngster has been having such a great season at the age of 20. You don't want to see your Olympic dreams just shattered like that.
Just ahead of the third barrier, he just got to his knees, didn't he?
Yeah, he
and
knew it.
And he's just walking past us now, and he's tentatively, you would say, I suppose, wouldn't you, Alison?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you know, your body, the Olympics wait for no one. The date happens, and if you're not ready, that's it. And unfortunately, our sport means that you've got to push your body, and you put yourself into boundaries that your body's not used to, and you know, you break down when you don't want to. And you know, he was very brave for putting himself on the line. He'll have been trying to banish any demons of Portugal, but such a shame.
Martin Cross at the canoeing. Tell us about Rachel Hawthorne.
Rachel Hawthorne, she's blonde-haired, she's got a ponytail, she's in a boat with Union Jacks painted all the way down it. She's level with just 200 metres gone in the first heat of the 500 metres. She and Alana Nichols from Australia are level. All 6 paddlers will go through, but Rachel Hawthorne really wants to get a good lane for the semi-final. With me, Anna Hemmings, 2-time Olympian and world canoeing champion.
Rachel's looking good. She's racing head-to-head with the Australian. They'll be just looking to put a bit of a psychological boost from this, and she's really strong down the finishing straight, so we'll look for her to cut. They're coming up to the 250 metre mark, and as we get to the 200, I have no doubt that Rachel is going to up the rate and really put in a strong finish.
Yeah, Rachel Hawthorne not had such a great early part of the season. She was back in the C finals in Duisburg, but she's really posted her intent here. She qualified for the final in the women's K4 yesterday, and at the moment she has, well, about a quarter of a boat length lead over the Australian. We've seen other paddlers come back, and the Kazakh Natalia Sergeyeva's having a little look there with about 150 metres to go, but Hawthorne, you can probably hear from the crowds around us, she's got half a boat length over the Australian. This is going to be a great boost if she can get into the semi-final with a win.
Yeah, it is, but look, Alana Nichols from Australia is coming back at her down the last 75 metres. Can Rachel just hang on and get that good middle lane in the semi-final?
Well, she's got to hang on. I don't know about the lactate acid in her muscles if she does sprint, but at the moment she's got a quarter of a boat length over the Australian. The Kazakh's in the equation too, but I think it's going to be Rachel Hawthorne. She does take it, yes, just ahead of Alana Nichols from the Australian, with the Kazakh in third place. All 6 paddlers through to the final. That was a real fight for lanes, Anna.
Yeah, great race from Rachel. She, you know, showed the girls what she can do, what she's made of, and a really solid performance going into the semi-final.
Thank you, both of you. Good news. It's 10:30. It's 5 Live at the Olympics. Mark Chapman is at the triathlon. That begins at around 11:30. We're expecting a 1:15-ish finish, so we will know exactly where the Brownlee brothers have come. I'm at the Athletic Stadium this morning. We're in the middle of a conversation with Great Britain's Holly Bleasdale. She took up pole vaulting after the Beijing Games, competed in the Olympics for the first time this week. Last night came 6th overall. Afterwards, she was just describing how her boyfriend proposed to her. And Holly, what did you say?
I obviously said yes. Obviously.
That is terrific news. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Did you have any inkling that was on the cards for after you'd competed?
No, it was a total surprise. I mean, I went in there and everyone kind of thought I was going to get a medal, and I just wanted to become top 6. And for me to finish top 6 in them conditions, I was really happy, and that was just kind of like the end to a really good day.
When will you get married then?
I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know. We need to pick like a quiet year where there's not that many important competitions. Like obviously it'll have to be before Rio, but not in a World Champs year. So maybe 2 years' time. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. And in the stadium, I mean, you did look on the verge of tears after that third and final attempt. What were they? Describe those emotions at that point.
Well, I think the crowd were absolutely amazing, and I just felt though I'd kind of let myself down only jumping 4:45. I mean, when I look back at that, 4:45 to come 6th at the Olympics, it's always been higher heights, but because the wind was it was awful. I mean, I was quite unlucky at the fact that every time I went to go, during my 1 minute, the wind was just in my face the whole time, so I had no choice but to go, and it was just kind of luck on the day. Like if you got good winds, then you'd be able to make the vault, but I was just kind of unlucky on the day. But when I found out that I was sick, I was so happy.
Yeah, I'm just pausing there just because we've got heat 4 of the men's 110 metres hurdles. Congratulations, thank you so much, and well done.
Thank you.
Mike.
And this one features the defending champion Dairon Robles of Cuba, who, like Philip Sodou, has been injured in the build-up, and not too many people have been told what the problem is. And so even the Cubans are waiting to see what sort of form he'll be in this morning. And on the outside, he makes a fairly tardy start, but does get into his groove over the first 2 or 3 barriers, and now comes through to take it up from Fourie of South Africa, who's challenging among the challengers for second place. But Dairon Robles pours it on in the closing stages, 13.33 seconds. A comfortable win, so Dairon Robles joins his compatriot Orlando Ortega, who won the previous heat, into the semi-finals of the men's sprint hurdles in defence of his title.
Well, everybody else that we've been talking about, waiting to see how the injuries get them through the games, Dairon, it's been more hope than expectation. We've only seen him twice this year compete, and both times it was very tentative. It was a tentative performance there, but he got through it, looked very, very smooth. 13.33. We'll have to see a semi-final. He's going to have to step up his game because it's going to get hotter. The competition is there. Certainly the Americans are on form, but he looked pretty smooth for me.
10:33. Good morning. It's 5 Live at the Olympics Tuesday morning. Welcome to the programme. Let me bring you the latest news headlines. Shares in Standard Chartered have dropped by around 15% following accusations from US regulators that they laundered money for Iran. The British bank is denying the claims. A woman has died after being stabbed while travelling in a taxi through the Northfield area of Birmingham this morning. West Midlands police say her attacker escaped. And in Afghanistan, officials there say a suicide bomber has attacked a NATO military base, injuring at least 11 Afghans and 2 foreign troops.
10:34. This is 5 Live. Earlier on this morning, so Chris Hoy finished first in the first round of the Keirin, so he is safely through. He looked in a different class, according to our cycling commentator Simon Brotherton. Here at the triathlon, Johnny Brownlee has just arrived in front of us here at his transition station. It's got number 31 on it and a Union Jack. It's like, as Alistair Bruce Paul said earlier, a little number plate. He's just setting up his bike there, the cycling stage, obviously the second stage of the 3. So once they come out of the Serpentine in front of me, they'll run down this blue track, and he will change out of his swimming gear into his cycling gear and jump on the bike for the cycling stage. He's just checking the pedals. His yellow shoes already clipped on there. Martin Cross at the canoeing. What's going on?
Well, we're 100 metres into the next British action. It comes in the women's K2 with Abby Edmonds and Louisa Sawyers. It's the first time, would you believe, they're racing. At the moment, it's the flying Swedes, Nordlow and Johansson lead. But what about that start for Edmonds and Sawyers, Anne?
It was a decent start. You know, they look out to go out strong, get settled into their rhythm. I'm not expecting fireworks from these girls. You know, they've never raced before together. They've only got confirmed that they were going to be in this race 6 weeks ago. So, you know, we'll just be looking for a solid performance in this K2 heat, and then they'll need to pick up their game for the semi later on this morning.
Swedes go through in front, and they're about 2 boat lengths ahead of the British, back in 4th or 5th place. 5th place will be good enough to qualify for the semi-final, and that's going to be important for them. I think they're ahead of the Cubans over there in lane 2, but it's the flying Swedes with the Romanians just 1 boat length down on them. Next to them, the Australians. Then it comes the Russians, Britain back in 4th place, but I think they're fighting through a bit now, Anna.
Yeah, it's looking tough at the back there for them. I think they're going to have a race on their hands with the Australians and the Cubans for that 5th qualifying spot. And this is the crunch moment, the last 100 metres. They've really got to keep it together. This is when it hurts. This is when the lactate starts to build, and the timing needs to be immaculate, because if they lose timing, then they're going to be in big trouble when they fall apart. Come on, girls.
So at the moment, Britain are out of the qualifying positions, but it's very close with them and Australia. Sweden will cross the line in front. Sweden cross the line in front. Russia, Romania. I think that's ever so close between Cuba, Australia and Britain. One of those will go up. Back to Mike Costello. We'll give you the result later.
A third of them, and it's nothing.
They didn't make it. I don't think they made it.
Here in the stadium, tell us what's going on, Mike and Alison.
Goldie Sayers has just taken her 3rd and final attempt in qualifying for the women's javelin, and once again she's walked through the curved line at the end of the run-up to tell the officials that she doesn't want it measured because it was so poor. She's suffering badly from an elbow injury which she picked up shortly after breaking the British record at the Crystal Palace meeting in just over 3 weeks or so ago, and she walks away disconsolately at the age of 30. That might well be her last appearance at an Olympic Games. She did say at Crystal Palace that she was looking forward to Rio in 2016, but for the moment it's all over at London 2012. Catherine Merry.
Such a tragic sight, Victoria, because Goldie Sayers was 4th in Beijing it was the furthest ever distance for a 4th place, and she just missed a medal, and her sights since then have been set on London Glory, but the injury she picked up was just too much. Her coach was shaking his head on the big screen. You could see he was visibly upset. Dan Paff, who's had success here, of course, coaching Greg Rutherford to long jump gold. So the agony, the ecstasy, and it's all the emotions of sport, isn't it? And it's so disappointing for Goldie Sayers here this morning, who ends her campaign in the women's javelin.
Thank you very much, Kath. Let's go straight to Vassos at the diving, watching Chris Mears in action in the springboard 3 metre.
Yes, in the semi-finals, which means 18 divers and 12 go through to the final. He's just taken his 3rd dive, a reverse 2.5 somersault with 1.5 twists. It means he took off facing forwards but rotated, both twisting and somersaulting backwards. Beautiful dive. 8 and 8.5 scored, and that has every chance of lifting him from 16th place, where he was after the 2nd round, up into the all-important top 12. So fantastic 3rd dive under pressure for this 19-year-old from Southampton. And just we've been talking about the injuries, haven't we? And I don't know what it is with British divers and their amazing comeback stories from injuries, but later this week we'll meet Monique Gladding, who almost died when she split her head open whilst competing in Russia. Well, Mears himself was given just a 5% chance of survival when he suffered for complications from a ruptured spleen 3 years ago. It happened when a practice dive went wrong as he was preparing to take part in the Youth Olympics in Sydney. Doctors told his parents to prepare for the worst as he lost 3 stone in hospital and practically all of his muscle bulk, but somehow he pulled through, and it was the lure of the home games which was his motivation during rehab. So here he is in the semi-finals, Britain's sole survivor into the semi-finals, and I have to say, with that 3rd dive in mind, diving beautifully.
here at the triathlon. Britain actually have 3 competitors in this event. Stuart Hayes and Johnny Brownlee have been at their transition stations for the last 5 minutes or so, and in the last minute Alistair Brownlee has just turned up. All 3 of them sorting out their gear, the meticulous preparations at these transition stations. It gets underway at 11:30. We're now expecting it to finish sometime around 1:15. Let's go back to Martin Cross at the canoe sprint. Clear up what happened then in that last race, Martin.
It was so difficult to tell, chappers. Could I tell you, 0.03 of a second separated 4th, 5th and 6th. 6th place was going to go out. 4th place went to Australia. 5th place, few went to the British double of Abby Edmonds and Louisa Sawyers. The Cubans, they're going home. Menezes and Gandalara on the wrong end of a 100th of a second verdict.
You done, Martin? Sorry about that. There's just so much going on here in the stadium.
I mean, there's a lot going on.
No, tell me about it.
It is so exciting. I think the 500-metre sprint event is just very exciting because you're just down from the spectators, and unlike the rowing where they couldn't quite hear the crowd so much, you know, the paddlers can. They're unsure whether a wave when they're introduced or not, but because it's so short, you get these finishes of 100ths of a second. And later in the week we've got this 200-metre event which is going to start halfway down the grandstands, and I don't know how you're going to call the finishes there because it's going to be even closer.
Thank you very much, Martin. 10:41. Let me tell you that later on in the programme we are going to be talking to Great Britain's multi-gold medal winning cyclist Jason Kenny. We're also going to be talking to Jessica Varnish, also one of Great Britain's cyclists whose games was over within minutes after a disqualification. We've already spoken to Great Britain's Holly Bleasdale this morning. Congratulations to her. Her boyfriend proposed to her last night after she came 6th in the pole vault, and she said yes. And now let's talk to the man who has given Lord Coe, the chairman of the Games organisers, his most memorable moment of the Olympics so far. And before we do, Mike Costello, Great Britain's Philip Sado on the big screen here, and we can hear the roar from the crowd.
Yes, a rumble went around as the image of Philip Sado appeared, and he just gave the thumbs up to the camera, and he takes a huge intake of breath and a kind of a sigh there as well. He's clearly quite tense and quite nervous, waiting for this competition to get underway. It's his first competition for well over 2 months since he pulled up injured in the Diamond League meeting. We should point out that before that he was in good form. He had 2 good wins earlier in the season, including one at the Diamond League meeting in Shanghai. So within 5 or 6 minutes Philip Sado will make his first attempt at London 2012.
So he's on the other side of the track to us. We watch this. I mean, we've got our monitors here on the desks. Mike, we're going to stay with this because we want every step of this hop, skip and jump.
Yeah, Philip Sado is 4th to go in the triple jump, so it will be some time yet. And there is one event here in the home straight before that, which is the final heat in the men's 110 metres hurdles. We've just seen Aries Merritt, the American champion and the world leader this year, go through in 13.07 seconds, which is by some way the fastest of the first round so far. And still to come, Liu Shang of China, who won gold in 2004, and Andy Turner of Britain is drawn in lane 7.
And that roar is for Phillips, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes.
Yeah, OK. We've also got the next heat in the 110 metres hurdles, just a couple of minutes away. Darren, who are we looking at in that heat?
Andrew Turner, the Brit, hasn't been in the best of form, probably out of the 110 metre hurdlers. He hasn't really shown what he's really capable of. He has won medals in the past, but he is really going to have to step up his game if he's going to make the semi-finals, even the finals of this hurdles.
Mike, do you want to take this away?
Yes, this is one of the most competitive first round heats. The fastest qualifier so far, as I say, Aries Merritt, the American champion, in 13.07 seconds. Also through the defending Olympic champion, Dairon Robles, who, as Darren was saying about Andy Turner, hasn't had the best of seasons, but maybe he's been just getting himself fit for when it really matters, which is the Olympic Games. So many athletes, and we've seen it here time and time again at the Olympic Games, get their seasons upside down. They produce brilliant performances in May and June and then come to the big championship when it matters, whether it's the World Championships or here at the Olympic Games, and can't reproduce that form. Liu Shang of China is a man who's done it time and again in the past. Olympic champion in Athens in 2004. That desperately disappointing withdrawal at the heat stage in Beijing in 2008, and we got an illustration of what the Chinese must have been feeling when we watched Jessica Ennis and Mo Farah competing here at the weekend. And just imagine how the crowd here would have felt had they had to pull out even during the warm-up of their competition on the morning it was about to start. Liu Shang is drawn in lane number 4, also won the world title in 2007, and then last year at the World Championships was impeded by Dairon Robles in the closing stages. Controversial decision by the officials to disqualify Dairon Robles, and it meant that this man, who gets a huge ovation from the crowd here at London 2012, Andy Turner, was promoted from 4th place to the bronze medal position. But he hasn't been in that kind of form so far this season. Can he now turn it round and produce one of his best efforts? Because he's going to need better than he's produced so far this season, even to get through to the semi-finals tomorrow evening. Shang is in lane 4. Noga of Poland is another one of the contenders for the first 3 spots. Quinones of Spain in 5. Turner is in 7. Sadok of the Netherlands is in 8. And Nuruddin of Nigeria on the outside in lane number 9. The last to settle onto his blocks is Liu Shang of China, Olympic champion in 2004, now going for gold again, 8 years apart. And Liu Shang leads into that first barrier and crashes to the ground. So for the second Olympic Games in a row, it's just despair for Liu Shang, the champion in 2004. Meantime, Andy Turner takes up the running, and Andy Turner returns to form just when he needed it most. 13.42 seconds. So what a dramatic first round in the men's 110 metres hurdles, and still sitting on his backside beyond the second hurdle, way down at the other end of the track, is Liu Shang of China, who pulled out injured in 2008 and now crashes through the second barrier in 2012. His Olympic Games over.
I think he's done his Achilles, yeah.
We'd had reports that his Achilles was bad coming into this. He actually moved himself from his training camp in Teddington because it was too cold, went across to Dusseldorf to prepare.
He's damaged it badly as well, because you can see he can't even stand up. Yeah,
and that was he's hopping now off the track to that applause from the appreciative crowd.
And yet, as Mike said, he did get out. He got out and was at the first hurdle, but an Achilles pain is just like somebody stabbing you right in your Achilles. It's an awful, awful feeling.
I ruptured mine a couple of years ago, and out of all the injuries I ever had as an athlete, it was the worst ever.
He looks like he's hopping back out onto the track.
Yeah, because he's got to come this way, which is ridiculous.
He's gone down the wrong tunnel.
Yeah,
oh my
it's ridiculous.
Goodness. He's got to hop all the way down the length of the 110 metres hurdles track.
Well, this is another one of those moments. It's almost like Derek Redmond here. People won't forget this as he hops on his left leg all the way down through the barriers now. And he's actually going inside the track to lean on one of the barriers to just give himself a respite, and now he starts again, and he comes back close to the winning line, directly in front of us here, and still the crowd roar. And he's shaking the hand of another one of the athletes, the Hungarian Balázs Bajai, and he gets a hug and now gets helped off the track. And all of the athletes coming back now, including Andy Turner, and they give him a hand now. Embrace him and take him away from the track.
This is when it gets ridiculous. He's clearly got a major problem, and rather than letting go that way, he's got to come right down the straight. I know rules are rules, but sometimes, you know, you've got to have a bit of compassion. The Achilles is one of the worst things you can ever do, because when I snapped my Achilles, I had a 95% tear. The pain shot from my Achilles, went to my brain and went right back down to my Achilles. Worst pain ever. Disgraceful.
And that's going to be one of those images that you'll see on the front pages of the newspapers tomorrow, of Liu Shang going down just before that second hurdle and then being helped off by two of his competitors, including Great Britain's Andy Turner, who, by the way, won that heat in the 110 metres hurdles. Now, it's just gone at 11:15. It's 5 Live at the Olympics, and we are awaiting Philip Sado in the triple jump, just to see exactly how he is looking. He has not competed since early June. Mike.
And so Philip Sado appears on the end of the triple jump run-up. There are 27 competitors here. 12 of them will make their way through to the final. He needs a performance of 17 metres and 10 centimetres to qualify automatically or to finish in the top 12 of these two groups of 27 competitors in total. It's 2 months since he last competed. The guessing games have gone on virtually ever since. Is he fit? Is he injured? What sort of shape is he in this morning? Virtually in the shadow of the place where he was born and raised. He now attempts to win the one title that has eluded him. He's won Commonwealth gold, he's won World Championship gold, he won the silver medal last time, and now he attempts to get into the final at London 2012, on towards the takeoff board and out close towards 16.5 metres. So not enough at this stage for certain qualification, but a sign that he has some kind of fitness at least. Catherine Merry.
It does. He actually hopped, stepped and jumped and landed in the pit in one piece, which is a good start, but there wasn't much speed on the runway. No. He was tentative into the board. He was collapsing in his two phases. The green line on our big screens in the stadium showed the automatic qualifying, as you said, of 17 metres and 10. It's a start. He's in one piece, and we know he's in one piece. That's the only thing you've learned.
His run-ups all the way through, and you could see the first couple he was trying to get his rhythm and stuff like that. Oh, this is a very interesting sight because Aston Moore, his coach, is on the screen coming now to give him a bit of advice, but there seemed to even be a bit of a situation between them from what we were reading in the press. Who knows what's really been going on? I think we won't get the true story till after, but the important thing right now is, one, Phillips has got to jump in. More importantly, he's going to have to increase that speed so he can get through those faces quicker and with a lot more power. But he's at least got to jump in.
He's got 2 more attempts, has he, in order to qualify?
Yes, he has. 16 metres and 47 centimetres. At the moment, leaves him in second place. This is only one of 2 groups, though, so there is still a long, long way to go, and that might not be enough to get him through.
And our expert commentators and summarisers will keep an eye on Philip Sado for you here on 5 Live this morning. Now, let's talk to the man who's given Lord Coe one of his most memorable moments at the Olympics so far. This man isn't Mo Farah, it isn't Jason Kenny, it isn't Greg Rutherford. He is one of the 70,000 volunteers, as Lord Coe explained to 5 Live earlier this week.
I was on the tube going out to the stadium early the other morning, and one of our games makers in the now familiar uniform, I shook his hand and said, "Thank you for doing this." I said, "First of all, what venue?" And he said, "I'm boxing." I said, "What are you doing there?" And he said, "I'm medical." And I said, "Oh, that's a good one. That's important. We get that right for all sorts of reasons in boxing." And I got hold of his accreditation and I said, "Look, thank you." I said, "What do you do when you're not doing this?" And he said, "I'm a consultant at a large hospital, A&E. And I said, "That gives me even more confidence that the boxers are in good hands." I said, "Thank you very much for doing this. You know, we can't do it without you." And he said, No. He looked at me quite seriously and he said, "Thank you." And I said, "Well, no. And we got, and he said, No, this is closure for me." You know, I was a bit taken aback by that. And he said, "I was a consultant anaesthetist on the morning of 7/7. He said, "I didn't even know whether I really wanted to be a volunteer." He said, "I hummed and hawed over putting the forms in, then I pulled them back, and then I went again." And he said, "I got the job, did the training." And he said, "I wasn't even sure, frankly, whether I'd make it through the first morning." And he said, "This for me has been closure," because he said, "I saw the worst that day in mankind." And he said, "I've now got into this and I'm seeing the best." And he said, "For me, this has been an extraordinary journey these last few days." And that really summed up to me what the volunteers are doing here. To have that conversation, it's the conversation I will remember for the rest of my life.
Well, let's talk now to consultant anaesthetist Dr. Andrew Hartle. Good morning, Dr. Hartle, and thank you for your patience. Welcome to the programme.
Good morning.
Describe to our listeners what work you were involved in on July the 7th, 2005.
Well, I'm an anaesthetist and an intensive care doctor, and on the 7th of July I was involved in the emergency department in the resuscitation room looking after the most seriously injured patients from the Edgware Road bombing.
And that everyone knows, was a day after the announcement in Singapore that London had won the bid to host the Olympics. Are those 2 days linked in some way for you in your mind?
Well, they were. I think those 2 days were closely linked because the only thing anyone was talking about on the morning of the 7th of July was that we'd won the Games. I think rather cynically, most of us living and working in London were just moaning about it and what effect it was going to have on the transport and the crowds. And then the bombings happened. And so for the next 7 years, those two events, the award of the Games and the bombings, have been linked. But I think the last 10 days and the opening ceremony and being part of the Games has completely separated them for me. The Games now stand on their own as a truly astonishing event.
And what, when you reflect on the 7th of July, what do you think about?
You try not to think about it too much. We see lots of seriously injured patients at St Mary's. We're a major trauma centre. It's what we do. But somehow it's different when you know that people have been injured in that way, completely innocent people who just got on the tube to go to work and had these injuries inflicted on them. And the message that sent to the world was not one that London should be proud of. But London can send a very different message to the world now.
Which is what, do you think, Dr. Hartle?
That we can all pull together, we can put on an absolutely great Games, that there's a completely different spirit about London. The atmosphere has changed completely. It's been a bit embarrassing being picked out. As you said, I'm one of 70,000 volunteers, 70,000 games makers. And I want to pay tribute to all the other 69,999 games makers. It's been a fantastic experience, a great pleasure to work with them. And each and every one of them has really given it their all to make the Games a brilliant showcase for what London can do.
And why did you want to be one of these volunteers?
I was asked to do it. The emergency medical services are organised by Dr. David Zeiderman. He's a friend and colleague of mine. He asked me to do it, and it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I think if you live in London, you either throw yourself life and soul into the Games or stay well clear, and I don't regret for a moment having been part of the Games.
And the phrase, it brought you some closure that you talked to Lord Coe about. Can you explain that a little bit more?
I think you always carry a few ghosts and demons with you after an event like that, and sometimes we talk about them and sometimes we don't. But I think particularly the opening ceremony was an incredibly emotional experience for anybody watching it, and being able to finally separate the bombings from the Games has been a really positive experience for me.
And you pay tribute to the other volunteers, of course, the tens of thousands of them. We have come across many. All the families that have come here have come across many. The children being high-fived on their way out of the stadium and so on. The spirit has been quite extraordinary, hasn't it?
It's been like nothing I've ever experienced before in my life, and I'm not sure I'll ever experience quite this buzz again. I hope that we can take something away from the Olympics, that London can be a slightly nicer place to be, that we can all keep smiling and saying hello to each other rather than retreating behind our newspapers on the tube in the morning.
Do you think that will happen?
I can live in hope.
Yes. Thank you very much for talking to us. We appreciate your time this morning and your patience. Thank you, Dr. Andrew Hartle, who is one of the 70,000 volunteers here who had, as Lord Coe explained to Gary Richardson on Sports Week on Sunday, it was one of the most memorable conversations he will ever have. 10:58, 5 Live. Alison Kerwish, they do update us on the heats for the women's 5,000 metres.
Yeah, Victoria, well, we've got the first one of two, and we've got the reigning 10,000 metre champion, the newly crowned champion, Tirunesh Dibaba, in this one from Ethiopia, looking to do the double-double. She's the reigning champion over this distance as well. You've got Violet Kibwet from Kenya, who, again, we know it's going to be an Ethiopia versus Kenya battle come the final. We're about to see Vivian Cheruiyot, the reigning world champion, in the second one. But as it is, it's Fukuhashi from Japan leading them through. It's a fairly pedestrian pace for these sort of girls. And it's top 5 to qualify with 5 fastest losers.
Thank you very much. By the way, in the velodrome, Laura Trott going again on day 2 of the Women's Omnium. That's the multi-discipline event. It's the final 3 events for her today, and she leads at the halfway mark. Good morning, it's Victoria Derbyshire in the Olympic Stadium with Mark Chapman at Hyde Park, where the Brownlee brothers are about to go for gold.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012 on 5 Live.
Great Britain's Andy Turner won his heat in the 110 metres hurdles, but Liu Zhang from China is out.
And Liu Zhang leads into that first barrier and crashes to the ground. So for the second Olympic Games in a row, it's just despair for Liu Zhang, the champion in 2004. Meantime, Andy Turner takes up the running, and Andy Turner returns to form just when he needed it most. 13.42 seconds. So what a dramatic first round in the men's 110 metres hurdles, and still sitting on his backside beyond the second hurdle, way down at the other end of the track, is Liu Zhang of China.
Philippe Sédot has started his quest for Olympic triple jump gold, although he looked tentative on his first jump. Goldie Sayers is out of the javelin after struggling with her elbow injury. And Usain Bolt returns to the track at 11:50 this morning in the heats for the 200 metres.
Here at Hyde Park, Alistair and Johnny Brownlee are gearing up for the start of the men's triathlon. That gets underway at 11:30. We'll also be talking to Jason Kenny and Jess Barnish between 12:30 and 2. Plus, to come later on 5 Live, Laura Trott, Sir Chris Hoy and Victoria Pendleton are all in action in the velodrome. Peter and Colin will bring you the best of the action throughout the afternoon.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Richard Foster. The value of shares in Standard Chartered Bank has plunged following allegations that it laundered money for Iran. The British bank has strongly denied the claims, which have been made by regulators in the United States. A woman has been stabbed to death in a taxi in Birmingham. The attack happened in Northfield during the rush hour this morning. Detectives say a man escaped. 2 small children have been killed in a road accident in Leicester. The boy was 1, the girl 2. Both were in pushchairs. They were hit by 2 cars. Detectives investigating the payment of bribes to police officers have made 2 further arrests this morning. A 37-year-old journalist and a 29-year-old police officer were taken into custody as part of Operation Elvedon. And officials in eastern Afghanistan say a suicide bomber has attacked a NATO military base, wounding at least 11 Afghans and 2 foreign troops. The bomber used a lorry packed with explosives. Now the sport, here's George.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning from the velodrome, and a real buzz, as there always is inside this iconic venue when there's British interest, and that interest is as strong as the noise that surrounds it as we await Laura Trott competing in the 3-kilometre individual sprint pursuit, the 5th event in the Omnium, which she leads. She is the final heat, and we are at the penultimate heat. So in the next few minutes, Laura Trott will be back on the track. Already, Sir Chris Hoy has started his quest for a British record 6th Olympic gold medal by winning his Keirin first round heat to ease into the semi-finals. In the athletics, Philippe Sédot has registered a jump of 16 metres 82 in his first attempt to qualify for the final. He needs to jump either 17 metres 10 or finish in the top 12 to go through. Britain's Lawrence Clark and Andy Turner are through to the 110-metre hurdles semi-finals. Andrew Pozzi, though, unable to finish his heat, pulling up with a hamstring injury. And as you heard, China's Liu Zhang crashing out. Goldie Sayers as well, unable to compete in the javelin final tomorrow after registering 3 successive no throws in qualifying. And Usain Bolt starts the defence of his 200 metres title in the heat at 11:50. Over at Eton Dorney, Britain's Rachel Cawthorne is through to the semi-finals of the women's single kayak. Abby Edmonds and Louisa Sawyers sneaked a place in the semi-finals of the kayak doubles by 0.03 of a second. Brothers Jonathan and Alistair Brownlee go for gold in the triathlon in 30 minutes in Hyde Park. And on 5 Live Olympics Extra right now, you can hear coverage of the men's hockey. That's Pakistan against Australia. Away from London 2012, as expected, Arsenal have completed the signing of midfielder Santi Cazorla from Malaga. It's an undisclosed fee. West Brom have signed the Sweden striker Marcus Rosenberg, and the world snooker champion Ronnie O'Sullivan has settled his differences, it seems, with the sports governing body, and looks set to return to the main tour.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
In the stadium
Personally,
this
it's
morning.
been a goal for a long time to win an Olympic medal, and it just adds to that the fact that it could be the first gold medal or any medal for British triathlon, and I think, to be honest, any medal would be a success for British triathlon at the moment.
That's Alistair Brownlee talking about the triathlon. Him and his brother Johnny go at 11:30 this morning here at Hyde Park. Victoria's in the stadium. I'm stood here. I've got Vicky Holland with me, although the Times called, what do the Times call you, Vicky Netherlands?
That's correct, yes. I'm in the results as Vicky Netherlands, which is fantastic. Best thing I've seen.
You would not believe the discussions that go on from people. He really ought to have better things to do about whether we should call them Holland or Netherlands. Anyhow, Vicky Holland, who went in the triathlon as part of the British women's competitive team. When was it? Saturday, Sunday, or every day blurs into one?
Saturday morning for sure.
And we saw when you finished that you had quite a badly gashed knee from falling off your bike. So first things first, is your knee all right?
Yeah, it'll be fine. It's still a bit gammy. It's weeping all over the place. So it's all bandaged up, but it's just a bit bruised and a bit gammy, but nothing too serious.
If you're just having your coffee break and a couple of custard creams, then enjoy that. But it does emphasise and symbolise just how tough this event is.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to cycling. You have to accept that there will be crashes and things happen, and at times you're going to come down and you get back up and you do what you can do. But it's just a shame that for me it happened in the Olympic Games. I hadn't had a crash for a while, but being due one in the Olympics is unfortunate. And
is this course difficult for when the Brownlee brothers and Stuart Hayes go around? Are they going to find the cycling course difficult? Is it tight?
It's not massively tight. It's just a case of if the roads are a little bit slick, which is what we discovered on Saturday morning. And the boys, when they raced last year, they had really treacherous conditions with huge downpours at the test event this time last year, and there was quite a few crashes in the boys' race then as well. So we just hope that they've done as much as they can do to keep the roads as dry and as grippy, if you like, as possible. And as long as that's in check, I think everything will be fine. There's lots to ask you about as regards the triathlon. Let's just start about how nasty it can be in the swim. We do call it the bun fight quite a lot, and every race varies, and it depends a lot on whether swimmers of similar ability are next to each other on the pontoon, because when that happens you end up not being able to get free water. You're swimming with someone stroke for 1,500 metres, people all around you, every side of you, and it does get quite aggressive in there. So yeah, it can be quite a fight. And you're smiling at that as well. You like the little feisty stuff, don't you? Now, are you all right to stay with me for another couple of minutes? Just going to go to Vassos at the dive in Vassos.
Very briefly, Christopher Mears in the semi-finals of the men's individual 3-metre springboard. 6 dives per competitor. There are 18 in the semi-final. 12 go through to the final. They have had 4 of their 6 dives. And Christopher Mears, the 19-year-old from Southampton, is lying 14th just outside the final at the moment.
Let's go back to the stadium, Mike.
And Philip Sidowu soon to take his second attempt in qualifying for the men's triple jump final. The man who won silver 4 years ago in Beijing, now at the age of 33. And as he gets set at the end of the triple jump run up, so the crowd roar once again. 16 metres and 47 centimetres in the first round. He's in 11th place with 12 to go through to the final. Now he tries to get more speed onto the takeoff board, but once again walks through the pit, and that's his second round attempt, walking through the sand. And so that won't be enough. At the moment, Philip Sidowu still in 11th place, 12 certain to qualify. He has one more attempt to improve that position. He's standing perilously close to elimination at the qualification stage of the men's triple jump.
We are 20 minutes away from the triathlon getting underway. Listen, Vicky, this is, if my experience is anything to go by, one of the fastest growing sports in Britain.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously on the inside of that, and I really believe that it's becoming more and more widespread, just from the people in the general public who ask you what you do, and they know what triathlon is, whereas 5-6 years ago people would need an explanation of the sport, and now it's an incredibly fast-growing participation sport, and also the elite level is ramping up and up all the time, so it's really exciting to be involved.
And the Brownlee brothers that we're going to see today, from one triathlete, give us an appreciation of their abilities.
You know, they are without doubt the best in the world. They're phenomenal, and being the best in the world doesn't necessarily guarantee Olympic medals. We've seen that time and time again, but they're in the best possible position to do that, and I really believe that they're strong enough, fit enough and ready to go and win.
Thank you for talking to us. Look after that knee.
I will do, thank you.
Laura Holland, Laura Netherlands, depending on what. Oh, Vicky, sorry. Oh, made it even worse now. That's because I'm going to Laura Trott in the Omnium. Simon Brotherton.
Thank you, Mark. Welcome to the velodrome here. Laura Trott is on the starting line now. This is the 3 kilometres individual pursuit, 12 laps of the track. It's a timed event. That's how the results are decided for this event. It's not the fact that she's up against Sarah Hammer on the opposite side of the track. They're not trying to knock each other out or anything like that. They are purely racing for the time. And we're almost ready to go, and away they go here. Laura Trott in the gold medal position at the halfway mark in the women's Omnium, and she's now underway here in the 3,000 metres individual pursuit. Rob Hales, she's up against a good athlete here, Sarah Hammer, 4 times world individual pursuit champion. But in the bigger picture, what can we expect from Laura here?
Well, we need Laura to finish as high up as possible in this race. She can't lose too many positions to Hammer because they are currently on the same amount of points. It's all going to come down to the scratch race later on. And going into the last event, the time trial, which is one of Laura's stronger events, I don't think she can go into that event with about 3 or 4 points behind Hammer.
Well, a couple of laps in, and Laura Trott actually is ranking number 1 at the moment. This is the last heat, so we'll know where she stands as soon as she finishes. Now, 9 laps to go. What's the situation? Laura Trott now just a little bit behind Sarah Hammer, but if it's first or second here in the women's pursuit, that would be great from Laura Trott's point of view. She can't afford to lose too many points here. Annette Edmondson has done a good ride for Australia. Tara Whitten from Canada, 2 times out of the last 3 years. She's been the world champion. Hers is the time to beat, 3:31.114.
This is really good. Both riders are over a second up on current leader Tara Whitten in this event. So she's doing the good job. This is what she needs to do.
Paul Manning, the coach, standing on the line on the halfway mark down the finishing straight. Now he just moves forward a little bit as Laura Trott circles the track. 12 laps of this velodrome here, and she's about halfway through it now, riding on the bottom line, the pursuiter's line, the black line at the bottom of the track with 6 laps to go.
And Hammer, she's just starting to eke out a little bit more of a lead, but that doesn't matter because it looks at the moment like Laura Trott is going to finish at least second in this event, which is all good for her.
Laura Trott, the world champion in the Omnium. She won in Melbourne back in April, an Olympic gold medalist and world record holder from the team pursuit. She's already got that 1 gold medal. Will it be a second gold by the end of the day? She's in pole position at the moment, but as Rob says, that scratch race is going to be key, and she needs to do a good ride here now with 4 laps to go.
Paul Manning, the coach, he's just urging her on, just urging her to pull out a little bit more just to keep this second place. That's all she needs to do. She doesn't need to really turn herself inside out to try and beat Hammer. That's not the issue here. She just needs to keep herself up at the top of the field in that second place.
And we shouldn't forget that the woman on the other side of the track, Sarah Hammer, is a fantastic individual pursuiter. She is a world champion individual pursuiter, not once but on 4 occasions in recent years. She got a silver in the team pursuit here in London. 2 laps to go, and Laura Trott is still ranking number 2. Sarah Hammer the fastest in the field. So that means if it stays like this, Laura Trott would get 2 points. She'd slip into the silver medal position, but only by 1 point. And that means this event would have gone to form. The crowd now urging Laura Trott on as she takes the bell. 1 final lap to just get a little bit more out of her legs if she possibly can. She goes down the back straight now. The flags wave. Laura Trott riding round to this wall of noise inside the velodrome, around the banking and into the finishing straight. Here she comes now, over the line, Laura Trott, 3:30.547, second fastest in this event in the 18-woman field. Applause from Paul Manning, the coach. Applause richly deserved. Sarah Hammer, the class of the field. She's won the women's individual pursuit. We're not surprised about that. Laura Trott finishing second in this event. Rob Hales.
That's the best we could have asked for there from Laura. That's perfect, absolutely perfect. Going into the scratch race, it's all going to be on that. It's going to be tactical, but she's got that head on her.
So 4 events out of 6 have now been completed. In the gold medal position, Sarah Hammer of the United States, 13 points. silver medal position. Laura Trott, Great Britain, 14 points, just the 1 point down. And then we go back into third place to Tara Whitten on 21 points in bronze. Fourth, Annette Edmondson of Australia, also on 21 points. So Laura Trott very much in the hunt for gold here still.
And 2 more events to go, as you said. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Rob. It's 14 minutes past 11. We've just had heat 1, round 1 of the women's 5,000 metres. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, and as expected, Victoria, it was Tirunesh Dibaba, the new Olympic champion at 10,000 metres, leading the way with Dafar, her compatriot from Ethiopia, and Kibiwott in those first 3 spots. Great news for Barbara Parker, though. Outside the first 5 places through to the final, but a personal best by 2 seconds. 15 minutes and 12. She will now have to wait because there are 5 fastest losers, but chances are, I think in this second heat we'll probably see a couple more athletes going quicker than that. But a personal best, and having to miss the final of the steeplechase by 1 place, I really do hope that doesn't happen now. But we've got Jo Pavey and Julia Bleasdale going in this second heat, both obviously a personal best in the 10,000 metres, Jo finishing 7th and Julia finishing 8th, so it would be great to see them get through to the 5,000 final.
Let's just pause for a moment and talk to Kath about Philip Sodou and where we are with his. We await his 3rd jump. 17 metres 10 is the qualifying. His first jump was 16.47 centimetres. The second one, Catherine, just remind us what happened.
Well, it was a no jump. He was a good 2 inches over the plasticine, and whether you know that as an athlete, you can tell when something's not quite right. He ran through, so basically, Victoria, it was a no jump. He has 1 jump left to secure his place in the men's triple jump final. He's currently in 12th position, because when you combine the A and the B pool that go on simultaneously on the back straight, if 12 athletes haven't got the automatic qualifying of 17 metres and 10, which they haven't, there's only 2 so far, they'll take the top 12. So he's currently in 12th position. But to be honest, do we really want to see Philip Sodou scraping through to a triple jump final? No.
Well, what would he want to do? He'd rather be in the final than not, wouldn't he?
To give himself a chance.
Yes.
But believe me, knowing Phillips, he'd rather be in the final knowing that he'd actually put out a good performance this morning. Today was all about everybody seeing what shape Philip Sodou is in. I don't think he can challenge for a medal the shape that he's in unless he nails one and gets himself psychologically in the right place. He's not in good shape at the moment, but of course, Victoria, he'd rather be in the final than not. But now we know the shape that Philip Sodou is in. He's walking around, he's pacing. You know, when you have like an aching injury or a bad back, you twitch it and you move it all the time and you give it a good shake. That's what Phillips has been doing since he came out here. So he has 1 more attempt to guarantee his place in the final, but I'm looking down at the start list. I think he's actually potentially now gone out of the top 12, so he does need to get it to get 1 more jump in the bag.
I know Darren is desperate to come in on this. You know him well. How do you think he looked?
I was going to say I kind of agree with what Kath is saying with regards to him not wanting to scrape through to the final. But when you haven't had the opportunity to jump and perform, then the more you're able to perform, the more you get your timing and your rhythm. So even like stepping on the plasticine, maybe the first time round he committed into that jump maybe 60%. The second round maybe he went 80% and just got the timing wrong with regards to the board. I think if he can, because that's always been my biggest fear. When people have said to me, is he joking around? Is he doing it just to hype it up so all the exposure's on him? You would not pull out of meetings because you need the meetings because that's where you practice. This centre stage is where you come and perform, but you got to practice before you perform.
Without a doubt, he definitely injured himself in Eugene. People heard him yelp when he landed in the pit in the 3rd attempt.
And that was the beginning of June, wasn't it?
That was June the 2nd, yeah.
I was there, it was awful. Absolutely awful.
And then he just disappeared. So, look, we know that he's been injured, and we all hope more than anything that he can pull it together, but it's so sad to see.
Yeah, OK. Right, listen, we were watching Great Britain's Goldie Sayers in the javelin, in qualifying for the women's javelin earlier. She's had an elbow injury. It didn't look good after the second throw. That was pretty much it. Her Olympics over, and here she is talking to Sonia Matoko.
Goldie, can you begin to put into words what the sense of disappointment is right now?
No, not really. It's difficult. Having been in the best shape of my life 3 weeks ago, I'm physically doing things in training that I've never done before, but I had tore an elbow ligament at Palace, and thanks to a great medical team, I have got myself. I was fit enough to compete, but for some reason the nerves in my hand, I just couldn't feel my hand, so couldn't flight the javelin at all. So, and normally my arm is the thing I can rely on every competition. That it's just the irony is, in 20 years of throwing, I've never once hurt my elbow. So I'm sure, this is, I don't know, I'm sure it's happened for a reason, but the crowd is just unbelievable, and I'd love to have been in the final to experience that, and it would have pulled out the best of me had I been fit, but yeah, just devastating.
When you woke up this morning, in the back of your mind, did you fear this might happen?
I don't think you can. I really seriously, I have had some negative thoughts creep in the last 3 weeks, but this week, the last 6 days, there was a moment last week I thought I had to pull out because I was in such excruciating pain, but it's actually got better. And a few days ago I had quite a good throwing session, but I think just proprioceptively a nerve got caught in my hand and I just could not feel the javelin, and it's quite a disconcerting thing when you get to the end of the run-up and your natural kind of gift doesn't do what it knows how to do. So you have to. I had to have huge faith and belief, and I did, and I wasn't panicking at any point through those 3 rounds. I just felt totally present and with it, and felt in fantastic shape. That's what's so frustrating.
You threw the British record in the very opening round at Crystal Palace, and then injured the elbow later on in the competition. Is there any part of you that is kicking yourself? You have regrets that you didn't just quit while you were ahead that day?
Yeah, hindsight, it's fantastic, but that was another home crowd. I was just really enjoying the moment, and unfortunately me and adrenaline don't mix very well in terms of I don't feel as much pain as I perhaps should, and I just felt like I had a slightly tight forearm, so I carried on because I was enjoying myself, and I still thought I could throw 70 metres that day even in bad conditions. Yes, I would love to rewind 3 weeks and pull out after 3 rounds, but I don't know, I was just enjoying myself, and you have to take those opportunities when you feel in the best shape of your life, and I feel like that today. Just from my sort of bicep down, just does not want to play ball, and it's just so frustrating. But I had to try. It's Olympic Games, and it's 15 years of work, but I did make a decision. When we were on the bus on the way to the track, I just had a bit of a moment, and when I was thinking I might have to pull out, I did say I'm definitely going to carry on till Rio. I know I can medal. This has obviously happened for a reason, but I'll be back, no doubt.
Well, that was interesting because we were discussing whether this might be her last Olympics, and now she's given us her decision. She's definitely going to carry on, Mike.
Yeah, and I think that's a decision born of the upset of this morning. She had said to us at Crystal Palace after she'd broken the record there that she would be going on to Rio. And I think it's going to be desperately difficult for her to hold on to that kind of form for yet another 4 years. She broke the British record in Beijing in 2008, and she broke it again at Crystal Palace, 3.5 weeks or so ago. But with the number of injuries that she's had, this is by no means the only injury that she's had since Beijing. I think she's going to find it very difficult to hold her body together and to keep the requisite amount of form over the next 4 years, because by the time we get to Rio, she'll be 34.
Yes. We are a few minutes away from Great Britain's Philip Zadow's third attempt in the triple jump. Don't worry, you will not miss that. Let's just assess what's happened this morning, Catherine, as well, because there's been Goldie Sayers, obviously the drama there in the 110 metres hurdles. The men's, Andrew Potsy of Great Britain out. He couldn't even get over the third hurdle, and then China's Liu Zheng couldn't even get over the second hurdle with an Achilles injury. He dropped to the floor, and then we saw him hopping right past us 120 metres down this side of the track in order to get out of this place, helped by some of his rivals, including Andy Turner, who came first in that heat, we should say. Some really dramatic scenes this morning.
There have been. It's been a very up and down morning, and mainly down, to be honest. Losing Goldie, losing Andy Potsy, and obviously Philip's on the verge of going out to the men's triple jump. And basically, we need a boost. And Mike Costello, it's Philip Sodowoo's chance to give this 80,000 crowd, this British crowd, a boost here with his final jump.
Yes, it is. The top 12 will go through to the men's triple jump final on Thursday evening here. Philip Sodowoo at the moment is in 14th position. He needs a leap of 16 metres and 57 centimetres to get in as the 12th and final qualifier. Normally, a fit Philip Sodowoo would find this well within his compass, but from the evidence of the first 2 rounds, this is not a fit and reliable Philip Sodowoo. But he's going to make one final attempt. Can he go where Goldie Sayers couldn't? Now he starts on the run-up, down towards the board. There's slightly more speed this time, and this looks slightly better, out towards 16.5 metres. He's going to need 16 metres and 57 centimetres to make himself one of the top dozen here. Now everybody looks at the scoreboard, which is just inside the infield to the left of the run-up as they take it. Philip Sodowoo needs 16 metres and 57 centimetres on his third and final attempt to take him into the top 12 in the competition. 16 metres and 53 centimetres. It's just shy of that mark. So it's all over for Philip Sodowoo, and all the controversies and all the rows have finished. There is no longer an enigma. There's no longer any puzzle. He simply isn't fit enough, and Philip Sodowoo won't be in the men's triple jump final.
Oh my goodness, Catherine Mary.
It's disappointing, and in this moment in time, he's 13th out of the top 12 that he needed. What a horrible, horrible number. Just 3 centimetres shy of potentially getting in the final. Because think, Victoria, he'd have had a nervous wait if he'd have got in that top 12. The competition isn't finished yet. But we now know that Philip Sodowoo, unfortunately, didn't have the competitions, as Darren said. He was rusty. We know the shape he was in, and unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. He came out the sandpit, Victoria. He ripped his British sweatband off his head, and he's walking back now with his head in his hands, and a ripple of applause from the British crowd, who I really genuinely think appreciated him
Where
coming
is he now on this
and making
track?
a bit of an effort.
It's so busy down here.
You see the Jamaican
by that
flag?
second booth, there's a Jamaican flag, and he's just sat down.
Yes.
With the flag just behind him. He's actually sat on the floor, not on the seats.
Yes, a ripple of applause, but this crowd, I mean, the BOA said he's ready to compete. What was he?
Well, he's competed, but it's a question of competing at what level. He clearly can't compete at his best level. And what's really disappointing and will be so frustrating for him is that this, at the moment, is not the highest quality competition. As we saw in the men's long jump earlier in the Olympic Games, there is something happening over on that far side, whether it's crosswinds or whatever, but on that run-up, the best long jumpers and now the best triple jumpers in the world are really struggling. There has been one exception, I must say. Christian Taylor, the American who won the world title last year, and who Jonathan Edwards has said could be the man to break his world record with his first attempt, 17 metres and 21 centimetres. He looked absolutely fantastic, and Will Clay, his compatriot, is currently out. But this will be so disappointing. I'm not sure that we could put into words what it means for Philip Sodowoo, who was raised very, very close to here, had such a struggle as a child, and has been talking about what it would have meant in his heartland to have taken gold.
It'll be very interesting to hear what he has to say to Sonia McLaughlin, our reporter in the mix zone. We will definitely bring you those comments. Vassos at the diving, though, Chris Mears.
Listen to this cheer for Chris Mears, who's just had his final dive. He was lying in 11th place. This is the men's 3-metre individual qualification for the final. It's the semi-final. 12 go through to the final, and Chris Mears, with his hardest dive, his final dive, a forward 4.5 somersault, and this is from the 3-metre board, remember, through the air in a blur, into the water like a knife through butter. We're waiting for his marks. 8s and 8.5s should be enough for Chris Mears. The 19-year-old from Southampton wasn't expected to make the semi-final. He made the semi-final in 18th place. He was the last of the qualifiers for the semi-final. About 6 months ago, by the way, he had a dive to secure his place at the Games. It was a World Cup event in February. He needed a near flawless final dive then in the men's springboard to secure the GB place. He performed under pressure then. He did it again in the prelims last night, which he said, by the way, was the most fun he's ever had. And he's doing it right now. I think it will be enough. Christopher Mears, I think, will be through to the final in the men's 3-metre springboard. That final dive, that front 4.5 somersault dive, was just great.
and we will confirm that for you as soon as we get the news from Vassos. Now, you would have thought that Vassos would be Radio 2 Chris Evans' favourite broadcaster on 5 Live as part of the 5 Live Olympic team. However, that isn't true. Chris's favourite broadcaster, he told me yesterday, is James Cracknell, and he is alongside Alistair Bruce-Paul as we are about to start the men's triathlon with serious medal hopes for Team GB, Alistair.
Yes, indeed. The moment has come for two young brothers from Yorkshire. Alistair Brownlee, Johnny Brownlee, 24 and 22 years old respectively, stand poised on this pontoon that juts out into the Serpentine under grey skies and buzzing helicopters above here in Hyde Park. The two standout triathletes in the world over the last couple of years. Dressed in their black wetsuits and bright green bathing caps with goggles on, and poised potentially, James Cracknell, for a straight shootout between the two of them for the gold medal. They are obviously got serious competitors elsewhere in this field, but they themselves are the standouts, as I say.
They are the standout, and in a way that Cavendish, they've just dived in the way that Cavendish is a standout favourite for the road race. The others, the Gomezes, the Bevan Dohertys, the Simon Whitfields, will be targeting the two brothers. And the commentary is nice that Chris Evans likes what I've said so far, but having watched them all dive in wearing identical wetsuits and identical colour caps, it's like a load of lemmings swimming down the Serpentine. So picking out who's going well might be slightly difficult for the next 20 minutes.
The men's triathlon is underway on BBC Radio 5 Live here in Hyde Park. Britain's competitors, Alistair and Johnny Brownlee. Stuart Hayes is also in the GB team, but as with Lucy Hall and Vicky Holland in the women's race on Saturday, he is specifically there to try and help the Brownlees achieve their aims. James, you know the Brownlees. You had a chat to Alistair Brownlee this morning. He looked, actually, when he was introduced and came along this blue carpet in front of us, supremely relaxed, smiling away, waving to the crowds, ready to go.
Yeah, he was as relaxed as I've seen him. I know that from the serious Achilles injury he had, which meant he couldn't race until June, he went through some really dark moments about whether he should or could carry on and be able to compete in London, and not being able to race, I think he's winning his first World Series race back has put him in the right mental shape, and he looks good to go. And it's a very clever selection with Stuart Hayes, who can really help them on the bike and the swim, and stretch the field ready for the Brownies to dish it out in the run.
We are a minute and 40 seconds in. The swimmers have currently almost disappeared from eye shot for us. We're sitting in a grandstand just beside the banks of the Serpentine. There is a huge big screen for the spectators here to watch the action, but James Cracknell has described it perfectly. It is just a mass of white water. The field has spread slightly. There's a Russian out in front, Alexander Bryukankov, who is a serious competitor. I watched him here last year in the test event, actually split the Brownlees. He took the silver medal with Alistair winning gold and Johnny winning bronze. But listening to Johnny Brownlee as well, James Cracknell talk earlier this week, I think their competitors know their tactics. Johnny Brownlee said it himself. He said, we aim to come out of the water in the top 5. We'll try and create a breakaway on the bike, and we'll go hell for leather in the run. I mean, they just absolutely hammer it in every single phase. In terms of other teams trying to work against them, is that most likely to happen in the bike?
It's a tactic that Simon Whitfield, who won the first Olympic gold medal when it was introduced in Sydney in 2000, he used to make sure he was with everyone and then destroy them on the run, whereas the Brownlees just nail it from the start and then kick everyone again in the run. So they are hard to race against, and they've done a very clever decision with Stuart Hayes, who will work and stretch the field and help the Brownlees in the swim and the bike, and let them go for it in the run.
Alistair and Johnny Brownlee underway. Huge hopes for gold and silver for the two brothers from Yorkshire. They've reached the big yellow buoys at the southern end of the Serpentine. The first swim is just turning and then going to come swing back in front of us again, in front of thousands and thousands of fans packed behind the railings on the banks of the Serpentine. We are constantly, Mark, keeping an eye out for the Brownlee brothers in the swim. We expect them to be high up, and obviously as soon as they pop out of the water...
They're in the top between 5 and 10 going round the boys then, so they're in position.
There we go. Never fear, James Cracknell's here.
Well, I was going to ask you, Alistair, actually, is this one of the most difficult sports that you have commentated on? Because they all look identical in the water, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, the water's the hard bit. Obviously, once they're on the bikes and running, you're fine. But actually, just doing the commentary on Saturday, having never done athletics commentary, it's just an interesting skill to try and learn in terms of commentating on people running, because when you do football and golf and other sports like that, there's quite a lot to kind of pick out in terms of individual skills and techniques and whatever, whereas with running that is actually a little bit tricky. What I would say here is the scene, the setting, Hyde Park, the fans, the colour, the noise, the atmosphere, we do our very best to bring it across to you on the radio, but it is wonderful to describe.
Yeah. Those of us that do triathlon on an amateur level will be very jealous of this setup, because there's not too many people swimming compared to a sort of amateur one where there's just a washing machine of people trying to undo your wetsuit and rip your goggles off, and then the transition zone, which I struggle with. You need to get through it as quick as you can. The major problem I always find is actually locating your bike, whereas here everyone has a good few meters around their bike and it's very easy to spot. And the only thing they've got to watch out for, if they don't put their goggles or helmet in the right place, they get penalised 15 seconds for being untidy.
That's the problem, you see, James. It's what us amateur sportsmen have said all along, that you professionals, whatever sport it is, always have it far too easy. I'm stood on the opposite side of the Serpentine to James and Alistair by the 500-metre mark. The leading swimmers have already gone past that. They're about
Who's
to
in the
come
lead
past
by
me.
you?
The one in the green hat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well spotted.
Let's get confirmation on Chris Mears' dive with Vassos.
Yeah, that final dive. It's difficult to overestimate how difficult the front 4.5 is, especially from the 3-metre board, because, well, it springs. That's why it's called a springboard. So you have to get your jump absolutely right. You're then forwards 4.5 times, tightly tucked in a ball, and then just come out of that tuck at exactly the right time so that you don't over or under rotate. And under the pressure of an Olympic semi-final, it's difficult to overstate how hard that is and how impressive it is that Christopher Mears pulled off the trick to qualify. I can now confirm he is definitely through to tonight's final. It was the preliminaries last night. It's a tough schedule for these guys. Preliminaries last night, 30 divers with 18 spots up for grabs in the semi-finals. Mears qualified 18th for these semi-finals, but was consistent all the way through. After round 1 he was 13th. He slipped to as low as 16th after round 2, but the final 2 dives brought him up to 11th, and I estimate it's still going on the final round, but he'll probably qualify in 9th or 10th place for tonight's final. And just brilliant experience for him, and just brilliant diving. Well done, Christopher Mears, definitely through to tonight's final.
Nice stuff. Thank you, Vassos. Chris Mears through to his final. Great Britain's Philip Sado not through for the triple jump final. Lots of messages from you, some about Philip Sado, which I would like to read to Darren Campbell, but he might have just nipped to the loo. But anyway, just let me read some text regarding the interview with the consultant anaesthetist earlier. Many of you have been texting on 85058. Mark in Stoke says, hi Victoria, I just wanted to say what an uplifting story of the consultant who was a volunteer. I must say that the 3 visits we have had to the Olympic Park, the whole group of volunteers have been so friendly and so upbeat and willing to help in all sorts of ways. Kevin Koch has said it was fantastic to hear the story of the anaesthetist on 7-7, who's now a games maker, providing medical cover for the boxing at London 2012. Pete Jones in Brighton says, hi 5 Live, I can safely say I've wept now every day, a number of times, with the sensational coverage throughout each day, with very emotional stories, highs, lows, great wins and heart-stopping losses. And Victoria Gruleff says, a wonderful interview on 5 Live with the doctor, who is now a volunteer at the Olympics, and while working in A&E on 7-7 encouraged him to volunteer. I've got some text, Darren, that I want to read from our listeners, and some tweets about Philip Sado. But Alison Coversley, why don't you update us on the second heat of the women's 5,000 metres?
And some uplifting news for all British fans. A really impressive performance from our 2 10k performers, Jo Pavey and Julia Bleasdale. Julia Bleasdale really took this race and went with the American with 400 metres to go, heading up the African trio in that field, and finished in a fourth position, which meant that she's straight through into the final, a personal best, and 8th on the UK all-time list. And when you think of the likes of Paula Radcliffe and Zola Budd in there, that was a really impressive performance from Julia. Jo in 7th position, a season's best for her, but she will be a fastest loser, so we will see them both again in the 5,000 metre final.
Uchi Amako on Twitter says, great dissection of the Philip Sado predicament on 5 Live. His jumps today show he isn't fit, so why all the denials? George Swift says, why let people compete when not fit? Philip Harris says, is it a waste of lottery money then, all that has gone to Philip Sado? Mark Roberts says, I'm disappointed he hasn't qualified, but not surprised. What is his issue? Nick Dark says, injured, should never have taken part. Alan Lass says it didn't look good long before he jumped. Has Philip Sado got the same advisor as Kevin Peterson? And one listener here, Darren, says, I'm glad he hasn't qualified for the final. It was all about him rather than Team GB, and that's disgraceful.
Okay, it's easy to go it was all about him and not Team GB, but then you have to ask the question, who actually brought it into the media in the first place?
And you would say that's the head coach, Charles Montgomery?
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying you have to ask that question. You can't go, it was Phillips that turned around to everybody and went, well, I'm not right. And he as an athlete, the last thing you ever want to do is tell your opposition that you have a problem. And you give yourself the best chance to try and get back on track and perform at your best. But you're not going to go to everybody, I'm not fit. Why would you do that?
But you could tell your head coach. And then he wouldn't have to say to the media, I have no idea where he is. I don't know what's going on.
The head coach knew, and the part about the no one knew where he was, that's ridiculous, because you have to fill out a drugs whereabout form where you have to give 2 hours of the day where you are every single day. So for 2 hours of every single day, everybody knew where he was. Everybody involved in the sport knew where Phillips was for 2 hours of every single day. So it's just convenient to go, oh, we don't know where he is and all of this and all of that. But Phillips hasn't come out at any point and actually said anything. Why? Because Phillips, to go that Phillips doesn't want to compete on this big stage is ludicrous. I remember in Manchester being injured and that... I would have given anything to be able to perform in Manchester at the Commonwealth Games in front of a home crowd. I had injury problems, but I'm not going to announce it to everybody that I got the injury problems. Why?
So you want to compete even though you're not at the top of your game. It's the London Games. If an
athlete tells you that they're 100%, then it happens very rarely. In my career, only once was I ever 100%, and I ran 10.04 and became European champ. That was the only time I stepped onto that track and didn't have a problem. We push our bodies, because we push our bodies to the limits every single day. If we had the secret formula to how we train and don't get hurt, then we wouldn't have injuries. Are people cursing out Liu Zhang, who had an injury problem before he took the field and then had to lie down after 2 hurdles? This is where I inform people. It's easy to make a judgment, and when you make certain judgments, you've already picked your side without hearing both sides of the argument.
Sure, and you're right there. We need to hear from Philip Sado himself. We absolutely do. You just want him, and we will shortly, by the way, so do stay tuned here on 5 Live. You just wonder now if the blame game will start between him and his coach and the head coach,
I think
Charles
what we'll
Van
hear
Commenee.
now is the reply. Yeah, because Charles Van Commenee is on Sky News being all smug, going, well, I can do this sanction and I can do that sanction. Well, do it if that's how you feel.
What we want to hear is the truth.
Yeah,
we want to hear what happened from that injury.
Exactly.
Which meant he pulled out from Crystal Palace 25 minutes before. We want the truth, so hopefully we will hear that. Some more texts on Philip Sado in just a second from our listeners. It's 11:42. A serious case review of the Winterbourne View Care Home scandal, which was uncovered by a BBC Panorama investigation, has condemned the institution's private operator, saying they took financial rewards without any accountability. Our reporter Luke Walton can tell us more about this review. Just tell us what happened at the Winterbourne View Care Home, briefly.
Well, it was
pretty shocking viewing. People who watched Panorama would have seen secretly filmed footage of patients being doused with cold water, being bullied, being abused, being slapped around. Out of that has come a major amount of soul searching, not just for Castlebeck, the company that ran the care home, but also the organisations involved in supervising and regulating it. Hence this serious case review. It's taken a year to put together. It's 146 pages long, and it's pretty grim viewing for anyone connected with this private care home. Basic conclusions: Castlebeck left vulnerable adults with learning disabilities in the care of unqualified and underpaid staff. The company put profit above quality, very poor management supervision, as you referred to, and essentially this private hospital excluded families. They weren't let into the sensitive areas. But it's also very tough reading for the agencies involved in regulating and supervising, such as the NHS, the police and the councils. Just one example: the police actually took 29 reports of incidents at Winterbourne over 2 years, including 8 reports of staff on patient incidents, but they didn't follow those up properly, and they didn't share that evidence with other agencies. And there's a catalogue of other problems, really, of agencies not following up reports and warning signs and really not taking this seriously. And the conclusion, they say, is there should be a fundamental shake-up of the way care for vulnerable adults is actually delivered, and we should move much closer towards community facilities that actually can keep in touch with local agencies.
Thank you. Shelley has texted, Philip Sado treated everyone with contempt regarding his injury. I'm not sorry, he is out. Right, at the canoeing, Martin Cross.
250 metres to go in the semi-final of the women's K1 500 metres, the blue ribbon event. Britain's Rachel Cawthorne has to finish in 3rd place. At the moment, she's gone through the 250 in 5th, Anna Hemmings.
She's going to be strong. She's in 5th at the moment, but we know they call her the train because she comes through in the final stages of the race, and she really needs to lay it on the line now. She's currently pulling up on the German. She's coming into 2nd place if she's not in 1st place already.
This is a fantastic paddle from the Brit, Rachel Cawthorne, 23 years of age. She goes through into 1st place, but the Italian, the veteran, twice her age, 47, Josefa Edam, silver medalist from Beijing. She goes through into 1st. It's Cawthorne 2nd. I can't believe she's heading the German. There are 100 metres to go, Anna.
This is the tightest semi-final of the lot. She's in the toughest race. She's going to be hurting now, but she's got about 50 metres to go, and she's hanging on to 2nd place, just behind the indomitable Italian.
The 47-year-old, she leads in the blue boat. Rachel Cawthorne in 2nd. She will get to the final. The Italian, it's Rachel Cawthorne in 2nd. The Portuguese gets 3rd. But for Britain, that was an incredible paddle. We knew she had it in her to make the final, but to be so close to the Italian silver medalist, to put out Katharine Wagner-Austin, the German, and a wow, what a paddle.
Absolutely sensational race from the great ball of fire that they call her. Rachel Cawthorne, we knew she'd be strong, but that was tight, and she had the big guns in her race. You know, Katharine Wagner, the 5-time Olympic champion. She had, the multiple Olympic and world champion Idem in the race, and she, awesome.
Well, that was just an amazing, and it was exciting when we saw Tim Bradman's qualify, but an amazing result from Rachel Cawthorne in the final of the women's K1 500 metres. Back to Chappers.
Thank you very much, Martin. Here at Hyde Park, we're waiting for the transition. The boys of Alistair Brownlee and Johnny Brownlee and Stuart Hayes are still swimming at the moment. I don't think they've got out. On this side of the Serpentine, I'm joined by...
Daniel.
What's your surname, Daniel?
Daniel Reeve.
Daniel Reeve and?
Lindsay Collinson.
And Daniel... what the boys are doing here in the triathlon, in fact, they're just... I tell you what, I'll talk to you in a second. They've just come out. Alistair Bruce Ball, who's leading?
Well, the leader is Richard Varga of Slovakia. No surprise, a very strong swimmer, but from the British point of view, so far so good. Johnny Brownlee and Alistair Brownlee have come out of the water in 4th spot and 6th spot. We have a really privileged view of the two brothers here. Johnny Brownlee just struggling to kick the right leg of his wetsuit off. Their bike stations in this blue carpeted transition area are right in front of us. White helmet is clipped on. Johnny Brownlee gets a better change than his elder brother Alistair, who is a couple of seconds behind him. They then go running out with the saddle of their bike in the right hand, cross the green line, and they are off to start 43 kilometres of cycling. James Cracknell, they're exactly where they want to be.
Well, exactly, they are not only in the leading group, they are first out as well, so they've got to the chance to assess. And it's amazing the split in the field is big from the first to last, because there's obviously a lot of very good Australian, say, triathletes that may not be here. So you do have a big range with all the nationalities, but the big players, the Olympic champion, the world champions in Gomez and Doherty and Whitford, they're all in the right place, unfortunately.
One other point to make about them, James, which I haven't been able to make on air yet, is when I first met them, the Brownlee brothers, I was quite surprised by how slight they are. They are almost will-o'-the-wisp, lithe, thin figures. I expected people more powerful.
When triathlon came into the Olympics, it went from a non-drafting event, so you had to cycle on your own, like Bradley Wiggins did in the time trial. And so a lot of it was down to the swim, to the bike, whereas now you can draft, and you'll see them tucking in behind each other. It comes down to the run, and Alistair and Jonathan are the only two in the field that can run a sub-30 10 kilometres. And you think, that's only a few minutes slower than Mo Farah did without the swim and the bike.
Yes, exactly, particularly after the swim and the bike. The cycling is underway, Mark, and good news so far for the Brownlee brothers. We think it possibly could be a straight shootout between them for the gold medal. They're in the lead pack. There are 5 cyclists out in front, and one cyclist is already off his bike. There has already been a crash. In fact, 2 of them are down, so we'll wait to see who they are. But it shows you the danger. It shows you the danger of the event. Anything can happen.
Yeah, they were just going over a sleeping policeman, a plastic one, not one of our constabularies.
As James continues to groan, let's go back to the stadium.
Philip Sado has just told BBC Sport, by the way, I'm upset I let them down all year. I have a problem with my right leg. We will discuss that in a moment. Now we have Heat 1 of the men's 200 metres. Mike Costello. The roar is, of course, for
Usain Bolt, and after so much disappointment among British athletes so far this morning, so Bolt has brought the stadium alive once again. Drawn in lane number 5, it's the first of the first round heats in the men's 200 metres, and featuring the man who refuses to pronounce himself a legend just yet, despite that scintillating success in the men's 100 metres earlier in the Olympic Games. He says he has to complete the double-double to win the 100 and 200 metres at successive Olympic Games, and so this is the next step. The first round heat, and drawn to his inside is Isaiah Young of the United States, 3rd in the American trials, and should follow Bolt home. They're on their blocks then, and the first 3 certain to qualify for the semi-finals. And they're underway around the top bend away to our left, and Bolt starts very smartly and closes on Akwu of Nigeria on his outside, and into the home straight he finds himself in a comfortable lead from Isaiah Young in second place. Alex Wilson of Switzerland is trying to challenge for that second place, but Usain Bolt applies the brakes long before the finish, 40 metres before the finish, and cruises over the line in 20.39 seconds. Darren Campbell.
It was a Sunday stroll for Usain Bolt. He exploded out of the block, stayed in that low crouch position for about 30 metres, easily popped up then and cruised round the bend nice and smoothly, came off the bend with maybe about a 5-6 metre lead. We got to the Olympic rings with about 50 to go, and he was relaxed and shutting off. 20.39 seconds. What a stroll.
Johan Blake still to come, so too the British entrants Christian Malcolm and James Ellington.
Let's go back to Eton Dorney next. Martin Cross, who's up for you?
Well, at the moment we've got the semi-final, of the women's K2, 500 metres, 200 metres gone, and it's the 2 Germans, Weber and Dietzer, who lead the British pair of Abby Edmonds and Louisa Sawyers back in 6th, 7th place. They've got to finish in the first 4. Anna Hemmings.
I think they're unlikely to be contesting for the final here. You know, these girls have only paddled a handful of weeks. You know, they're inexperienced. It's tough out there, but, you know, it's all about putting in a good performance for them. They're looking strong. They're putting down a good rhythm, but they're really out of their depth.
So far it's Britain in 7th place. They need to finish in the first 4. It's the strong German combination of Francesca Weber and Tina Dietzer from the east of Germany, Potsdam and Leipzig. They're leading, but at the moment now it's the Hungarians, the Olympic champions, the great Katlin Kovacs and Dušev Janics. They come through. They're going to take, I think, first place in this. They're about 3 lengths ahead of the British, still back in 7th place. I don't think there'll be a late charge from the British. So it's Hungary lead and Germany just fighting back again, Anna.
Yeah, the Germans are looking strong in these final stages, but the Hungarians, they are the legends of this sport, and they're just cruising into the line. They know they've got to get in the top 4, and they come in, second.
Well, that's the Olympic champions safely through. It was first 4 in that. Britain do make 7th place ahead of Romania, but I'm afraid that's not going to be good enough to see the pairing through to the final. Louisa Sawyer's already through to tomorrow's final in the women's K4, but the K2, this was their 2nd ever race. It had to be the Olympic semi-final. They weren't quite up to 4th place, but Louisa Sawyer's will go away and now get prepared for the women's K4 final, which comes up tomorrow.
And from what happened earlier, Martin, where are we at? Is that a disappointing morning?
It's not a disappointing morning, because I think Rachel Cawthorne's performance was absolutely magic. I think we do get some home games places, Mark, and this women's K2 was one of the sort of boats that Britain got because Britain's holding the Olympics, and the British canoe didn't quite know what to do. They hummed and hawed. There have been different people tried out in the boat. They've only been together, would you believe, for 4 weeks. And so there was no real expectation. Great for the crowd to see them, but can't take away from Rachel Cawthorne qualifying for the final in the blue ribbon event, the women's K1.
Martin, thank you very much. So we're stood in Hyde Park. The rain has held off. There's even a little bit of blue sky ahead. The swimming leg of the triathlon is finished. Everybody's on their bikes now. The Brownlee brothers are very nicely placed. About 10 minutes ago I introduced you to Daniel and Lindsay, and we didn't manage to get a question in. But I'm watching this triathlon, Daniel, and thinking, this looks tough. You're watching it and thinking, this isn't as tough as the stuff that I do.
Well, you could say that, Mark, but I compete in Ironman as well, so that's a little bit longer than this, but utmost respect for these guys, elite athletes at the top of their game. So
come on, tell people the distances involved in Ironman.
Ironman consists of it's a 2.4 mile swim, 112 miles on the bike, and then a full marathon at the end.
Can I ask why?
Good question. I still started as a little bit of fitness, try and get fit, and then it slowly became an obsession, basically.
What has it become an obsession?
It is, yeah. It's very, very addictive. Why has it become an obsession? I don't know. Once you do one, you get bitten by the bug, and then you just go from there, really.
When I said, has it become an obsession, Lindsay next to him just started nodding.
No, I used to work with Dan, and he got me into triathlon as well, so I've done a sprint distance, but it is an obsession because I'm now doing an Olympic distance this year.
So what is it about triathlon, and what is it about Ironman even? Because we were talking earlier, this is one of the fastest growing sports in Britain.
Yeah, it's a friendly sport. Whenever you go out, you can sort of meet people there. Everyone's encouraging to you. Doesn't matter what you look like, how you do it, how quickly you do it. It's a fun sport. So
listen, go and enjoy. Thank you very much for talking to us, Daniel and Lindsay. Straight back to the stadium. Sonia McLaughlin is with Philip Sado.
Yeah, and Usain Bolt actually. And Usain Bolt, you very sportingly just gave Philip Sado a pat on the back. You must sympathise with this man right now.
I don't know what happened.
I didn't qualify.
How?
Just wasn't ready today. Just wasn't ready. My body just wouldn't let me do it.
You've qualified, Usain, for the next round of the men's 200 metres. Have you had any chance to celebrate what you achieved?
No, you can't. You can't really celebrate when you have the 200 metres. It's the hardest one. It's the longest one. So I just went home pretty much and just got a lot of rest.
Absolutely. There's been a lot of speculation already, Usain, about what you're going to do after these Olympic Games, the 400 metres. You don't like that distance, do you?
No, not at all. A lot of people want me to do it, but I don't think it'll happen.
Okay, and I know you got a tweet this morning from who? A certain player at Manchester United?
Yeah, Rio Ferdinand. He tweeted me and said he's going to hook me up for a trial, so I'm looking forward to that.
Have you ever spoken to Alex Ferguson?
Yeah, I went there once, but we didn't talk extensively about me coming there, but Rio's going to set the meeting up and I'm going to talk to him.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see that. Thank you very much, Usain Bolt. I'm sorry about that, Phillips. Can you put into words the sense of disappointment right now?
I have no words at all. I didn't do what I was supposed to do. I worked over the last 2-3 weeks to make sure I was able to come here and compete pain-free. Thankfully, I was pain-free today. But I think the lack of competition just didn't help, and my timing just wasn't there.
You're clearly not fit, certainly not the Philip Sado we are used to seeing on the biggest stage of all, the championship performer. What's been the problem in the build-up to these games? Can you clarify exactly what the issue has been?
I'm just not 100%. I'm not 100% fit. I've been really unlucky this year.
But what did you do? If you're not 100% fit, Phillips, what has the injury been?
I can't even say specifically, to be honest. There's been little bits and pieces, like I've had neural problems, then at Crystal Palace I had a slight jarring in my hip, so even today just warming up I had a slight cramp in my calves, and I don't want to make excuses. My main goal was to always come here, aim to compete well. I felt that regardless of what had occurred previously in the season, if I was able to come here pain-free, then I was hoping that I'd be able to do what I have done over the last 4 years and produce the season's best and battle out for a medal. And today it just wasn't me out there. You guys have seen me compete year on year over the last 4, 5, 6 years, and I'm always one of the guys coming home with a medal, whether it be gold or silver. I'm one of the guys that you can generally bank on for a medal, and like I said, it wasn't me competing today. It wasn't me out there.
There's been such confusion in the build-up to these games over the state of your fitness, and you've stepped outside of the UKA system. I've always been outside the UKA system. But as a lottery-funded athlete and as part of Team GB,
I'm not lottery-funded.
Did you feel you needed to be a little bit more accountable?
I'm not lottery-funded. I haven't been lottery-funded for at least 3 years. I pay for my own medical, I pay for my own physio, and I will pay for my own surgery. So there's no association with me and UKA. If you can find a form that I've signed that says I'm receiving money from UK Sport, then hold me accountable. But over the last 3 years, I've been out there, I've won world titles, world silver medals, Olympic silver medals, and I've done that out of my own pocket.
Okay, I'm getting the hurry up from a man whose face that scares me when I look at him. What's the future for you finally, Phillips?
I'm going to go home now and spend some time with my family, spend some time with my children, speak to my coach, reassess. I'll most likely call it end to the season now. The main goal was to always compete well here. It hasn't happened. I think I'm disappointed mostly for all the people that have supported me, all my sponsors that have backed me in the lead up to this. But I will come back next year. It's a bit of a funny competition because a lot of the top names weren't here today. There was no Teddy, no Christian, no Nelson, and it would have been a great opportunity for me to come out and take that title. But it's exciting times to come. We've got some great athletes in the triple jump, and hopefully if we're all out next year injury free, there'll be fireworks.
Okay, well, I'm grateful for your time. Hard lines today.
Thank you.
Sonia McLaughlin with Philip Sodaro, a really interesting, revealing interview. First of all, you heard him at the beginning telling Usain Bolt, I didn't qualify, I wasn't ready. He couldn't be clear with Sonia about what his injuries were. He said, quote, I'm not 100% fit. I can't say specifically. There were little bits and pieces. Obviously a hip problem in Crystal Palace. He said, but I don't want to make excuses. He said, I'm one of the guys you can generally bank on to bring home a medal for Great Britain. And he says, I haven't been lottery funded for 3 years. He has been using his own money. Some reaction from you listening around the country. Al in Radstock says, brilliant coverage of this Philip Sodaro issue. However, are we inflating an already inflated ego of an athlete who clearly has issues? Sorry, who does he think he is? Paul in Cheltenham says, did he take somebody else's place at our home Olympics? This listener says, look, Phillips has done everything he has been able to be ready for these Olympics. Barry says the pillorying of Phillips is unacceptable. It makes me embarrassed to be British. Sorry, Mark, go on.
Yeah, I would agree with Barry on that as well. I'm a bit uncomfortable about some of the texts that are coming in, and the one of the ones that you read there is surely the crux of the matter here, and I don't know whether
Darren has just walked off. He's really angry about some of those messages.
Well, yeah,
and he's just dropped his microphone and walked away.
Well, I would tend to agree with him in I mean, I don't know what specifically he's angry about, but the crux of the matter is this: if he didn't take anybody else's place, what has he done wrong? And let me tell you what happened at the triathlon here over the weekend. Helen Jenkins, who was one of the favourites for gold, to win a gold for Team GB, afterwards in the interview said she'd been carrying an injury for around 10 weeks, but didn't tell anybody, thought it would be all right, thought it would clear up, and battled on. Nobody criticised her. Everybody was like, well done for trying. And what is the difference between Helen Jenkins and Philip Sodaro? Apart apart from the fact that Philip Sodou has had more coverage and there's been more rows between him and Charles Van Commenee, and that isn't a one-way street. So a lot of people are looking at Philip Sodou not qualifying for the triple jump and basing their criticism surely on what has gone on in the build-up to it as regards the row over Twitter.
It doesn't make their opinions any less invalid, though. Mike Costello, you want to come in, and Catherine. Sorry, Catherine, you're disagreeing with me. You think it does make listeners' opinions invalid?
It makes them invalid if they're inaccurate. And unfortunately, there's been such a hubba-bubba in terms of confusion with the whole story, hasn't there, for like the last 10, 11, 12 months?
These texts are reacting to what Philip Sodou has just said.
Yeah, but some of them are inaccurate. Firstly, Philip Sodou didn't take anybody else's place. There was only one other athlete that had the qualifying standard. That was Nathan Douglas, and he's injured, so can't take his place. So if you want to take the texts one by one, and of course I'm sure you will put some of them to Darren and Mike and Ali now, then they can be answered. But some of them are inaccurate, and obviously we're hoping to fill in and get the whole picture of both sides of the situation.
Darren, I know you were cross and you walked off, and some will not blame you for that, but how are you, what are you thinking about having heard Philip Sodou himself?
It's boring, do you understand? Because as athletes we go out and represent Great Britain. Nothing would give us greater pleasure than to step on the track every single time and be perfect. So when Phillips wins medals last year, he's a hero and he's this and that. So then when he tries to come and perform on the biggest stage for his country, he's not getting paid to compete here. He's already done the sponsorship stuff, he's already got that money in his back pocket. But then when he comes out to compete for his country, he then gets slated for trying to come and compete for his country. It don't make sense. It doesn't make sense. First and foremost, no, he hasn't stopped anybody else from competing.
Yes, Catherine's just
He was the only one that was selected, and all he's done is come out and try. If that's not what life is about, what's the point? Usain Bolt came out before he competed and said he was 95% fit. No one came out and said, well, why are you running? You should only run if you're 100% fit.
There's a difference between... Yeah, OK,
No,
fair
tell
enough.
me the difference.
Yeah.
No,
Victoria,
I'd like to
this
hear... No,
has-
stop.
No, I'm just saying
because
this
if
has
we're going there...
echoes of what we did with Paula Radcliffe 8 years ago.
Let me hear what Victoria's got to say, because there is no difference.
Philip Sodou said to Sonia, I didn't qualify, I wasn't ready. That is different to somebody saying, I'm not 100% fit, or Usain Bolt saying I'm 95% fit. Phillips, I'll tell you what...
No, but he wouldn't know what percentage he is ready until he comes out and performs, would he? This is the whole thing, and even he said himself he needed competition. But if you don't come out and test yourself, how do you know? You know what really bugs me? In 2004, two commentators turned round and said I was faking injury. By the end of the Olympic Games, I left that stadium with an Olympic gold medal. So should I not have tried? This is where it goes to such a level that it just ends up disrespectful.
We will come back to this. Mike.
We have the third of the first round heats in the men's 200 metres and the first of two British athletes in action. It's Christian Malcolm at the age of 33 who finished fifth in the Olympic Games last time round in Beijing and 12 years ago in Sydney. Can he reproduce a semblance of that form to get through to the semi-finals tomorrow evening here? The first three will qualify, and this looks like a highly competitive first round heat. Wins so far for Usain Bolt and the brilliant young Frenchman Christophe Lemaitre in the first of the two heats. And the gun sets them on their way over on the far side of the stadium as we look on, and Malcolm has made a tremendous start, closing down on the Mexican Herrera on the run through the bend and into the home straight, and he comes through in second place. Maurice Mitchell is on the outside leading, but he's being challenged now by Christian Malcolm. Mitchell will lead from Malcolm in second place. Mitchell wins and Malcolm qualifies safely, and I have to say comfortably, for the semi-finals tomorrow evening. Darren Campbell.
I think Christian Malcolm needed that. He's not been very consistent this season. He's had good performances and then he's had very, very bad performances. That was a fantastic start, fantastic bend, and we all know when Christian Malcolm's on form, he can challenge the best in the world. He made Olympic final in Sydney 2000 over the 200 metres. He made the Beijing final over the 200 metres. So if he can get this right and get his timing right, I'd love to see him finish potentially his career on the podium.
And Christian Malcolm, as you could hear from the roar in the crowd when his name appeared on the scoreboard, he's confirmed now in second place, 20.59 seconds. Maurice Mitchell of the United States, the winner, to join Usain Bolt and Christophe Lemaitre in the semi-finals.
From the heat of the stadium to the relative serenity of Hyde Park, Alistair Bruce-Ball, how are the Brownlee brothers doing?
Brilliant. Brownlee brothers are right where they want to be at the moment. We're on the third lap of the cycling, just over 40 kilometres of cycling before 10 kilometres of running, and Alistair and Johnny Brownlee in a lead pack of 5, and in fact James Cracknell at the moment are actually athletes 1 and 2, and it's quite interesting to watch the way that they're working together in terms of one of them makes a little burst for a little bit, sits back, lets the other one go, sharing the load.
Yeah, the whole lead pack of 5 sharing the load, because they had a chance to get ahead of the other major players in the field, which include the reigning Olympic champion, other world champions, other medalists from Beijing. But that chase group don't want to let that lead 5 get away and have worked back and are now within 100 metres. So the chance is going to be a big group now, which these roads are tight and we've seen some spills already, so it might get a little bit more dangerous.
And we must mention, I mean, Mark Chapman said the serenity of Hyde Park, but the scenes at the moment as you look down Constitution Hill in front of Buckingham Palace where they're cycling and around the banks of the Serpentine, they remind me of the Diamond Jubilee. I mean, there are thousands of people here, and as they come cycling down these streets, there is just a ream of Union Jacks being waved in their faces.
Exactly. There's very few events when we have 2 people who have come first and second at the last international race, and also brothers, and it's a non-ticketed event. People don't have to have a ticket to stand there, and they do 7 laps of a 6-kilometre course, so they will get to see them cycle past so many times. And unfortunately the lead 5's now become a lead group of about 30, so yes, they may get to see some action involving people falling off.
That's a good point. Just as we're talking there, the chasing pack have closed the gap on the lead 5 now, as James was saying right at the start of the bike ride. Alistair and Johnny Brownlee are extremely strong runners, so as long as they are in a lead pack, I think they would back themselves against anyone. But as you say, the potential now for wheels clipping or an accident, again, even with all these flags waving and people leaning over the barriers, anything could happen. So there just becomes a slightly more random factor there, Mark.
And also sorry Mark, the factor is that the faster the bike ride, the more tired people will be for the run, which plays into Alistair and Johnny's hands, whereas it's a big group, people will be able to rest more. So that's where Stuart Hayes, the 3rd member of the British team, will come into play to get him to force the bike pace up so everyone gets the run knackered.
When I was mentioning the serenity, obviously we're opposite each other. You're on one side of the Serpentine, I'm on the other. You can obviously see all the crowds behind me, whereas in front of me at the moment are just some swans and some ducklings going past, hence why it's quite serene where I am compared to the views that you're seeing. And obviously everything here is serene and calm compared to the discussion that's going on in the stadium. Let's go back to Victoria and Darren and Alison and Kath. I'm just wondering, any of you can come up with this. Is Philip Sodou getting stick from people at the moment because he is seen as maybe a little bit more showbiz than a lot of our Olympians? Maybe he's seen as having a little bit more money, moves in more glamorous circles, and therefore, and this is a debate that has started to bubble under about our relationship with Olympics and Olympians compared to football and footballers. As soon as we perceive that somebody isn't normal like we are and is maybe a little bit richer or more successful or more famous, then we will jump on them for any error of judgment, rather than giving them the leeway that we are giving the people that we perceive to be normal in Team GB.
Darren Campbell definitely agrees with you, don't you, Darren?
That's why I love Chappers, because we're expected to crucify a guy who has gone out over many years.
Who is expecting you to crucify him?
You speak then.
No, who is expecting you to crucify him?
Well, we can't agree. My point being is we can't agree with every comment that everybody comes up with, because a lot of it's not factual. Yeah, as Philip said, he gets slated for the lottery because a lot of people have taken sides of what Charles Van Comeny said. Yeah, because if you listen to what Charles Van Comeny said and then what Phillips is having to defend, it's all come from what Charles has said, i.e. he goes on television and says he took all the funding, we helped him, we supported him, and now people are reacting to that. So they've already chosen sides. They've already made their judgments without hearing the other side. All they've now witnessed is Phillips not perform as Phillips himself. There's not going to be anybody hurting more than Phillips, yeah, because all the money in the world cannot buy you an Olympic gold medal. You have to go into the arena, perform at your best, and get at the top of the podium. But money can't buy that. So there's nobody going to be hurting more than Phillips Edawu, because nothing would have given him greater pleasure than winning Olympic gold here. Otherwise he wouldn't have shed tears in Beijing. If it didn't matter to him and all he ever wanted out of life is money, why shed tears? Because you're going to make money leading into London, but he shed tears because he won an Olympic silver medal. That tells you all you need to know about the man. What bugs me is just when people take sides without hearing both sides of the story and make judgment. That's even worse.
Back here in the stadium, we'll watch Johan Blake in Heat 4 of the men's 200 metres. Alistair Bruce Ball, though, an update from the triathlon.
Yeah, some bad news for one of the Brownlee brothers. The younger brother, Johnny, has picked up a 15-second penalty, we believe, for getting on his bike too soon as he came out of the transition area. What that means is at the end of the cycle ride and before the run, he will have to serve a 15-second penalty at one end of the transition area, where hugely frustratingly, he will stop, get off his bike, have to go back there, stand and wait for 15 seconds while everyone else gets their trainers on and disappears into the distance. Obviously giving his brother a 15-second lead in the run is very bad news. He doesn't often beat him. I'm sure A, he will be aware of that, and B, probably even more now thinking about trying to help elder brother Alistair in his bid for gold. Big blow for Johnny Brownlee.
Thank you. Mike.
This is heat number 4 in the first round of the men's 200 metres, and it features the second fastest man in history, Johan Blake of Jamaica, drawn in lane 7. Took silver behind Usain Bolt in the 100 metres earlier at the Games, had beaten Blake over 100 and this 200 metre distance at the Jamaican trials towards the end of June. Expected to win this and win it comfortably from his lane 7 draw. Saidi Undure of Norway on his outside. And the gun sets them on the way, and that 100-metre sprinting prowess of Blake should take him into the lead by the time they reach the bend, and he has Undure on his outside to chase, and these two are in command as they reach the home straight, and Blake is looking every bit as comfortable as his compatriot Usain Bolt did earlier on. Now he's gone 3 metres clear of Undure in second place up towards the line. He virtually walks across the line in 20.38 seconds. Second fastest time of the first round so far for Johan Blake. Darren.
Mike, it's the first time I've witnessed Johan Blake run a 200 metres live, and what I was impressed with is the way he drove out in that first 30 metres. Extremely explosive, but he's going to need that explosive speed and power to come off the bend ahead of the great Usain Bolt. But I think if anybody can, he can. I think where it'd be won and lost moving forward, and I know we shouldn't look that far ahead, will be in that last 50 metres. Will the power and raw aggression be able to take over from the long aggressive stride of Usain Bolt?
So you're sure that Blake will be in front coming into the home straight come the final?
I would have thought so, because that's his only way of, I believe, of beating Usain Bolt. He's got to come off that bend in the lead, but the way he just ran that bend in the first round, he only really worked that first 30 metres, and he let the pace that he built up in that 30 metres then take him round the bend, and then up. It was very impressive. It was very impressive, because then up the straight he literally just tucked in his arms, stopped using the power, and just bounced. Beautiful.
Seems like a long time ago we saw Usain Bolt in his heat, but Darren described that as effectively a Sunday stroll. Listen, let's go back to Alistair Bruce Ball at the triathlon. It's getting intriguing, isn't it? Johnny Brownlow has been penalised for getting on his bike too quickly, so what can he do now to try and help his brother secure the gold medal?
Victoria, let me immediately hand you over to James Cracknell, who's obviously competed in these events at an amateur level. James, I was just putting that very question to you off air. I mean, first of all, in terms of Johnny Brownlee, let's say trying to win silver, but as Victoria says, in terms of his mindset now, knowing that penalty's coming.
It will be difficult. He'll know it's coming, and a 15-second penalty doesn't sound that much, but if you think on the first transition they get out of a wetsuit, take their hat off, take their goggles off, pick up their bike, They do that within 30 seconds, and here all they've got to do is put a pair of trainers on and go. And so he will be a long way behind the run. He is a quick runner, so he can make that up. What he'll be doing now, and Stuart Hayes, the third member of the British team here, will be forcing that pace on in the bike to knacker everyone else out for the run, and that's what he's got to do. Effectively, a 15-second penalty may mean he's not going to beat his brother, but it doesn't mean he can't tire everyone else out on the bike ride.
And help his brother try and win gold. What about the mistake that he made, James? I mean, I think people at home will be saying, well, how on earth did he do that? How on earth did he get on the bike too soon? We actually haven't seen a replay of it yet. I imagine, you know, they've got cameras there, they've got judges right on the line. It may be a matter of inches that this happens by.
Yeah, it will be a fine line, and he wasn't the first out of transition, so he may have watched Gomez hop on his bike, the Spaniard, and then hop on his bike at the same time and just think, and actually he was probably 5 metres behind him and not over the line, and he'd probably do that 100 times and he'd make that mistake once, but this is the one time you don't want to make it.
And just finally, James, in terms of coming into this competition, Johnny Brownlee, when Alistair was injured at the start of the season, was winning the races. When Alistair came back and won in Kitzbühel in the World Series race, I think Johnny actually said, well, now that Alistair's back, I won't be winning. Do you think he genuinely came in to this event, Johnny Brownlee, thinking that he could win gold, that he was going to win gold, or do you think it was always in his mind he was going to win silver?
I think they live together, they train together, so it's like if you ask for someone from Man United who's the best in training, they'll generally say Paul Scholes. Mm-hmm. And so you may develop a ranking if Alistair's a faster runner, and also when Alistair's back, Johnny will know his role is to do as well as he can, but if Alistair gets a punch on the bike ride, Johnny will stop with him. That he knows where he is, and then Alistair is faster over 10k, but at less than 100% Alistair, then it's Johnny.
Well, what we're saying is that Johnny Brownlee now and Stuart Hayes, the other British member of the team who's got right into this lead pack of cyclists, which is a big group of 25, are more and more, and particularly Johnny Brownlee, sort of channeling their efforts towards trying to tire the cyclists out and help Alistair Brownlee win gold. We'll have to see what it means, the 15-second penalty, in terms of Johnny Brownlee's hopes for a medal. Big blow for him.
Certainly is, Alistair. I'm on the other side of the Serpentine. Peter Jack is with me, been involved in triathlon since, what were you saying, 1982?
It feels like 1882 some days, Mark, but yeah, help form a triathlon club now, and it's a great privilege to be here in Hyde Park.
So we're getting this story about the transition, and if something's gone slightly wrong, there might be a 15-second penalty.
Yeah, there will be, and he's going to have to serve it as soon as the run starts, and those 15 seconds for Johnny are going to feel like 15 hours. He's going to have to take his medicine, he's going to have to stand there, get his pulse down, let everybody chase away, and it's very important for Johnny not to go ballistic in the first 2k of the run. He has the ability still to get back up there with his brother in the run course. The whole idea here is not to panic. Could have been a helmet violation, could have been getting on the bike just before the mountain line. There's a number of things. There was a very brave technical delegate over there has made that call in front of a 90% British audience today.
Yeah, and you can tell how precise those transitions were. Alistair, Bruce Bull and myself were watching the guys set everything up beforehand to the millimetre, where the pedals are, the position of the helmet. I mean, it's as precise as precise can be.
Well, it has to be, because this sport is not only about swim, bike, run, but we can't have chaos in transition, either in T1 or T2, and it could boil down to who is the quickest transition. Helen Jenkins last year won the gold medal here. She had an 8-second quicker transition than the second place, and at the end of the day, that's what won it for.
We'll probably talk to Peter more. Let's go back to the stadium, Victoria.
Yes, let's hear a little bit of what Philip Sado was saying earlier on 5 Live to Sonia McLaughlin.
I'm not lottery funded. I haven't been lottery funded for at least 3 years. I pay for my own medical, I pay for my own physio, and I will pay for my own surgery. So there's no association with me and UKA. If you can find a form that I've signed that says I'm receiving money from UK Sport, then hold me accountable. But over the last 3 years, I've been out there, I've won world titles, world silver medals, Olympic silver medals, and I've done that out of my own pocket.
Philip Sado talking a little earlier after failing to qualify for the triple jump final. Let's hear from Mike in Worthing and Ian in Salford, both 5 Live listeners, both listening to the commentary this morning from Mike Costello and the debate that has ensued afterwards. Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
What do you want to say about Philip Sado? And Darren Campbell is here, and Mike and Alison and Kath as well.
Well, I've never been prompted to ring 5 Live before or text 5 Live, but my blood was boiling at what I heard, the criticism of Philip Sado. He's been a credit to this country over many, many years. He's obviously had a troubled warm-up to the competition. Came and did his best. Came up short. Credit to the guy for giving it a go.
Ian, do you agree with that in Salford? Good morning.
No, I don't actually. Good morning to you. Good afternoon now, should I say. I don't really. He's saying he's funded himself, so he goes to a 9-to-5 job, does he? Or does he get paid through sponsorship? And ultimately that sponsorship is coming from money that we buy things with, whether it be washing powder, car tyres, trees at the garden centre. Somewhere down the line, he's getting money from somebody.
Yeah.
He's got a responsibility to perform. I don't think he's performed. I think the only person he's performing for is Phillips. I don't think he's in the team at all. He hasn't actually been part of the team, has he?
Sorry, could I ask you a question? Do you feel the same way? Do you feel the same way about Goldie Sayers and Andrew Pozzi?
About who?
Goldie Sayers in the javelin and Andrew Pozzi in the 110 hurdles.
I hadn't caught up with those. I'm sorry. This is one I picked up on the radio this morning.
Sorry,
I don't know what's happened in their circumstances.
No, they were injured coming into this as well, and they came out and tried. So do you feel the same way about them?
To be perfectly honest, if they're injured and they're on the world stage like this, admit that they're injured. This guy didn't admit that he was injured, did he? Until it's gone on. Oh, I'm not going to try and make excuses, but I will make excuses.
No, yes, he did. And ultimately...
Nobody's been talking to him.
Okay.
Can I make a point? He's been conspicuous by his absence, hasn't he?
Conspicuous in what respect? Absence from where? Absence from where, though?
He's not been in the village. He's been hiding away in Portugal.
But did you listen to what he said? He doesn't receive lottery funding, so it's ultimately up to him where he prepares.
Yeah, but he's paid for by somebody, isn't he?
No.
We're
self-employed. We're self-employed athletes.
So who's paying him?
What do you mean who's paying him? His sponsors.
Who's paying him?
His sponsors.
Okay. By who? Let's, for argument's sake,
his shoe sponsor or whoever. But isn't that up to them who they sponsor?
Somebody's buying shoes. So somebody's buying shoes.
I think you're going too far down. I think you're going too far down the starting point of it all. At the end of the day, if a car company decides they want to sponsor Phillips Adawu, is that not their choice? And then if we then decide that we want to go, but hold on,
my choice whether I buy that car or not.
Exactly. So that's not Phillips's fault.
Ian, are you saying that had he been more forthcoming to the British public, then you might have been perhaps more understanding, perhaps more sympathetic?
Precisely. But I think, and I totally agree with you. And the argument with Usain Bolt saying I'm 95%, we all know that was a psychological way of doing things, wasn't it? That wasn't him being 95% fit. We knew he was going to come out. We knew he was going to perform. Let's not kid ourselves on that one.
Ian, let me ask you a question. If you were in this team and you had a niggle, you had some sort of problem, wouldn't you say, yeah, I can do it, I can compete, I want to do it? You would tell the head coach that, wouldn't you? You tell the people around you. No, but any human being would convince themselves. You know, it's a home games. It's one opportunity. There is no one else. He wasn't taking anybody's place. You'd convince yourself.
I'll give you a slightly different example. To Chris Hoy, I would love to see what went on in the background when he was told, you're not going to be in the sprint. Jason Kenny's going to be in the sprint. Jason did a wonderful job and won gold for us, but I bet Chris Hoy was up in arms. But he's totally fit.
In fairness, he did say, though, 4 years previous that this man would take over him.
Yeah.
So he did preempt it.
And the coaches there simply looked at the times between Kenny and Hoy, and the coaches selected Kenny, and of course their selection was vindicated.
I'm coming up with other examples, you know I really am, but at the end of the day, I don't think this guy, I don't really think Phillips is part of the team. I honestly don't. If he was part of the team, he would have come to the Olympic Village and followed with all the rest of the Olympics and said, look, I need help here.
Okay.
And if I'm not going to make it, what do you suggest I do?
Thank you very much.
He's a character.
Thank you very much, Ian. Sorry, Mike, final quick word before we go back to the triathlon quickly.
Phillips Adawu is a character. That's why we love watching him. He does what he does. He does it to the best of his ability. I'm sure he gave it his best go. Thank you very much, Phillips.
Cheers, Mike. Thank you, Ian. Alistair, what's happening in the triathlon?
Just over 2 laps of the cycling to go. A lead pack of about 23 cyclists at the moment. Interestingly, a Russian, Ivan Vasilev, is trying to stretch things out a bit, and Johnny Brownlee, who's picked up this extremely annoying 15-second penalty in the race for getting on his bike too soon in the transition from the swim to the bike, working his socks off to try and haul Vasilev in and keep him there, obviously, to try and help his brother Alistair Brownlee win gold. Little update as well, James Cracknell, on this 15-second penalty. Johnny Brownlee can take it at whichever point he likes in the run. It doesn't have to be at the start of the run, so the tactic could well be to run with Alistair, try and break the rest of the field early on, then take a break, then get back in.
That's a very interesting point, because the Alistair has been a world champion at what's called, well, ironically, the sprint distance, which is half the Olympic distance, so that ends in a 5k run rather than a 10k run, and he is fast over 5k, so he could do effectively 2 5-kilometre intervals with a 15-second rest, and that way break the field up, lead Alistair in a really good position, have 15-second break, and hopefully run back into silver medal position come the end.
Yeah, we can see on this bike race at the moment that the rest of the field are kind of bunched around the Brownlees and trying to separate them and trying to break them, but they're working together, and Johnny Brownlee, like I say a few moments ago, working desperately hard just to reel Vasilev back in, keep everyone together, and give his brother Alistair Brownlee the absolute best chance of winning a gold medal. A reminder, Johnny Brownlee has a 15-second penalty to serve at some stage during the 10-kilometre run.
Thank you very much, Alistair. We will keep you definitely so up to date. Can you be so up to date, or can you just be up to date? Right up to date, that'll do, with what's happening in the triathlon. Back here in the stadium, Mike, what are we awaiting now?
We've got heat number 6 in the men's 200 metres first round heats. This features Wallace Spearman of the United States. He's the American champion, and he took bronze in 2008 behind Usain Bolt, but was later disqualified for running out of his lane, and he'd expect to be amongst the medal contenders here. In the previous heat, it was won by Warren Weir of Jamaica, and that means that all 3 Jamaicans have gone through to the semi-finals tomorrow evening, and Warren Weir was the fastest of them, quicker than Usain Bolt and Johan Blake, and every bit as impressive as his result in finishing 3rd at the Jamaican trials would suggest. He's a pretty special athlete, only 22 now years of age. Wallace Spearman is drawn on the inside in this heat in lane number 2. In the last heat still to come, James Ellington, the second of the British athletes involved in this 200 metres, and Christian Malcolm is already through. So far this morning, if you've just joined us, Goldie Sales has failed to reach the women's javelin final. 3 no throws for her. Lawrence Clark and Andy Turner, the bronze medalists from last year's World Championships, are into the semi-finals of the men's 110 metres hurdles, and Joe Pavey and Julia Bleasdale have reached the final of the women's 5,000 metres. Here, Wallace Spearman on the inside is introduced to the crowd with his sunglasses resting on his forehead at the moment, and those will soon come down. And Wallace Spearman, Darren Campbell, Wallace Spearman will be one of those who will contend against the Jamaicans for one of the medals.
He's been there and thereabouts for many years. I think he's got a personal best of 19.65 seconds, season's best of 19.95. I think looking at the Americans who are performing in this 200 metres, he's probably got the best case to be up there, but I would still say it's only really fighting for bronze.
And if he is fighting for bronze, then the performance of Warren Weir in the previous heat will have given him a fright. It could well be a Jamaican 1, 2, 3, but Wallace Spearman can advertise his chances here. There are 7 athletes in this heat number 6. The first 3 will go forward automatically to the semi-finals tomorrow evening, and there are places also for 3 fastest losers. And the gun sets them on their way then. Just 2 remaining heats in the men's 200 metres first round, and Wallace Spearman has ground to make up as they come into the home straight. He has the pedigree to do that, but he's adrift. He's only in 3rd or 4th place as they come into the home straight, and he looks across and sees how much he has to do, and now quickens into 2nd place over towards the outside. It's a good win for Alex Quinones of Ecuador, and Spearman comes through in 2nd place.
And that's why I feel he'll be fighting it out potentially for 3rd place. The 100-metre sprinters will always attack that first part of the bend, and the way that Wallace Spearman tends to run is take it easy round the bend and try and catch everybody up the home straight. In fairness to him, he was in lane 2, which is very tight and very difficult to get around. But come the final, if he's lucky enough to make it, he will have to attack that bend. There's no way on this earth, if he gives Usain Bolt a 5-metre lead, he's going to reel it in.
Quinones of Ecuador sets a new national record, winning in 20.28 seconds. Spearman through safely in second place. Fastest qualifier so far is Warren Weir of Jamaica.
Thank you very much. At 12:32, it's 5 Live at the Olympics. We'll update you on the triathlon throughout the afternoon. Mark Chapman is there, as is Alistair Bruce Ball, and also James Cracknell, who's competed in the triathlon at an amateur level. I'm sure he'd be the first to say that. We're going to talk now to two cyclists who've had very, very different experiences of the Olympic Games. First of all, to Jessica Varnish. Varnish was disqualified, along with Victoria Pendleton, from the final of the women's team sprint after a takeover infringement, just after they believed they had advanced to the gold medal race against China. And that elimination, that disqualification, effectively ended Jessica Varnish's Olympics. We spoke to her dad the morning after the night before, and he was on our programme a week and a half ago now, before the whole Games had begun. And Jessica Varnish, good morning to you. He told us then you'd had a really tough night, that he'd battled through security with your mum to put their arms around you, that you had a tough night, but that you were okay by the morning and you were looking ahead to Rio. Is that how you remember it, Jessica?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it first happens, you are you're very upset, and you just feel completely numb to the whole thing, and then you realise how your sort of dream is over. But the next day, you just have to keep things in perspective, really. And I know the Olympics is obviously very important, but at the end of the day, it's sport, isn't it? And you just have to look on the bright side.
Well, that is such a philosophical and really sensible, down-to-earth attitude. Do you remember when you first realised there might be a problem?
Yeah, my coach told me, and it took sort of probably 10 to 15 minutes really before we actually knew if it was a disqualification or not. So we kind of thought we had an opportunity to go for gold, and then it was taken away from us. But it's just a mistake, and it happens.
And it was, we saw world records being broken by you and Victoria Pendleton. It was a blistering pace, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And Vicky and I were in good form, and obviously we broke a world record. So you can't really ask for much more than that. But when it mattered, there wasn't an illegal changeover, and you've just got to look at it like that, really. We were going well, but it just wasn't our day.
What did you say to each other, you and Victoria Pendleton?
Oh, we both, felt sorry for one another, but we didn't really, no one blames each other. It just really is just one of those things.
And when your parents found you, what sort of state were you in at that point? Because that must have been just 10-15 minutes afterwards.
Yeah, I was just still numb to the whole thing, and then I just started to cry, really.
What did they say to you?
Not to worry about it, and it'll be fine, and so sorry.
Yeah. Jason Kenny joins us now as well, who's had clearly a very different experience of these games. Jason Kenny, good morning to you.
Hey.
Congratulations on your gold medals.
Thank you.
I don't know if you've managed to talk to Jessica personally yourself since last Thursday evening it was, wasn't it? But what would you like to say to her now?
No, we spoke about it today for the first time in the lift, I think. It's the first time I've kind of seen her since that. So yeah, it's just like she said, really. It's just one of those things, and in sport, I think you need a little bit of luck as well. And it was just it's so tight on the change, and there's not really any time to think about it. And we were in the same boat in the World Championships earlier in the year, and that was heartbreaking for us. Although, to be honest, we were miles off the pace anyway, so I guess it was a bit easier to swallow. I can't imagine how it would feel for these guys having just broke the world record and definitely being in the hunt for a gold there. So that was it was really tough to watch. We were there at the time racing. and it was a real blow for the whole team.
I don't know how it doesn't happen more often, to be honest, because you are going so fast. I don't know how you time it to perfection so as often as you do.
Well, we just practice, and particularly after it happened to us at the Worlds, and we just kind of go on the side of caution. Once it's happened to you once or twice, or you've seen it happen to a few other teams, then you just kind of err on the side of caution very slightly and maybe give away a hundredth or two, just to make sure that you stay within the rules. It's part of sport, isn't it? You're always going to push the limits, and every now and again you go fractionally beyond it, and you get relegated.
Jessica, where were you watching Jason Kenny win his 2 goals?
Well, actually, yesterday I was watching Jason at the velodrome, and I was actually sat a couple of seats away from his dad. So that was just fantastic, really, to be there. And just to be honest, I was mainly watching Jason's dad over Jason, to be honest, because the way Jason's dad was just so he wasn't standing up and cheering like everyone else was in the whole velodrome. He was just, his eyes were fixated on Jason, and he was hanging onto the barrier, and he was just so intense. It was great to watch, and he really, it just shows how much it means to Jason's family as well as Jason.
Well,
so he really made them proud.
We'll be back with you in just a moment, Jess Varnish and Jason Kenny. Here in the stadium, here's Mike Costello.
And the last of the first round heats in the men's 200 metres features the British champion James Ellington, drawn in lane 6. But it's a highly competitive one, this. 4 of his 7 rivals have run quicker so far this season. So this will be tight for Ellington to join Christian Malcolm in the semi-finals. We're underway over on the far side of the track.
Mike, I think he might have false started. I was about to say he got off to a great start. I'm just hoping it wasn't him. I really am.
Well, the screens at the either end of the stadium are showing Jared Connaughton, who's drawn just alongside James Ellington, but whoever it was is going to be disqualified, and we've already had one disqualification from this men's 200 metres so far. Alonso Edward of Panama, who finished second behind Usain Bolt in the World Championships in 2009. So we wait for the athletes to make their way back towards their blocks. James Ellington
We're just looking at the reaction times, Mike, on the screen. It's not saying that anybody's gone too quick. I don't know.
So
maybe
it may
might
well
be
have
a faulty start.
May well have been a faulty start, in which case one of the officials at trackside will walk across with a green card for the whole field. But there is one official now walking across, and we're trying to see which lane he will stop at. He's walked right away from one side of the track to the others.
Keep going.
And it looks as though it will be a green card show to the
faulty
entire field. And that will be a reprieve for James Ellington and Jared Connaughton, who also thought he might have jumped the gun. Alonso Edward of Panama, one of the main contenders. And he's asking, you may have heard in the background, the starters official for the athletes to remain perfectly still.
Common
sense.
The
green card is being showed across the field, and that is a warning that it's a faulty start. And so there could have been any one of a number of athletes or the mechanics at fault. We're waiting then for the athletes to be called forward for a second time. Some more details. Mackie of the Bahamas in 2 is one of those who's gone quicker than James Ellington so far this season. Connaughton is in lane number 5 for Canada. Then it's Ellington in lane number 6. Won the UK trials just ahead of Christian Malcolm at the end of June in Birmingham. Malcolm has gone through from one of the earlier heats. Takasi of Japan is outside Ellington. Again, he's gone quicker than the British champion so far this season. And Churandi Martina of the Netherlands, who is the newly crowned European champion. He's widest of all in lane 9, and on times he's the only man who's broken 20 seconds, should win this and win it comfortably. And second time they do get away, and it's a moderate start by Ellington. He has Takasi, the Japanese champion, to chase as he heads around the bend and in towards the home straight, and Ellington's going to have a lot of work to do in the home straight. Connaughton's leading for Canada from Takasi. Churandi Martina on the outside, and Ellington is way back in only 6th place. Martina wins from Connaughton in 2nd place, and Ellington a very disappointing 6th. He won't be going anywhere near the semi-finals.
Mike, he had a great reaction. He had the fastest reaction in the field. He drove out for the first 10 metres. The athlete on the inside, the Canadian Connaughton, started to pull up on him, and it's like he went tight. Normally when you generate the speed that you need, you get a little whip off the bend, but instead of getting that whip off the bend, it looked like he actually slowed up. I don't know what happened, but he'll be bitterly disappointed with that.
and the slowest of the first round heats, 20.58 seconds. It was well within his compass, but Ellington is out of the men's 200 metres.
Thank you for the moment. Let's continue our conversation with Team GB cyclists Jason Kenny and Jessica Varnish. Thank you for your patience. Jason, so gold in the team sprint on Thursday, gold in the men's sprint last night. Do you have a favourite gold or not really?
No, not really. Obviously I just really like winning, to be honest with you. I think winning the team sprint with the boys was really special, That was really kind of exciting, like being in it together all that way. It was just like such a good feeling when you kind of, everyone's finishing and you just kind of, you've got a team to enjoy it with. The sprint was a very different experience,
That was tense. I mean, certainly watching it was tense. I don't know what it's like for you.
Yeah, it was like a real kind of, I don't know, it was just like, I didn't really think about what was happening until I crossed the line, and just kind of hit me all at once then, and it was a really strange experience. I can't explain it really. It was a really kind of bizarre experience.
Were you aware of Gregory Berger in front of you, keep looking around over his shoulder the whole time, just checking what you're doing? Or are you trying to cut him out of your vision in a way?
No, I mean, it's standard for sprinting. At the end of the day, it's racing, so you do have to kind of react to the other person. It's not just a time trial. And so that's kind of standard, to kind of be watching each other and be trying to put each other kind of out of position a little bit and try and get a bit of an advantage.
And Jessica, what would you say to Jason for his, it's 3 Olympic goals now in total?
Absolutely incredible. I mean, what can you say really? He really has put cycling on the map, and it's fantastic to see, someone that I train with every day, and I see, put all the hard work in, and it just shows that it does pay off.
How old are you, Jason?
24.
24 and 3 goals. Okay, so how many more years do you think you've got in you? 10?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say.
Yeah, you know where I'm going with this. You could end up winning more goals than Sir Chris, maybe.
Possibly, it's not impossible. I mean, Chris is 36 now, so if you look that way, then I potentially got a lot of years in front of me. But I think kind of it's great to be in a winning team, and I really, really enjoy it. I wouldn't want it any other way, but unfortunately, I think that means as soon as you kind of come off the boil, there'll be someone waiting to take your spot, and there's kind of real pressure from the younger lads all the time now. Everyone's kind of fighting to get in the team, so I'll just be kind of going home, having a break, and then try and work towards the next one, and hopefully I'll be there again.
Okay. Well, we look forward to that. And Jessica, now you're just, I mean, can you enjoy the rest of the games after what's happened to you?
I mean, obviously, at first I didn't think I could really, but I've just seen it as, I've still got to be proud that he broke a world record, to be honest, and I want to be there for the rest of the team and to be able to support them, and I think it would be the easiest thing to sort of hide away and not to be involved, but it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and you're never going to get this time back, so you've just got to make the most of it, just like in life in general really, and I think I'm going to do that.
In your head though, are you seriously thinking about Rio now, or is this now not the time?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking sort of more short term than that really. I'm already thinking about getting back into training and sort of the World Cup series and the World Championships, which I don't think I probably would be if I'd gone out and been successful here. I don't know. It's hard to sort of bring yourself back up after you've sort of won, and then just as it is really after you've not done so well. So you can look at it in two different ways really, but I feel like really excited about what's around the corner for me.
And this is Victoria Pendleton's final game. She's made it clear that she is retiring. How do you look at her career, and which bits of it would you like to emulate?
I mean, most of her, pretty much all of her career has been absolutely fantastic. So if I can emulate any of that, it'll be great. And I'm really going to miss Vicky when she leaves. And she's been, great for me, to have around and what have you. But she's still definitely going to be in my life. We've already been speaking about it, to be honest. So that's really good to know.
Listen, thank you both very much for talking to us. Thank you. We really appreciate your time, both of you. Jessica Varnish and Jason Kenny. Right, straight to Alistair Bruce Ball at the triathlon.
Another key point in the race, Victoria. It is transition time. The triathletes will hop off their bikes, hop into their running trainers, and then tear off on the last leg of this men's triathlon at London 2012. And so far, so good, apart from Johnny Brownlee's 15-second penalty for Team GB. This lead pack of 22 are in. Alistair Brownlee, the gold medal favourite, running shoulder to shoulder right at the front of this field with the saddle of their bikes in their right hands. Be very interesting to see when Johnny Brownlee decides to take this 15-second penalty. The two brothers with 2 years between them, almost identical trainers here, both bright orange. Put them on and away they go. So Johnny Brownlee will start the run right alongside Alistair. They are in third and fourth position. They have 10 kilometres to go, and Alistair Brownlee is in prime position to try and strike gold. James Cracknell, as I said, Johnny Brownlee has got to serve this 15-second penalty, but he's not going to serve it just yet. He's going to try and help his brother get into the best position he possibly can, and then take it a little bit later, and then a real battle for him to try and get back into the medals himself.
Yeah, he's going to go for it and just look after Alistair in the first of these 4 laps, and they've got to do. But Alistair, as it showed when he tried to make that break in the last lap of the cycle, he's going to put his foot on the floor straight away, and he's looking very strong. Gomez, who's a multi-world champion and missed out on a medal in Beijing, wants to get on that podium, and he is right behind them.
Alistair Brownlee, you can see the ability, and his brother, of course, has in the running. Has stepped away already in front of the field, grew up on the Yorkshire Fells, the Yorkshire Dales, as a cross-country runner, as a fell runner. He is in the perfect position to try and strike gold for Great Britain and win the 19th gold of this incredible games so far. It is Brownlee and Brownlee in 1 and 2, and already stretching just a very cautious gap at the moment, about 5 or 6 metres ahead of a chasing pack of 3.
Thank you. Very tense. 12:48, 5 Live at the Olympics. Mark Chapman at Hyde Park for the triathlon, I beg your pardon. Darren Campbell and Catherine Merry, Alison Kirbishley and Mike Costello and myself here in the Athletics Stadium. It's been a fairly dramatic morning. We'll round up what's happened here this morning in the next hour or so. Let's bring you this news, though, and it's to do with Syria. The government is raising the amount of aid to refugees fleeing the fighting in Syria. Aid is going up from 3 million to 10 million pounds. Let's speak to the International Development Secretary Andrew Mitchell, who is in Jordan and has been visiting a tented refugee camp on the Syrian border. And first of all, Mr. Mitchell, tell us what you witnessed at the camp.
Good afternoon. Well, I've been up at a camp on the Jordan-Syria border where I met families who have fled across, often under gunfire, from Syria into Jordan, where they've been looked after by the United Nations authorities, which Britain is supporting. And it's worth making the point that at a time when Britain is hosting the greatest show on earth, these wonderful Olympics, which you've been covering on your programme, Britain has not forgotten the destitute and desperate who are caught up in this awful crisis from Syria.
So you're increasing it from 3 million to 10 million pounds. Why that figure?
Well, we're increasing fourfold our support for refugees coming out of Syria. That is because the increase in the number is so substantial. The announcement that Britain is making today will help 45,000 people who have come out from Syria. And we're doing it because we are desperately concerned about the circumstances which are leading to these people leaving Syria, and to ensure that they are able to be sheltered and fed, and when necessary receive medicine when they are safely in Jordan.
And so the money goes directly to whom? Who is in control of the money once you have let go of it?
Well, the money goes specifically to trusted partners. In particular, the additional British taxpayer support today will go to the World Food Programme, which is feeding nearly 1 million people caught up in the fighting in Syria. It will go to UNICEF, the children's charity, and I was able to see on the ground myself the work that is being done with traumatized children to try and make sure they have access to healthcare and education. And the UNHCR, the United Nations refugee grouping, which helps to ensure that camps are set up where people can safely go when they fled from the fighting. So all three of those charities will receive British taxpayer support. They do brilliant work in extremely difficult circumstances, and we know that they will be able to help these people who, as I say, have fled from fighting and profound strife and turbulence in Syria.
And that financial support may have to continue because politically, diplomatically, then nobody is anywhere near getting President Assad and the rebel forces to stop fighting each other.
Well, you're entirely right that we have no idea how long this crisis is going to continue. Britain, the British government, the Foreign Secretary have worked tirelessly over recent weeks to try and get some sort of consensus behind the plan that was set out by Kofi Annan to deliver a political structure for a solution. We are nowhere near that today, and part of my job here today on the Syrian border is to try and assess what more would need to be done if the flow of refugees continues or even increases in the days and weeks to come.
Thank you for talking to us, the International Development Secretary, Andrew Mitchell.
So here at Hyde Park we are into the run stage of the men's triathlon, and as I look at the big screen to my right, and this is the big screen that all the crowds on the opposite side of the Serpentine will be able to see as well, it is Brownlee 1 and 2, Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Well, no, I was going to say this is where the Brownlee brothers are so strong at the running. They get, as we said right at the start of the triathlon, they go hard in the swimming, they go hard in the cycling. But if they come out in that lead pack in the run, then you really do fancy their chances. Just keep an eye on, though, it's a lead pack of 3, because with the 2 Brownlees there, James Cracknell is Spain's Javier Gomez, world champion 2008 and 2010. A tough competitor, but we think Alistair will have the kick to beat him.
He was a tough competitor, an overwhelming favourite heading into the Beijing Olympics, and didn't come away with a medal. So he's going to make sure, firstly, he's on the podium, and secondly, he's there and can capitalise on any mistake from Alistair. What Alistair, I think, is doing is setting a fast pace. You can see the 3 of them going away from the chasing pack so that Johnny can come in, serve a 15-second penalty and get out ahead of what's now 4th place and get bronze, and then hopefully catch Gomez for silver. But that's going to require some serious pace to make 15 seconds on the best triathletes in the world.
You can see the effort, you can see the pain in Alistair Brownlee's face, but he runs, he's got such a light step. He's coming right in front of us now, this lead pack of 3. The 2 young lads from Yorkshire, mum and dad will be so proud. Alistair and Johnny Brownlee, Javier Gomez right in between them. 3 laps of the running course to go, and you'd have to put your money on Alistair Brownlee at the moment.
Here's what's fascinating in this race, James. In an Olympics that has been dominated by various tactics in different sports and that kind of thing, we're looking at Johnny trying to help Alistair get the gold, but Alistair also trying to help Johnny because Johnny has the 15-second penalty.
Well, you're right, and it's kind of working for both at the moment. Alistair is leading and setting a fast pace, and the 3 of them, that's Brownlee, Gomez, are 16 seconds ahead of 4th. So at the moment, Johnny could serve a 15-second penalty and come out in bronze, 1 second ahead of 4th. But he would then be 15 seconds behind Gomez for silver.
We have 3 laps to go. We're heading for a very exciting finish, and a lot of sports in this Olympics are perceived as being high-tech, but as I crossed from where the public are watching back to the media area across the Serpentine Bridge, there are an array of coaches from different countries all holding up whiteboards, and on it they'd written on it with a marker pen the distance that the Brownlees were ahead, but also the information to these other competitors that Johnny Brownlee still had a 15-second penalty to serve. We're in for a very exciting final 3 laps.
And as you finish that chapter, as you can see, Stuart Hayes, the 3rd member of the British team, running through a couple of minutes after the leading pack, and that's just because he buried himself for the Brownlees in the cycle.
Hasn't done any running for 6 weeks apparently in the lead up. It was all about the swim and the bike ride for him to get the Brownlees in position, so that is going to be a struggle for him.
He has done his job. Victoria.
Thank you. 12:56. Good afternoon. It's 5 Live at the Olympics. Lots of listeners want to join the debate about Philip Sado, who this morning didn't qualify for the triple jump final. Sam in London, hello to you. Good afternoon.
Hiya, how is everyone?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for asking. Simon in Aylesbury, hello to you, Simon.
Yeah, hello, Victoria.
Hi. Right, Sam, what do you think?
Well, basically, everyone's moaned. I heard the last listener saying that Ado wasn't part of the athletes' village. He was away. He was trying to get himself right. He was saying that he wasn't part of Team GB. And, you know, he's come up short because he's injured. I'm not surprised. He's gone away on his by himself. Only he knows whether he's going to be fit or not. So by distancing yourself, making sure that you're training to the best you can, no distractions from, like, the whole hype of the Olympics, making sure you're right. Now, no one moaned when Mo Farah was doing altitude training away from, like, the whole opening ceremony. He wasn't there a part of it. People could moan that he weren't part of Team GB. But he was making sure he was right for himself to run the race and win. He got the gold, and no one moans the fact that he was away from it as well. Now, Ado's done exactly the same thing because he thinks if he distances himself, he might be able to get fit for it. And you can't blame him for that. You know, that's what athletes do.
Darren and Catherine want to talk to you. Sam.
And also, then, just to add to that, when you're injured, then you're down. Now, from what we've heard in the training camp in Portugal, the spirits were high. So when you're hurt, you then don't want to be around people who are high-spirited. Why? Because they're okay, you know. Exactly. But you're down. But also you don't want to bring them down, and you don't want them feeling sorry because ultimately they have to go out and perform. Once we step into the arena, we are Team GB, 100%. But once you go into your individual event, then you have to go and perform as an individual. For Team GB,
but you have to. I remember talking to Mo Farah. I can't remember how long ago it was now, 6 weeks or so. He was talking about the selfishness that athletes. That you have to be selfish. He was talking about his relationship with his wife. Yeah, you've got to be selfish. You know, he, apologising that his wife is doing everything and she's pregnant with twins and all the rest of it. He said, but she understands I have to be selfish. Let me bring in Simon and also Charlie as well. Hi, Charlie. But go ahead, Simon. Catherine's here. Darren's here. Alison's here.
Yeah, hi Victoria. I take the point of the Mo Farah issue, but I think there's as much a mental attitude toward Team GB as anything. I mean, and I think in the athletics, we've got two teams. We've got Team GB and we've got Team Adowu, and he chose to distance himself away from that physically, and I think he's chosen to distance himself away from it mentally as well, and he's losing the respect of his support. I mean, it's quite telling this morning when he didn't manage to qualify. He received a ripple of applause. I mean, there's been a number of athletes also who haven't met the expectations, but the support for them has been absolutely overwhelming. And I think also Jess Varnish made a good point that she's absolutely devastated in the fact that she didn't manage to perform to her expectations through a mistake. But she said, look, I'm going to hang around, I'm going to be part of the team, I'm going to support the rest of them. And I didn't hear Phillips Adowu saying
listen, that was Jessica Varnish 5 days after she's had time to reflect on her disappointment and in a more considered interview. We get 3 minutes with the athletes by the side of the track after they've competed, and at some point, presumably, I mean, we'll be bidding now to do a much longer, more considered interview with Phillips Adowu, so he probably hasn't got time in those 3 minutes.
I would agree there's been elements. I'm not going or sat here believing and saying that Phillips hasn't done things wrong and not and handled the whole situation perfectly, but to say that what we're then saying, if we go he's totally to blame, then we're saying then Charles hasn't played his part, because it's Charles that hyped it up in the media.
Charles is the head coach, Charles Van Comedy. Catherine Mary, come in and talk to Simon, Sam and Charlie.
Yeah, in a nutshell, guys, I think we'd all agree that Phillips's issues with Charles Van Comedy have transcended and are bigger than his injury. That's what's happened. I think that the personality clash, the problems that they've had since last year, have just brought everything with Phillips under the microscope. And in terms of, I think it was Simon saying, well, there's a Team GB and then there's a Team Phillips, but then also you'd have to have a Team Mo. Then in previous championships gone by, do we have a Team Paula? And ultimately, would you rather have Phillips Adowu in the Team GB and not win a medal, or do his own thing, try and prepare properly and come and deliver the best that he can?
We're individual athletes. We have a team of individuals that look after us. There is a team that call themselves...
Sorry. Everybody's talking at the same time. Sorry, who's that?
Can I just come in on this? It's Charlie here.
Go ahead, Charlie, yeah.
I mean, I've heard a lot of negative comments this morning on the radio and whatnot. I mean, and it's from people who've never actually done the sport. I mean, triple jump is a hugely stressful event, hugely stressful on the body. The guy's done his best. He's got himself in the best position with the injuries he's got to put himself out there. He only missed out by about 2 inches on getting into the actual final, and who knows what might have happened if he could have got that extra few centimetres there. I mean, I think it's a disgrace, to be honest. You know, people need to just get behind the team. You know, this is the Olympic Games, you know, and people are doing their best, and they're clearly very upset.
Sure. And we appreciate that.
Sam speaking.
Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
If he'd pulled out completely, everyone would have been like, you know, Ado was injured, you know, that's why he didn't compete. It's a crying shame. But then we'd have had nobody competing in the triple jump. It would have been like, what's the point then? At least he's gone along. He knows he's got a niggle, but he's tried his hardest. And then straight away afterwards, he gets all this criticism about this argument he's had with this guy. And it's like, well, that's not the main point. The main point is he's tried his hardest. He's put on the Team GB outfit. He does it every time. He dyes his hair the same colour for the point of it. There's no one more dedicated to it than he is. Look at when he won his gold in the World Champs. You know, he's crying because he's fought so hard to get like this. And then when he falls on the last hurdle to try and get into a final, he gets criticised for something that's completely irrelevant of how fit he is.
Okay.
It's all to do with the funding and that, and that's not the main part. Every sports person has the right to get their own funding. How else will they get paid? There's no other way. If they want to earn their big money, that's what they do. Look at Usain Bolt. He earns £200,000 a race when he goes to Europe, and that's just a pre-trial. That's when he's just warming up, when he's like, I'm going to try and break 10 seconds. 200 grand for that.
Okay,
you know?
I'm going to...
Simon, can I just make a comment?
You can't, Simon. I'll tell you why. I'm really sorry, because we need to update listeners on what's happening at the triathlon. But thank you, Simon, and Sam, and Charlie as well. Mark?
Yes, we are halfway through the last section of the triathlon, the running section. Alistair Bruce-Ball, 2 laps to go. And what's happening?
Well, we're effectively down to 2 at the moment. Johnny Brownlee just falling off the running place slightly. Alistair Brownlee is being chased by Spain's Javier Gomez, a tough competitor, world champion in 2008 and 2010. 1.5 laps to go. But what is also really, really interesting, although as Johnny Brownlee falls away, is that at the last split time, when they completed the second lap of the run, between Johnny Brownlee and the rest of the field, there was 27 seconds. He has got to serve a 15-second penalty. He will sit in that box for 15 seconds and let everyone else keep running. He could come out and still win the bronze medal. Plus, of course, he will have had that rest. But the gold medal battle, Alistair Brownlee against Javier Gomez.
And James, are we expecting him to take this 15-second penalty on this lap?
Yeah, he's going to take it at the end of the third lap. I think he's got to take it at the end of the third lap. What's going to be interesting is if Alistair breaks Javier Gomez, and that will mean Johnny may come out for bronze, but if Gomez gets broken, he could sprint past him and get silver. So I imagine in his 15 seconds, he may well be stretching those quads a little bit.
Just talk us through, Alistair, the lap that they're running. Like geographically.
Yeah. Okay, well, where we are sitting on the banks of the Serpentine is this bright blue carpeted transition area, and the athletes disappear from view for us. They head down South Carriage Drive, turn onto West Carriage Drive, across the Serpentine Bridge, and then continue round the banks of the Serpentine. I mean, what a view we've got at the moment, because Alistair Brownlee is over the other side of the rippling green waters of the Serpentine, about 10 yards between him and Javier Gomez. He's just going to disappear behind a group of trees here, and then over on that other side behind those barriers, thousands, and he will never ever have competed in front of a crowd like that, and they are roaring him towards Olympic glory.
The aerial shots that we're seeing on the big screen are sensational. The crowd who can, well, I was going to say who can see the runners must be 40, 50 deep. If you're at the back, I have no idea how you're able to see Alistair Brownlee as he runs past you. Would you say, James Cracknell, or is this just my hopeful eyes, that gap is slightly increasing between Alistair Brownlee and Javier Gomez?
He's stretching it away, but it's more like a foot every minute rather than Usain Bolt, the amount he takes in the last 10 metres. But there'll be a point there, because Johnny's dropped off the pace slightly, but he's only 8 seconds behind, so he could serve his penalty and he'll come out less than 30 behind. So there is a chance, and if Gomez wants to get on the podium, that's one thing, but if he wants to win gold, he will blow, I think.
The sun is starting to burn off the cloud above our heads. It's definitely getting warmer here in Hyde Park.
And he's definitely inching, you're right, Mark. Even now you can see he's definitely moving.
It's possible that the greater drama may actually come in terms of Johnny Brownlee going for the medal, and Alistair Brownlee, it may be a triumphant procession round the last lap.
I wouldn't complain if it was a triumphant procession rather than dramatic, Alistair. Let's just nip to Weymouth. Nick Dempsey in windsurfing action, Juliet Ferrington.
He's in medal race action as well. He's trying to secure a silver medal. He needs a top 6 finish, and it's all going his way so far. He's just gone round the second mark, lying 3rd overall in this 10-boat series. The speed of these boats is absolutely incredible. But a top 6 finish for Nick Dempsey. He'll win the silver medal, and as it stands, it's going his way.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Alistair Bruce-Ball and James Cracknell are going to take you through the rest of the men's triathlon. And just let me tell you one thing if you're listening to 5 Live right now. The last event that Alistair Bruce-Ball commentated on in this Olympics, he called home a British 1-2, a British gold and silver. No pressure.
Well, I've got to say that wasn't expected. It's possibly, I mean, at the start of today's race, Alistair and Johnny Brownlee, that really was a very real possibility. The 15-second time penalty, if you have just tuned into us on 5 Live, for Johnny Brownlee in his first transition, where he just got on his bike a little bit too early, could well cost him a medal. We will have to wait and see. At the moment, though, James Cracknell, the sun has timed its arrival absolutely perfectly. The leaden grey clouds above us are just starting to break a little bit for this, hopefully, crowning moment of glory for Alistair Brownlee. He is really, truly striding away from Javier Gomez, and it'd be lovely actually just to get inside his head and just find out what he is thinking right now. He knows it is right there for the taking.
He does know it's right there for the taking. I think the crowd knows it's right there for the taking. Anyone who's watched him race knows it's there for the taking. But I can't help thinking he will be slightly disappointed if he's on that podium in first place and his brother isn't standing next to him in second. And he's doing everything he can to break Gomez. And Gomez took it fairly easy on the bike and didn't take a lot of the leading, but he's going to get broken. It just depends how much, because now Johnny Brownlee's heading off to serve his time penalty, and it's going to be a phenomenal last 2.5 kilometres watching him chase down Gomez, and hopefully your lucky omen will come true, Alistair.
Yes, Johnny Brownlee breaks off and stands in the penalty box, and look at the stopwatch counting down in front of him. He spits to the ground. 11, 10, 9, 8. Big brother Alistair Brownlee prancing like a gazelle, such a light stride as he comes tiptoeing across the blue carpet. Wait for the bell. 1 lap to go, and let's see precisely how many seconds there are between him and Javier Gomez at the moment. Alistair Brownlee currently has a lead of 5 seconds on Javier Gomez. Let's just remind you as well, as we look to our left and see Johnny Brownlee come out of the penalty box, and in a sort of Formula One style, he has come out of the pit stop still ahead of his closest challengers, plus he's had the chance to have a breather. So Johnny Brownlee will start the last lap of the run in 3rd position, and now he will try and chase down Javier Gomez. And you have to say, gold and silver.
25 seconds behind Gomez for silver, so 25 seconds to catch up to get that silver medal and stand next to Alistair. And Alistair will so want him to be next to him, not Gomez.
Before we get to the serious drama and the adulation and the acclamation for Alistair Brownlee, a very little snapshot from his running many, many years ago. A story I heard only the other day, which I think is absolutely wonderful. An old school friend of his bumping into him on the Yorkshire Dales, and there was Alistair Brownlee running away, and they stopped and they had a few-minute chat. How you been? What are you up to? Whatever. And then, out of the distance, coming over the hill, were about 3 or 4 other runners, all with their numbers on and their names on, and Alistair Brownlee said, sorry, got to go, I'm in a race, disappeared, had time for a few minutes chat, and went off and won the race. I'm not suggesting he's going to do that today.
No, but there is a slight mentality of anyone who's done a fell run will understand what his mentality is, that he fell runs for fun, and it's really not a fun thing to do. It is the hardest thing on your body, and right now he's broken Gomez. It's whether he's broken him enough for Johnny to catch him.
Well, barring any terrible slip, the gold is Alistair Brownlee's. And let's remind you as well, this man is the dominant triathlete in the world. World champion 2009, possibly could have been in 2010 barring injury, and was last year in 2011. Real scare in February this year when he tore his Achilles, a real worry that he may not be able to compete at these games. He returned and performed at an event in Kitzbühel and smashed the field as he normally does, and it looks looks like on the biggest day of his sporting life, he is going to do exactly the same thing. But as you say, James Cracknell, as well as thinking about the gold medal for him, he will be desperately hoping that his younger brother Johnny Brownlee can hunt down Gomez and bring it home in gold and silver for Great Britain and the Great Brownlees.
Yeah, and then what he's going to be doing now is keep pushing and just suck every bit of confidence and belief out of Gomez and hope his brother can catch him. And his dad's fear before this race, his dad's wish, it's hard enough for any parent to watch their kid go through Olympic pressure. To watch two, I can't imagine, but his dad's wish was that they both finish safely, because they know how hard Alistair could push himself into the black. And hopefully Johnny's got that same mentality today, because if he could do that, he will catch Gomez, because Alistair Brownlee's broken him.
Alistair Brownlee is practically sprinting down the banks of the Serpentine here. Just over a kilometre to go. A quick break away from here for Juliet, who's got news on the windsurfing.
12 minutes into this medal race. Nick Dempsey still lying in silver medal position. He's gone round the third mark in such fantastic speed. The thousands on the nerve are just cheering him on. Nick Dempsey still in silver in the men's windsurfing event.
Thank you, Juliet. Alistair Brownlee could practically high-five the fans here as he runs down the banks of the Serpentine on the opposite side to us, and the area that he is running past right now is absolutely ram-jammed with spectators. He's running so close to those fences. Union Jacks draped all the way down, just about a kilometre to go. The gold medal is his. No hint of a smile just yet, and we're still watching as well Javier Gomez and Johnny Brownlee trying to chase him down. At the moment it's 1, 2, 3. It may well finish like that, but very soon, James Cracknell, we are going to be calling home Alistair Brownlee winning Great Britain's 19th gold medal of these incredible games.
Yeah, and it's a deserved one on everywhere. The way he stepped up and took control of the World's Triathlon after the Olympics in Beijing and hasn't released it apart from injury. It's disappointing, because Johnny hasn't been able to close the gap, and at the moment they would be running in a 1-2. Unfortunately, Gomez is lying equidistant between the two of them.
It looks like it's going to be gold and bronze for the Brownlee brothers. Were it not for that 15-second penalty and such a simple mistake to make, it could so easily have been gold and silver. Alistair Brownlee turns and starts heading towards the home straight. Very soon here, in front of the packed grandstands, the leaderboard, a big sign will come up and say leader approaching. Everyone will be on their feet and everyone will be roaring Alistair Brownlee home to a quite magnificent gold medal. And when he got that injury back in February, James Cracknell, he would have been very concerned about missing today. There was a real chance.
There was. He has said that he thought about retiring over 50 times during that 6 months before he couldn't race, and he's broken Gomez. Gomez has given up on gold, because I just saw him glance over his shoulder twice to see where Johnny was and see if Johnny was catching. And I think Johnny, what he's done in those first 3 laps with Alistair, is lay everything down to make sure his brother won and give him a chance to get on the podium, but it's going to be on the third step, not the second.
Just imagine how Mum Kathy and Dad Keith are feeling right now. They're young lads growing up together, playing competitive sport in the back garden together, always wanting to beat each other, have grown up now, live together, eat together, spend every waking moment together, and here they are about to stand on the podium together at London 2012. Big brother is going to win the battle, and very soon he is going to take the most joyous steps of his sporting career. It has been an utterly dominant performance, James Cracknell, as it always is with Alistair Brownlee.
Yeah, they've worked incredibly hard in the swim and on the bike, with Stuart Hayes, who buried himself on the bike. And then once the run started, they took control, and the only person who had the guts and belief to go with them was Gomez, and he's not going to end up winning, which is good. Unfortunately, he'll end up ahead of Johnny.
Yeah, we just saw Johnny Brownlee just flicking his eyes over his left shoulder just to check that the bronze medal was going to be his. Leader approaching. It flashes up on the big screen. We are extremely close now to seeing Alistair Brownlee come into view in Hyde Park. in front of thousands and thousands of Great Britain fans with the Union Jacks waving and about to claim Great Britain's 19th gold medal of the Games. Here he comes, and he's taken a Union Jack in his right hand as he hits the home straight. This is the greatest moment of his sporting career, and what a wonderful sight it is. He drapes the Union Jack around his shoulders. He actually slows down here and starts trotting ever so gently towards the line. He blows the kisses to the crowds. He's practically down to a walk now, and Alistair Brownlee is walking and is turning and is hoping that his brother is going to be right behind him. It's not to be. Alistair Brownlee breasts the tape. He wins an Olympic gold medal for Great Britain. He's followed in by Spain's Javier Gomez. Alistair Brownlee is flat on his back, absolutely exhausted with the Union Jack behind him, and here is the man he wanted to see, younger brother Johnny, who had to serve that 15-second time penalty, coming in to make it a Brownlee medal double at London 2012. And Alistair Brownlee is almost too exhausted to get up to congratulate his brother, but now it comes, and the two of them just collapse into each other's arms. Johnny Brownlee now flat on his back, Alistair Brownlee standing with the Union Jack in his hands. He has won Great Britain's 19th gold medal of London 2012, and of course that equals the mark set in Beijing. And he has also proved today that he is the best triathlete in the world, bar none. And actually, more pertinently, he is the best triathlete in his family, which is also some claim to fame. Dad Keith and Mum Kathy must be absolutely bursting with pride. Alistair Brownlee wins gold, Javier Gomez of Spain takes silver, and Johnny Brownlee with that 15-second penalty, a magnificent, determined performance to take the bronze medal. James Cracknell.
Yeah, and that, you know, the pride is, you know, measurable around here. Not only the way he won it, but the fact he came in here as favourite and delivered, and it's not a sort of underdog performance. It's someone coming in with the pressure of a champion and backing that up, and that is what the class of a real athlete. He's dominated the World Triathlon for 4 years, but this is the one day he wanted to really prove that, and he's done it, and I'm full of admiration for him.
And what a shot you will see on the internet and in your papers tomorrow, and if you get to a TV screen later, of Alistair Brownlee holding that flag as he crossed the line.
Yeah, it was wonderful. I've seen him do that before. Last year he won the test event here and did exactly the same thing, and I was just wondering when he would finally allow himself to admit that the gold was his and take the flag and watch that boyish grin spread across his face, and then just very, very casually walk across the finish line, just breast the tape, collapse onto his back mark for about 10 seconds, and then get up and walk off as if he'd barely done anything.
James Cracknell has already left our commentary position to go in search of both the Brownlee brothers and the Brownlee family, who he knows very well indeed. It'll be interesting, won't it, Alistair, to hear what Keith and Kathy have to say if James can catch up with them.
Yes, well, I mean, I think that is it, Mark. You almost boil it down and forget the Olympic Games and just break it down to that very human story that there's a mum and dad who have two boys, you know, who they've watched grow up together, and like all parents kind of share their hopes and dreams, but to watch them in the sunshine in Hyde Park, London 2012, win gold medal and bronze medal, and could so easily have been gold and silver, and it wouldn't have mattered to them anyway what they'd done, because they'd be so proud. But I guess Great Britain has to say a very big thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Brownlee for producing them.
For conceiving them was where
exactly,
you were going. Yeah.
Exactly.
And we've done a lot of sports together, Alistair, but and you see tired sportsmen and women at the end of most competitions. But here now, in front of us, and Alistair did this, and Javier Gomez and Johnny as well. collapse onto their backs when they cross the finishing line and just lie there panting out of exhaustion. Several other competitors have done that as well, and some of the medical volunteers that are here have had to be straight over to them with the bottles of mineral water, not to give them a drink, but in many ways just to throw it over their faces to in some ways try and revive them a little bit.
Well, it's an extremely punishing event, and I mean just watching them, first of all, in the first stage, the swim, the speed they were going through the water, then you've got the 43-kilometre cycle ride, 25 miles to you and me, and then to run 6 miles in under half an hour, as the Brownlee brothers do. It's almost beyond comprehension. A couple of years ago, actually, at this event, the World Series event in Hyde Park, Alistair Brownlee, coming down this home straight, actually finished 10th and was wobbling all over the place with heat exhaustion. They pushed themselves to the absolute limit.
Stuart Hayes, the third member of the British team, finished in 37th, 4 metres and 39 behind Alistair, but Alistair will owe him a very big, well, I was going to say a very big gallon of beer, but probably a sports energy drink, knowing this lot.
Yeah, and to brother Johnny as well, who obviously I mean, he's won a medal, he's won a bronze medal, and desperately would have wanted that to be silver, but it's always been the way when these two have competed down the years, and James Cracknell said it in commentary, that if Alistair gets a puncture, as he did in the European Championships last year, Johnny waits for him. And Johnny makes sure, because Alistair is the top dog, that he's in the prime position. If Johnny got a puncture, Alistair wouldn't wait for him. That is not the way it works. But yes, a huge gratitude of thanks from Alistair Brownlee to his brother and to Stuart Hayes, who again was specifically selected by Great Britain today to do exactly what he did, get in position to help the brothers.
We're going to go straight to Juliet, because Nick Dempsey was in silver last time we were with her.
And Go Dempo is the message on the node, and the Union flags are being waved in the distance. We're coming to the finishing line as Nick Dempsey sails through on his board, the sun reflecting off the huge sail, and he punches the air because it's silver for Nick Dempsey, who has dedicated his entire life just to win a medal after the disappointment, Pippa Wilson, of 4 years ago.
Wow, what an incredible moment. I watched him lose that gold medal in Beijing. He ended up 4th, and it was just a horrendous race to watch. Everyone here, he's going to be a local hero. He lives here in Weymouth. He's given up the last. He's moved out of his family home with his young family and dedicated so much to this. So, wow, what a fantastic race for Nick.
And he went into the race the same situation as he did 4 years ago in Beijing. He could have missed out on another medal this afternoon, but he didn't. So he upgrades from the bronze medal that he won 8 years ago in Athens, the heartbreak of 4 years ago in Beijing, made up this afternoon, his 4th Olympic Games on home turf, his family on hand. It's a silver medal for Nick Dempsey and another medal for Team GB.
Wow, we can just see him waving his hands in the air. He looks absolutely exhausted. These windsurfers are so physical. They have to be right on their game, spending hours and hours on their bikes in the gym. And the hard work and perfection, nutrition, physiology that's gone into this medal is incredible. And you can just see he's absolutely exhausted and so over the moon.
His arms, Pippa, will be burning. You are at your maximum heart rate. Aerobically, this is the toughest class to win a medal in sailing, isn't it?
Yeah, these guys are absolute athletes, and it's such a struggle just to arrive at the Olympic Games not injured and in perfect form. But he's an experienced athlete, and God, there's flares going off. Everyone's cheering on the node. It's amazing.
Yeah, the Netherlands are so happy because they won gold medal. All Nick Dempsey could do this afternoon was win silver. The Dutch, they destroyed the field here. That medal was decided 2 races ago. But just a penny for Sarah Ayton's thoughts. Double Olympic gold medalist. She sacrificed her own Olympic campaign so she could just focus on Nick and him winning a medal here.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's been such an amazing mother to their 2 young sons, Oscar and Thomas. Nick promised to bring Thomas home a medal this afternoon, and he's done exactly that. And Sarah will be there to congratulate him. He's had to give up so much for this. As an Olympic athlete, you really have to dedicate every moment of your day to this, and we just couldn't be happier.
Mark, he had to dedicate all the last 4 years into winning a silver medal here. That's all he could do. He couldn't win gold, but as we've seen in these medal races here already this week, he could have missed out on a podium Stadium this afternoon. That hasn't happened. It's a silver medal for Nick Dempsey.
Only 5 Live, your Olympic station, could bring you a gold, silver and bronze for Team GB in the space of a couple of minutes. And here on the big screen, our 19th gold medal is being shown again and again and again. And Alistair Bruce Ball, we've seen some celebrations and victory performances from our Olympians over the past 10 days, but it will take something special, I think, to rival seeing Alistair Brownlee in the last 100 metres still competing, but with a Union Jack draped around his shoulders.
Another incredibly iconic picture from these games, and because of the lead he had and because of the nature of this event and how close the spectators are, to be able to take that Union Jack and hoist it high above his head, have it flapping in the breeze behind him, and then tuck it round his shoulders, almost use it as a blanket as he just collapsed to the floor behind the line. When I came here this morning, Mark, I absolutely thought, that was what was going to happen. Alistair and Johnny Brownlee, absolutely standout favourites for this event, but of course you have to deal with that pressure. There was the unknown, of course, of Alistair Brownlee having that terrible injury earlier in the year, but to watch them both compete like that and win gold and bronze for Britain was quite magnificent.
Right. I'm going to keep walking here, Alistair. I'm going to leave you from the commentary position. I'm going to head down to where some of the triathletes are. James Cracknell already down there. See if we can get an interview with some of them. Let's join Sarah Ransom. Where are you, Sarah?
I'm on the beach in Weymouth, Mark, and it's absolutely tipping down here, but the rain and the grey skies cannot dampen the spirits of everyone who's braved the weather and come down to watch this medal-winning performance by Nick Dempsey. I'm in the non-ticketed live area, and as he came across the line there, the cheers erupted, the flags waved, and when I turned behind me to look back across the harbour, back across to the ticketed area, up went those flares to celebrate the fact that Nick Dempsey got silver. Now, with me here is Dave Bruce. Dave, just come in a little bit here. What do you make of it all? You come down specially to watch this.
Yeah, it was really impressive. It was a really good performance by Nick there. Gave a really good stamina throughout the whole race. I've done quite a bit of windsurfing myself, and I know how much of a hard sport it really is. And it was really impressive. I think everyone here shares the glory with him. It was really, really great.
It was great, wasn't it? And Samuel Robinson, you've come down as well. Double medal winning performance by Nick Dempsey. That's got a good ring about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, Dempsey double sounds good to me. Yeah, it was a very exciting race to watch. Not a huge amount of knowledge on windsurfing on my part, but he did seem to be in a very good position throughout most of the race.
Absolutely right, and it's been a difficult week for Nick Dempsey, Mark, as you know, but sailing here in the home waters, so he's brought home silver to the crowds here on the beach, and that Dempsey double, that's got a really good sound about it.
Thank you very much. Made my way down from the commentary position. Alistair Bruce Ball is still up there. Are there still competitors coming through, Alistair? I mean, there were when I left you, which kind of emphasises how dominant the Brownlee performance was.
There aren't, and if there were, it would be quite amusing because there's a posse of about 50 photographers who they'd have to battle their way through to get to the finish line. We're moving towards, obviously, another very exciting moment here in Hyde Park because the purple-clad podium has been set with the Olympic rings embossed on the front of it. Alistair Brownlee will stand atop that podium with younger brother Johnny right by his side in a few moments' time. Let me guess, Mark Chapman, as well, in that mix zone, in that interview area, there's quite a few people who want to speak to the Brownlees.
It's absolute bedlam and chaos here. James Cracknell, though, is like an island of calm around all the camera crews and athletes and radio interviewers. Are you calm?
I'm calm. I feel very happy just because they delivered on a day that they had to, and that's the satisfaction from understanding that, but also thousands of people watching them do it is brilliant.
Let's just walk this way because I think they're going to come there, and I want you to talk to them because you know them so well and they're your mates. I mean, from what just can you give us an indication of what the rest of the family go through with Alistair and Johnny?
Yeah, their mum can't really watch. No. She gets very, very nervous, and their dad Keith is a doctor, and his fear is that they will push themselves so hard, as was shown a couple of years ago when Alistair, ran himself into the ground. In fact, the first duathlon he did, he lost a shoe after 100 metres, carried on to the finish and ripping his foot apart in the process, but didn't want to stop. So the first thing is just they have the ability to push themselves into the black, and that's why they're very good. But the first thing is you want them to come home safe, and there will be an element of bitterness and sadness because Johnny had the speed. It was just an infringement in the first transition.
Yeah, gold and a bronze for the Brownlees. Listen, just from your perspective, when you've been rowing and when you've done your amateur triathlons, which have you felt more tired from at the end?
I think the triathlon is...
I only ask that because I've never seen exhaustion like that from people as they cross the line.
Well, it's you start off with swimming, which is you're 1/7 of your body weight when you're swimming, whereas running you're totally weight bearing, and have already gone for an hour and 10 minutes, and they've been beasting themselves. And in this triathlon, it all comes down to the run. And in fact, with the triathlon, I did the European Championships, and I was in my age group. I was third in the run and second on the bike, but 35th in the swim. So for them to be that good at swimming, that good at cycling, and then nailing the run the way they do is just changed the sport.
You're meant to be my bouncer in this area with everything. That Japanese camera crew's just smashed me in the mush with this camera.
I think the Japanese guy is being interviewed and then he's off.
Do you think? And then we'll be all right?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, whilst we wait for the Japanese crew just to maybe move out of the way and I rub my jaw slightly, let's look ahead to what else is coming up on 5 Live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
The Geiger counter of Olympomania is going to go zoink.
The Olympic Games are coming home.
One day we will tell our children and our grandchildren that when our time came, we did it right.
I declare open the Games of London, celebrating the 30th Olympiad of the modern era.
The venues are ready, the stadium is ready, the aquatic centre is ready, the velodrome is ready, the security is ready, the police are ready, the transport system is ready, and our Team GB athletes are ready, aren't they?
So are we ready for this afternoon, Bunsey?
Oh yes we are. It's a bit of history today, chappers. Robbie Grabarts is jumping to become Britain's first Olympic high jump champion. It's not a boat, it's not boxing, it's not a bike, it's a lonely, loveless, luckless pursuit, often in oblivion. There's always been considered a few centimetres too far for Brits. Robbie's from just up the River Lee. You could paddle home if you had a pedalo. Tonight under a twinkling East London sky, illuminated by both stars and the electric cables that crisscross the grand arena of walloping hopes, Robbie will jump. He's European champion and not a tall man from Britain simply making up the numbers. However, he will need good numbers. 2 metres 36, 37, 38, 39. Gold hovers like that cruel Finn bar. Day 11, we did it right, trust me.
Thank you very much, Bunsey. So in the last half hour, Nick Dempsey's won a silver in the windsurfing down in Weymouth, and Alistair Brownlee has won gold in the triathlon. Johnny Brownlee got bronze, and according to the medal table, the Brownlee family are now 36th on the medal table. Let's get a news update on 5 Live.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5 Live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. Great Britain has won the gold and bronze medals in the men's Olympic triathlon. Alistair Brownlee won the race and his brother Johnny took third. More on that coming up in the sport in a few moments. Castlebeck, the owner of the Winterbourne View care home near Bristol, has been accused of taking financial reward without any accountability and ignoring the concerns of patients and their relatives. A serious case review was carried out after BBC's Panorama recorded staff abusing and assaulting residents with learning difficulties. The government is increasing the amount of aid it gives to refugees fleeing Syria from £3 to £10 million. The International Development Secretary Andrew Mitchell has been visiting refugee camps in Jordan and says Britain will stand alongside those who've lost everything because of the actions of this ruthless regime. Standard Chartered Bank has been branded a rogue institution by US regulators, who say it made hundreds of millions of pounds by carrying out illegal transactions for Iran. The British bank denies the claims, but the value of its shares dropped by nearly a quarter in London this morning. And a former head of online security at Lloyds Bank has pleaded guilty to a £2.4 million fraud. Jessica Harper, who's 50 and from Croydon, took the money from the bank over a 4-year period starting in 2007. That's the news. Let's get some sport now from Will Perry.
Rachel, thank you. So let's bring you bang up to date. As you just heard in the news, Alistair Brownlee has won Great Britain's 19th gold medal of London 2012 after dominating the men's triathlon that he calls the gold medal haul from Beijing 4 years ago. His brother Jonathan took the bronze medal after serving a 15-second penalty. At Weymouth, Nick Dempsey has won silver in the RSX windsurfing. GB then still third in the medal table with 43 medals in all. China still top with 31 golds, 64 medals. Britain's Philip Sado has failed to qualify for the men's triple jump final. A best of 16.53 wasn't enough to make the top 12. He says he let the crowd down and has never performed so badly in his career. Jamaica's Usain Bolt started the defence of his 200 metres title by winning his heat in a time of 20.39 seconds to reach the semi-finals. His fellow countryman Johan Blake also won his heat to go through. Great Britain's Christian Malcolm is also through, but James Ellington is out. Great Britain's Lawrence Clark and Andy Turner are into the 110 metres hurdles semi-finals. Andrew Potsy was unable to finish his heat after pulling up with a hamstring injury. The former world and Olympic champion Liu Jian fell at the first hurdle. Joe Pavey and Julia Bleasdale are both into the final of the 10,000 metres. Britain's Goldie Sayers is out of the javelin after struggling with an injury. She's vowed to put it right in Rio. In the velodrome, Laura Trott is 1 point behind the American Sarah Hammer in the women's Omnium with 2 events to go. So Chris Hoy started his bid for a 6th Olympic gold medal by winning his Keirin first round heat to reach the semi-finals. In the diving, Britain's Chris Mears is into the final of the 3 metres springboard final. GB's Rachel Cawthorne is into the final of the women's kayak singles. Over on 5 Live Olympics Extra right now, you can hear the equestrian and basketball this afternoon. And away from London 2012, Arsenal have completed the signing of midfielder Santi Cazorla from Malaga for an undisclosed fee.
Travel news, and in Cheshire, the M6 heading south, junction 17 at Sandbach to 16 at Crewe. A broken down vehicle means one of the lanes has had to be closed. And in Oxfordshire, the M40, an accident on the northbound side between 8A at Oxford and junction 9 at Bicester means 2 lanes are blocked on the northbound side and a lane closure on the southbound side, and that's for recovery. Berkshire, the M4 heading west, 2 lanes are closed at Reading at junction 11. It's a vehicle which caught fire, spilt some fuel onto the carriageway, so 2 lanes are blocked, and it's causing queues back from the scene to junction 10 at Wokingham. And in Hampshire, the M3 heading north, one of the lanes is blocked between Fleet Services and junction 4A at Farnborough. A caravan overturned and it's blocking one of the lanes. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live. Every story.
When you close your eyes, you can probably still see that moment, can you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was able to search him a little bit, kind of looked him in the eyes. I honestly didn't even know he was a suicide bomber until I got to the hospital later.
Every moment.
Let me bring you this news. Rangers are now officially in administration, so there's been a bit of legalese during the course of the afternoon.
And still to come, the London Paralympic Games, plus the Premier League returns on August 18th.
Shoots! Overhead kick! Right across goal, it's in!
This is fantastic, isn't it? Don't miss a thing.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
This is Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman on 5 Live. Peter Allen and Colin Murray take over at 2 o'clock. We're stood in what is known as the mix zone. It's where all the TV crews from around the world and radio stations as well wait to interview the competitors after they've competed in whatever Olympic event it is. We're still waiting for Alistair and Johnny Brownlee to come through. Gold for Alistair, bronze for Johnny after he had to serve a 15-second time penalty for getting onto his bike too early at the first transition, the transition from the swimming to the cycling. Rob Nothman is our reporter here. You've just seen Johnny Brownlee, who's getting some treatment.
He's flat out on his back. His legs have been raised into the air. There is a GB Olympic medic on hand. Ice pack is being applied. He is conscious, but he's not in the best shape at the moment, but not too much concern, certainly not from his brother, who is smiling broadly, looking over his brother being attended to at the moment. But I think it'll be some time before they're coming through this mix zone.
Yes, because knowing Alistair and Johnny like you do, James Cracknell, you would expect Alistair to stay with his brother until he is upright, until he is feeling fine.
Absolutely, Mark. Yeah, he won't want to leave his brother. He wouldn't have wanted to leave his brother to serve a 15-second time penalty, and also knowing them, the mix zone is not the place they really want to go. They'll hope by the time they come through, everyone will have disappeared to interview someone else, because their ideal day is to go cycling, running and swimming together around Yorkshire. And
not to come and be confronted by you, me and Matthew Pinson.
No, but the fact is an Olympic sport, and one they can do for a living is an added bonus. But yeah, chatting about it is not top of their list.
Matthew, can I ask you one question, because you're here for BBC Telly? I just want to ask you one question. Well, as we're waiting here, we might as well have a chat. In your watching the triathlon, talking to James about it as well, have you ever seen such exhaustion at the end of an event? I mean, obviously the rowing takes it out of you, but competitor after competitor at the end there was looking absolutely shattered.
I think you get that in the Olympics quite a bit, where people just give absolutely everything, and they know what's ahead of them at the start line. They're going to know how much it's going to hurt, and you know, everyone sort of understands a little bit. If you go out for a run or a bike or something and you sort of push until your legs hurt, that'll probably happen to them, you know, in the swim within the first 30-45 seconds, and it just goes on and on and on. Not that I've ever done a triathlon, but you know, that ability to sort of push yourself, take that level of pain, and then you'll be running next to someone. You know, we saw it in the group there in the last couple of laps, and it's, you know, Ali had to break him. He had to run away from Gomez, and that would have been sort of brutal, really, really brutal to do it to himself, but then thankfully he ended up winning.
Yes, brutal is the word. We will wait for Alistair and Johnny Brownlee to come through, but I think it's safe to say that really the most important thing is not when we hear from them, but the fact that both of them are all right. Gold for Alistair, bronze for Johnny, and I have to say, Victoria, I'm 6'2", and I don't normally feel small, but I'm stood between Pinsent and Cracknell, and I feel tiny.
I'm sure you're not that small, Mark, but what a wonderful story for the Brownlee brothers. And when they're ready to speak, you'll hear them on 5 Live. Let's bring you some other news for the next few minutes. 13:42 it is now. Good afternoon. The Prime Minister has said the legislation to change constituency boundaries will be put forward, despite the warning from Nick Clegg that the Liberal Democrats will not support it. Let's talk to our political reporter, Matt Cole. OK, so the tit-for-tat continues then, really, doesn't it, Matt?
Absolutely, and I think through what we've heard from the Prime Minister this lunchtime, it becomes increasingly inevitable that at some time during the course of this Parliament we will have it all the more likely that Liberal Democrat ministers, the Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg leading the way, will be voting against their own coalition government's legislation, this being on these boundary changes. It looks like the Conservatives would not alone be able to get the numbers to vote these changes through, so it looks like they will be defeated when the vote happens. But the Prime Minister this morning said he's determined to go ahead.
Right, obviously, we want the boundary vote to go ahead. I mean, I'm going to be saying to every Member of Parliament, look, the House of Commons ought to be smaller, it ought to be less expensive, and we ought to have seats that are exactly the same size. I think everyone should come forward and vote for that proposal, because it's a very sensible proposal and it will be put forward.
Prime Minister clearly quite determined there, Victoria.
Just to be clear on who would vote for what. So the Lib Dems would vote against boundary changes, the Tories would vote for it, and what do we know about the Labour Party? I mean, would they vote in one big homogenous mass, or are there debates within that party too?
No, the Labour Party stand to lose the most seats by these boundary changes. The Conservatives would have the most to gain.
So with the Lib Dems and Labour together voting against it, that would be it for this?
Not quite enough. Right. There's a bit more maths involved in this. You'd have to then look to the MPs over in Northern Ireland. They too would be seeing their numbers diminished, so it's highly likely they would vote against as well, potentially the one Green MP too. And so by the time you get those parties all pulling together, the Conservatives would then fall short of what they would need to see this through. So I think you'd see a very heavily whipped vote, everyone being told to get into the Commons and cast their vote, but it would be very difficult to see how the Conservative side of the government could win this. Of course, a vote's still a fair way away. The legislation won't be put to Parliament until perhaps this time next year, with the crucial votes maybe early 2014, so late in the life of the coalition government, just a year to run by then. But still, it would be quite a difficult flashpoint, and quite curious to see that many ministers voting against their own government.
OK, thank you very much, Matt. Mark, do you want the medal table?
Yeah, give us the medal table.
China, total medals 64 in first place. United States in second place, 63. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 43 medals, 19 golds, 12 silver, 12 bronze.
And the stats show that, barring 1996 Victoria, when it was the USA, every country that has hosted the Games has improved their gold medal count by 50% on what they did at the previous Games. So you would still look at another 9 or so between now and the end of the Games, which might be slightly optimistic.
But someone pointed out to me this morning, okay, Greece and Spain and Australia have all recently hosted Games. And what about the legacy? All three nations not doing very well in 2012.
Well, that's the thing. Great Britain and Northern Ireland can't get complacent. This just has to be the start rather than the end, really. Rob Nothman, our reporter, has just gone back over to have a look at the Johnny Brownlee and Alistair Brownlee. He came back and gave me one report, which that Johnny Brownlee has now been sick, to which James Cracknell, in a very supportive way, went,
better out than in.
Better out than in, and then we were told that Alistair was behind him going, he's going to be fine, don't worry about him, which is what brothers do, really.
And also they know each other so well, and going back to how hard they push themselves, that they, because of the training they do, they have absolute confidence in their bodies that they can nail it, and he clearly has confidence in Johnny that he'll be all right, although he doesn't look that sharp in a stretcher.
He's just been wheeled past us. He's got white towels all around his shoulder. He's holding a bag now, whether it was a bag with clear plastic liquid in, so that could be a saline drip or something. It could just be water, I suppose. When he winced was actually when the stretcher bearers tried to wheel him over a step and it got a little bit bumpy. He looks pale, but he looks okay.
Yeah, they'll have put him on a drip, because if he's just thrown up, the chance of him keeping down an isotonic liquid that can get the salt back into him is pretty small. So they'll put him on a drip, I imagine, just to get the fuel in, because that's what it is. It's basically he's run themselves to empty and below empty. And having been in the mix zone and watched the other athletes go through, the first thing that strikes you, aside from how tired they are, is they all like to do the good meal.
They do, don't they? They are so slim and toned, as you would expect from triathlon athletes. So Johnny's just been wheeled into the tent that's literally 10 yards in front of us, a white marquee, the sort of top.
Stuart Hayes has just gone in, the third member of the British team, who buried himself in the swim and the bike for Alistair, and Johnny's just gone to check whether Johnny's all right. Mildly more concerned than his brother at the moment.
Yeah, we haven't seen Alistair. The tent is closed, so they're obviously making sure Johnny's all right in there, and hopefully we will see Alistair in the next 15 minutes or so.
It's nearly 10 to 2 now. Good afternoon. Welcome to 5 Live at the Olympics. Some more news for you. A serious case review of the Winterbourne View care home scandal, which was uncovered by a BBC Panorama investigation, has condemned the home's private operator, saying that the private company took the financial rewards without any accountability. The author of the review into what happened, Margaret Flynn, said that Castlebeck Care Limited failed to protect their patients.
Castlebeck Care Limited placed adults with learning disabilities and autism under the supervision of poorly paid and untrained staff. They made up 2/3 of the staffing establishment. It did not challenge the frequency with which physical restraint and chemical restraints were deployed at the hospital. It did not ensure continuity of registered managers. It did not act on the feedback from its own staff, its own hospital staff, Mental Health Act commissioners, the Healthcare Commission, or the Care Quality Commission. It did not ensure clinical leadership. It did not deliver what NHS commissioners believed they were purchasing for patients. And most crucially, it did not act on the concerns and complaints of Winterbourne View patients, their relatives, or those of visiting professionals. In short, Castlebeck Limited took the financial rewards without any accountability.
And just to remind you, that BBC Panorama investigation showed residents with learning disabilities being slapped, kicked and doused with cold water by their care workers. Let's talk to Amanda Sherlock from the Care Quality Commission. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
I haven't had a chance to read the whole 146-page report. I've been sent a brief summary of it. I understand that the report has criticism for your own organisation, which it said proved unequal to the task of uncovering the fact and extent of institutional abuse at Winterbourne View. Do you accept that?
We accept all of the recommendations that are contained within both the Serious Case Review report published today, but also recommendations from our own internal investigation that took place after the screening of the Panorama programme in June 2011.
What are the recommendations for the Care Quality Commission then? Your organisation's job is to monitor what goes on in these homes and, in the end, protect the clients.
There are a wide-ranging series of recommendations contained within a very thorough and in-depth Serious Case Review report. For the Care Quality Commission, there are recommendations about how we respond to information from potential whistleblowers, how we share that information with safeguarding boards, for example, and for others that are part of the monitoring and safeguarding system. And importantly, it enabled the Care Quality Commission to review how we assess the risk that's inherent in some of the services that we regulate, so that we can target and act swiftly when there is any sign of concerns that services are failing to deliver good quality and safe care.
If I'm remembering correctly, I gather the Care Quality Commission had some reports of abuse at this home and nothing was done. So what has changed to make sure that there will be swift reaction if you get similar reports in the future?
The Care Quality Commission was not aware of the scale of abuse until we were alerted to the abuse itself. We had whistleblowing information that indicated that there were concerns with the way that staff spoke to and restrained patients at Winterbourne View. The mistake and error of judgment that was made by the Care Quality Commission is that when we were alerted to whistleblowing concerns from the local safeguarding authority, the inspector made the assumption that because the safeguarding authority also had that information, that was the route of investigation to take forward the follow-up of those concerns that had been raised with us.
Right, so what will be different in the future?
We, as a result of both the Winterbourne View filming but also our independent investigation, instigated immediate inspections of all of Castlebeck's services to ensure that patients and residents receiving care were safe. We undertook a series of national unannounced inspections of 150 services providing assessment and treatment to people with a learning disability and autistic spectrum disorder, and we have tightened our internal management of whistleblowing information and the way that we target and focus our inspection activity, including a move to annual inspections as a minimum for those organisations that are providing care to people with a learning disability.
Thank you for talking to us. Amanda Sherlock from the Care Quality Commission.
In Hyde Park, just by the Serpentine, Johnny Brownlee is still in the tent to my right, just getting treatment through what looks like exhaustion, and so everything's been slightly delayed here. He picked up a bronze. Alistair Brownlee, his brother, picked up the gold. Alistair Brownlee has just started to do some of his media commitments, so hopefully James Cracknell's just gone to try and catch his eye, and hopefully we'll get a word with him in the next 5 minutes. So James Vincent, those with some of the friends of the Brownlee family. Obviously we can't hear James at the moment. We could hear some whoops in the background, but we couldn't hear a great deal else. If we can get back to James Vincent with the Brownlee friends, then hopefully we will get a word. In between the Brownlees winning gold and bronze, if you've just joined us on 5 Live, then the silver was won by Nick Dempsey, the windsurfer. So we've had a gold and a silver and a bronze today, all ready for Team GB, and hopefully there'll be plenty more to come. Peter Allen and Colin Murray are taking over from us at 2 o'clock. Expect more in the velodrome as well. We've got Sir Chris Hoy going in the Keirin. We've got Victoria Pendleton as well. Let's see if we can get hold of James Vincent now. James. Well, we still haven't got hold of James Vincent. Have you managed to catch his eye yet, James?
No. I haven't managed to catch that. He's just finishing off with BBC TV, and he's not going to do the rest of the mix zone because John is ill and clearly not what he wants to do. So I'm going to grab him when he comes past, making a sharp exit to just pick up a gold medal.
Yeah, we will grab him any second once he's just finished with BBC Television, Victoria.
Thank you very much for the moment. It's 5-2, and 5 Live has discovered that the Paralympic Games will have the highest ever attendance for a Paralympic Games. Chris Warburton has the details. Fill us in, Chris.
Yeah, there's been plenty of speculation that the Paralympics here would have record-breaking sales figures. Well, this morning I've had that confirmed, Victoria. We now know that more than 1.8 million tickets have been sold. That exceeds the ticket sales in total from Beijing. There were 1.4 million tickets already sold by the time of the Olympic opening ceremony here. So that's jumped by, obviously, more than 400,000 tickets sold in just 10 days, which is pretty impressive. Hard to say how much of those have been down to the success of the Olympics. There's always a spike over this fortnight. And in fact, more tickets, that 1.4 million that have been sold by the start of the Olympics, was more than at any other Paralympic Games. That said, though, I've been speaking to the International Paralympic Committee this morning. That's the global body. They say visits to their website have gone up by 200% in the past week. They're delighted with the figures, of course, and they say all the ingredients are coming together for the best games ever. They say they think it could well be a sellout in the end. It would be just under 2.5 million tickets sold if they get to that point, so we'll see.
And these sales, 1.8 million tickets sold so far for the Paralympics, how do they compare with other Paralympics at the same point in the cycle?
Yeah, well, if you go back and look at there's been 15 summer Paralympic Games so far. The first in Rome back in 1960. Most have seen large numbers of seats given away for free. In total, I don't know if we've got the figures for where we've been at this particular point, but if we look at the totals, Sydney, 1.2 million tickets were sold in 2000. Athens, 850,000 4 years later, so it went down. Then it was Beijing. The previous record of 1.8 million tickets sold. Most of them they got rid of at rock bottom prices. And now the London Games has exceeded that figure. Perhaps affordability has helped, Victoria. 75% of tickets costing 20 quid or less. The most expensive ticket for the men's 100-metre final, that'll be on September the 6th, will set you back 45 quid, less than the cheapest seat to have seen Usain Bolt take gold. As regards the actual individual sports, athletics, swimming, archery, very popular in terms of sales at this stage. Still good availability for wheelchair, basketball, powerlifting, load of other sports as well. And indeed for the opening and closing ceremonies, Coldplay are going to be closing out the Paralympic Games. So I don't know if that's a good thing or whether it'll put you off altogether. But there you go. Good news for the Paralympic Games this morning.
Yeah. Mark, I can hear you saying, come back to me.
Come back to us, because Alistair Brownlee is with myself and James Cracknell live on 5 Live. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's been an absolutely wonderful day. Couldn't ask for more. Two of us on the podium today, and yeah, what an experience racing in front of that crowd. It's absolutely phenomenal. My ears are still ringing.
How is he? Is more, but how is? We saw him go away in a chair. The most annoying thing looked like the bump as they took him over the step for the tent, and he was through up, and you said he always does that.
Well, not always, but triathlon's a hard sport, and you're at the edge at the end of it, and yeah, he's knackered, to be honest. All right, see you later.
All right, cheers, Alistair. As you can see, that rather stroppy woman is saying he's got to go to the ceremony. So Alistair has been whisked off, but we've got a quick word with him. I'm sure we'll get a more considered interview a little bit later on.
He didn't sound too worried about his brother, did he?
No, I say that's brothers for you, it would appear. I don't have a brother, I only have a sister, but, you know, brotherly love involves a lot of mickey taking first, I think, and then the love comes second.
It's a bit like sisterly love then. Well, what a morning, actually. What a morning and early afternoon. A lot of drama here at the athletics. Bolt and Blake, as you would have predicted, safely through in the heats for the 200 metres. And when it comes to the 110 metres hurdles, the drama of China's Lu Zhang, again, not getting through his heats, just like he did in Beijing. He's broken the hearts of Chinese supporters again. But Britain's Lawrence Clark through to the semi-finals. Britain's Andy Turner through to the semi-finals. Sadly, Andrew Potsy pulled up before attempting his third hurdle. Goldie Sayers out of the javelin. She says she wants to compete in Beijing. and Philip Sado not qualifying for the triple jump, and a heated debate on 5 Live with our listeners and our expert commentators and summarisers a little earlier. And of course, where Mark has been, the magnificent, wondrous achievement of the Brownlee brothers. Have I missed anything out, Mark? I can't remember.
No, I think that's everything covered on another very busy morning. Alistair, bless him, has just been taken away by that woman who has now left him sat on a white chair in an area that we can't get to. He's just looked over to us and shrugged because he would have wanted to continue talking to us, and he's not allowed to talk to us. So he sat on this chair about 10 yards away in a different version. And obviously no medal ceremony can take place because Johnny is still being treated. Getting the treatment. So it's absolutely ridiculous. Now Matthew Pinson's having a go at her as well. It's daft, this, isn't it?
It's not only daft, it's more frustrating because they've sat him right outside a toilet, which I've needed a toilet for 2 hours there racing. You think triathlon's painful? I'm in danger of having a medical condition from sitting in the same seat for 2 hours, bursting for the toilet, and they've just put him outside one. He doesn't even want it.
But aside from that, Alistair is a gold medalist, Johnny's got a bronze, Nick Dempsey's got a silver in the windsurfing. You will hear considered views from Alistair Brownlee. James Cracknell will go and get him a little bit later on 5 Live. I think, Peter, where are you? You're at the dressage this afternoon.
Yeah, I am. You should just shout to him, shouldn't you? Can't you, if he's that close, just shout a question?
Well, yeah, but then that would involve a very long microphone cable to get back across to him. So it's slightly difficult at the moment.
It's inconvenient that the medal ceremony gets in the way of 5 Live coverage. We'll try and make sure it doesn't happen again, chaps. Thank you very much to Mark and Victoria. I'm speaking reasonably quietly because the dressage is actually underway. I think it's an Italian competitor at the moment, and to be honest, they don't like any noise at all. So you may find I too am suddenly dragged off the stage at some stage during the next couple of hours. I think I've been sent to the dressage, to be absolutely honest, because I've been showing far too much enthusiasm for this whole Olympic event, and they thought they'd test me out by sending me to somewhere where I quite clearly did not understand a single thing I was watching. I mean, the 20,000 people around me certainly do understand. They're rapt. Me, I'm going to need to have it explained by John Hunt and Pippa Fuddle, but you couldn't get better people to explain these kind of complexities, and they'll be joining me soon after the news, which is next on 5 Live.